everybody, and welcome to the Monsters Attack mid-set finale. My name is Necker, and I am your desk host this weekend, joined by four lovely casters to bring you through all of the action. We've got Casanova and Crowan here on the desk to kick everything off, and what a day one that we had. I mean, Casanova, day one already upon us, day two now. Oh, what has the action been like so far for you?
Day one is so much fun. I mean, we have had so many different compositions being played. It's like peak TFT to watch because you get to talk about so many different things. It's not just like, oh, the same three comps over and over and over again. It's a ton of different things that are exciting. We got to see Rock Solid pop off and pick up a couple wins, right? Like, it's just a lot of fun in this set. And I'm just happy to be here. This has been fantastic hanging out with y'all.
Yeah, it's going to be such a good time. Crowan, what about you? Brief thoughts before we get into the rest of the day.
I love seeing the players pop off again, seeing players like Setsuko and Dishsoap really find their stride in tournaments, but as well as the newcomers as well, right? Wage and Iverson definitely one to look at. There's a couple others as well, but just seeing how competition always levels up in TFT is always exciting for me.
That's going to be such a good day. We had 32 players participating yesterday. We've already cut the competition down by half to have 16 players remaining today, vying for that final lobby tomorrow, where there are 4 Monsters Attack and a regional final spots on the line. And of course, the winner of tomorrow will qualify directly to the Monsters Attack Championship. And there's also prizing to give out today. We've got $25,000 in prizing split up amongst 1st through 16th place. But more importantly, we have a lovely special guest with us joining us on the broadcast, and we've got Asa. Asa, welcome to the stream. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
Oh my gosh, we're so excited to have you here because we can't wait to pick your brain about the compositions that we saw yesterday. I mean, what were your kind of expectations for what players would play going into the weekend?
Sorry, say that again.
What were you expecting anything in particular for what you would see this weekend coming out from comps?
I think I've been playing a lot of ladder, streaming every day, so I think most of what was played this weekend was pretty expected.
Okay, well, let's go
a lot
ahead
of short
and see
shots. A lot of short shots. I think it was nerfed recently in the patch, but short shot is still the most popular line. You can see on the graphic, Samira Flex, the most popular comp, and then all the way the 5th most popular, Aphelios Flex. Actually the same comp basically, except when the Samira players don't hit their Aphelios. Also not shown, right below it at number 6 is not shown as Belveth. You can find the spreadsheet on the competitive TFT subreddit. So like you can see like a ton of players definitely kind of angling that last Whisper early slam and then angling into the AD carry. And then
I just wanted to ask quickly, so looking at this sheet, there's a couple of very interesting stats here. The Spellslinger Talia having a really high top 4 rate, but low win percentage. Can you speak to why that might be?
Yeah, Talia it's just really strong in the mid game, but it kind of falls off late game. It's kind of reminiscent of the Duelist comp that was popular earlier, except it spikes a little bit later in the game. Like you kind of win out stage 4 and 5, but then you start losing once people start hitting their legendaries. And this is kind of what I would expect for Talia. It's a high top 4 rate, low win rate. That's exactly what I expect for the comp. It shares a lot of items with Soraka and the other AP lines, LeBlanc Soraka, which is not shown on the graphic, but that admin tends to be the higher cap out version of the if you start building like AP items early and lean more into that.
Yo, and speaking on the admins, Asa, we've seen a bunch of different ways that you can play admin, and of course that spreads it around on the comp list so they don't stack up and end up on the top 5 comps. But there's a lot of admin being played. What are some of the best ways to play admin right now?
I think admin doesn't show up on the top 5 comps because first of all, you have to get one of the good admins. Sometimes you pop it on stage. You look at your admin on stage 1 and you get all AD options. And I mean, you could play Camille, but you usually need things to line up. Precedent got it first with Camille. But in general, admin is usually played with AP because, of course, LeBlanc being the 3 cost and Soraka being the 4 cost are AP champions. I would say the most prevalent ones are the best admin is the On Death. If you compare like On Death AP, for example, it gives you 20. combat start gives you 45 for all admins. So after just 2 units die, it already breaks even, and the hacker actually counts as an on death. So after your first unit dies, it already breaks even, and it just gets stronger the rest of the entire fight.
Wow. Okay, so that's definitely something that we should keep an eye out for then as we look into the tournament later. But I have another question about some of the compositions that we saw were very Anima Squad heavy. Was that something that you expected, and how do you feel like players could best utilize that trait in their games?
Anima Squad is kind of reminiscent of Lagoon from last set, where Anima Squad, you really rely on stacking the fame early. So it's hard to pivot into Anima Squad, but if you look at your 2-1 hero augment and you get maybe a NASA support, or you get like an Anima Squad Spatula, then it's really good. You can play Anima Squad. It's really strong, especially because if you hit Riven Reverberation, or the Vayne Spread Shot, those tend to be really strong hero augments. It's kind of a gamble because if you don't hit hero augment with like a 2-1 Anima Spat, it just sucks.
We definitely saw some examples of players maybe not hitting what they needed to. Casanova, do you have anything else you want to ask about compositions we saw yesterday?
Quickly, I just want to note on Gadgettine, this is another one that we saw a lot of, and a lot of people especially utilizing the emblem to make really powerful compositions. And we actually saw a big variety of the emblem usage. We saw a Set, we saw a Zed, we actually saw a Fiddlesticks also running around with the Gadgettine emblem. And I was just curious if there's some specific units that you feel are particularly strong when you do get that Gadgettine emblem opening.
I think a lot of times the Gadgettine emblem is really strong because there's 5 Gadgettines, a 5-piece synergy is really strong, but normally it's difficult to get Nunu. So once you have the Gadgettine emblem, all you need to find is Zoe, and then you already have the 5-piece synergy unlocked. I think Set is definitely like a great holder. I saw DQA forcing this line in the final game that I watched of day 1, and yeah, it's because like Set is a unit you're channeling all of your resources into him, and then the damage reduction combined with the damage amplification on the new Gadgettine, where it stacks based on how many items that wasn't there at the start of the set. Yeah, I think that's really strong. And then Zed, like you mentioned, is also a great holder because you already have Hacker from playing Zoe, so it's kind of naturally fits into the Gadgettine comp.
Sense.
Yeah. I also wanted to quickly touch on the comp popularity was around even. Like, there's no comp that just had like significantly more, playtime than others. Is that something that you expected as well coming into this patch? Is this like a balanced patch that we have now?
Yeah, I think this is one of the in terms of champion balance. Ever since I started streaming TFT full time in set 6, I think this is probably the most balanced patch. Ever since then, champion wise for sure. AD and AP, like if you look at the opening carousels and just watch what the players go for, it seems to be like a pretty good mix of AD and AP players, whereas almost every single tournament, if you do the same thing, like again starting from set 6, you'll see like 5 players going for a bow and 1 player getting an uncontested rod.
Oh my goodness, we're gonna have to keep an eye out for that too. We definitely saw some AP heavy lobbies going into the start of the day yesterday, but it did seem to kind of even out going forward. Issa, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast today and allowing us to enter the brain a little bit, see a little bit behind the magic of the TFT. But thank you so much, and we're gonna go ahead and take a short break before we get to our second special guest on the broadcast.
All right, thanks for having me.
We're back already with the Q-Pop pre-show here at the Monsters Attack mid-set finale, and we're back with yet another special guest. We've got Ramblin coming in. Ramblin, how are you? Welcome to the stream.
I'm good. Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here, even if I don't get to play in mid-set. I love watching, tournaments with this much at stakes, and now I get to be a part of the broadcast itself, so I think it's a great opportunity.
It was awesome to see you and Asa yesterday doing the co-stream of the event, and so to be able to have you on here, can't wait to get your insight on the players that we ended up seeing just perform yesterday. So if we take a look at the players and how they landed, the overall standings if we move forward, was there anybody that you were like, they got this, like they were always bound to make it through?
Oh, of course. I mean, when you look at the top of the list, those are the two biggest names on ladder and two biggest names in the community right now. Setsuko and Dishop. This is their set, and they've been proving it. I mean, Setsuko completely dominated the entire day. I got to watch a few of his games, but when you look at the games he was given, it's not that surprising. Starting off some games 2-1-4 underground, lots of win streaks through stage 2 and stage 3. But what makes players like Setsuko and Dishop so impressive is when you give them those opportunities, they're going to capitalize on it every single time. And that's what's kind of bridging the gap, or even breaking the gap now between them and the rest of the community, putting them all the way at the top.
I would love to chat a little bit more about that, because they really are breaking the gap, right? In a game of variance, Setsuko and Dish Soap have just risen above the rest so far this set. They are the two highest average placement finishers across all tournaments this set by a fairly wide margin, and they're also the two most dominant ladder players. But they're quite different, actually, in their play, right? Setsuko's strengths and weaknesses are very different than Dish Soap's. Can you talk a little bit more to that? Like, what do you think are the main sources of edge for both Setsuko and Dish Soap?
I think looking at Setsuko specifically, and he's had the longer track record of dominating ladder, and a big part of his success has been when you give him the opportunity to win streak early, stage 2, stage 3, sometimes into stage 4, he's going to be able to go level 9, and he's going to be able to win the game almost every single time. And for a long time, that was a big difference between his ladder play and his tourney play, is he could make those things happen on ladder, but he wasn't quite able to get it done in tourney because the level of competition is just that much higher. And now I think he started to identify that the difference between play that is allowing him to make those plays in tourney too.
And how about Dish Soap? What do you think are his core strengths as a player?
Dishop just seems to have mastered the fundamentals. He knows all the outs and he knows how to play them well, especially the AP lines. So he might not be going level 9 as much, capitalizing on those AD boards the same way Setsuko is, but he's capping out on level 8 with maybe admin or any other AP comp that is going to play to his strength, and he just knows a lot of outs that other people don't, or at least he knows them better than other people do.
Okay, so we know about Dish Soap and Setsuko. Raven, I want to ask you, who is the most underrated player at Advanced to Day 2? I want you to kind of see if you can reach deep and talk about some of these players that the casters don't generally fawn over, because it feels like we can continue to perpetuate the stories that I think people already know, and rightfully so. They are great players. But there's also some players here that people don't know much about. Is there any of the 16 players that stand out particularly to you?
Sure, I don't know how much he's underrated anymore, but he was definitely underrated going into the set, and that's got to be Wei Iverson. He's the breakout player of this set. He's finding consistent success. Not an amazing performance by any means on day 1, but enough to get him to day 2, and somebody I'm keeping my eye on going into day 2 and day 3.
On the flip side, was there anyone that you were really surprised to see knocked out yesterday?
That has to be Iniko for me, and Iniko is somebody I'm a big fan of, somebody I really want to see do well, but from what I know, this is actually going to be his last competitive TFT tournament, so it's a little disappointing to see him go out with not a super strong performance on the day, but it sounds like big things are coming his way on outside of TFT possibly, so I'm really happy to hear that for him.
Oh, we're gonna have to wait and see if the announcements come through for that one, but it has been awesome to watch all of these players. And I think that one thing that Asa was able to touch on a little bit earlier about the compositions is that there seems to be a nice mixture of AP and AD. You know, just looking across the board, do you feel like there are players like that are so flexible that they would be able to do well? And just overall, do you think that flexibility in the lines that you go for is important for a tournament like this?
Yes and no. I don't think flexibility is the right word anymore, at least not for set 8. There's a lot of variety, and I think when you look at the breakdown of the comps that you've seen previously, it's really even split across the board. There's all kinds of comps being played, and a big part of that is the hero augments giving so many opportunities for new comps to open up that you might not get to play more than once in 50 games. And so the strength of a lot of players right now is knowing those different outs that exist and being able to take advantage of that 2-cost hero augment that you might not see again for the rest of the turn. You might not see it in another tournament the rest of the set. But the one time you're offered it, if you can make that rock solid work, that's a free first. You know that line. It did really well yesterday, and the players that knew that line capitalized on it.
player, I think. If my memory serves from looking at the
There's
data, there were 2 rock-solid games, both of them piloted by Kyvix to a 1.0 average.
Well, I'm not
There were
surprised to hear
more,
that.
but, yeah.
I think there was one more, I believe,
Gotcha.
Pitsy, that played maybe a second. But when you look at Kivix being that player, it's not surprising at all. If anybody you'd put to play Hacker Malphite and take a first, it's definitely him.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, with the hacker right into the back line, I think that was so funny to watch. I was like, geez, okay, we might see more of that maybe. But I want to pick your brain a little bit too about your take on the meta, not just in terms of the variety that we get a chance to see, but is there any player that you feel like is just so creative that might be able to kind of break something open today?
Sure, the player past Kivix that has been impressing me the most with their meta knowledge is actually Preston. He's been playing these not unknown lines, but these unconventional lines. But,
Yeah,
Why
that's
is
great.
Dan laughing?
Tell us more about how great Precedent's knowledge base
Yes,
is.
yes,
yeah,
please.
he's a true innovator. Comes up with these techs all by himself. Doesn't ask anyone for help.
Yes. Let me check my DMs. Hello, Bryce. Can you please tell me what to play? Do you have any tech? I don't know what is happening.
12:46 p.m. March 4th, 2023. Precedent. Hello. Are there any other techs that I haven't really played? I feel like I know most of the stuff I do know, but I don't know the stuff I don't know. If that makes sense, all in caps.
I think that makes it even more impressive, personally, that he's just hearing about these comps possibly for the first time, and he's making them work. I think his admin play yesterday was really impressive, and even making gadgeting work as well, which I think a lot of players are going to look for those lines more in day 2.
I think DQA is another good example of a player that Precedent and DQA are really similar in my book. They have somewhat different strengths and weaknesses in game, but neither of them are hardcore studiers, right? They're both very intuitive in the way they approach TFT, and their natural skill is incredibly high. Both of them advanced yesterday from some high roll positions. Both of them have been learning a lot over the course of the last 24 to 48 hours, so they're ascending. These are 2 players that I have my eye on as we head into days 2 and 3 because they definitely have not reached their final form.
DQA,
Yeah,
I
those are
agree.
good shouts.
Somebody great to keep an eye on. I think he had some sloppy games in day 1, but when you're able to make it through even with some sloppy games, that's just opening up another day to make those games that much cleaner.
I would actually love to pick your brain on Socks as well, Ramblin'. Did you have a chance to watch much of his gameplay yesterday? He came in, with the twit longer, saying he was in peak form, best player on the server, feeling super confident. How do you think his play looked yesterday?
I don't want to leak any of Sox's tech or non-tech, but it sounds like to me, and from what I watched of his games, that maybe his read on the meta was just a little bit off on what he thought was the best way to play. He was able to make it through, but the games that he probably thought were going to go his way didn't quite, and then you see him coming out with a first with stacks on stacks out of nowhere, so maybe he's going to adjust his playstyle, maybe he won't, but I think that he definitely needs to reconsider some of his read on the meta.
Well, this is awesome insight. Ramblin', thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Any final thoughts going into day 2 of the mid-set finale?
Oh man, I'm rooting for Robin, rooting for Broccoli. Those are probably of the remaining players I'd like to see to do the best. I'm glad they made it through to the next day. Broccoli, big question mark going into the day, but he actually had a great performance, so hoping that he can continue that into day 2. Best of luck to the players.
Love it. Thanks, Ramblin'.
So, yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ramblin'.
Thank you for having me.
That's going to do it for our Q-Pop pre-show ahead of day 2 of the Monsters Attack mid-set finale. And I finally get to talk to both of you just about kind of like, what are you excited for today? Dan, let's start with you.
I'm excited to cut the field down further. I think historically in other tournaments, we used to, 3-day tournaments cut like a third of the field. And that kind of led to some, laziness or like complacency amongst players, like, okay, it's like a 4th or a 5th, that's fine, or like a 6th place, that's okay. But now that we've cut down the field into half and we're going to cut another half of the field, it just continues to raise the stakes. And I think a lot of players are starting to recognize how close they are to a potential spot at champs. I think they just have to continue to survive and advance. So there's just a lot of intensity going into today. Most importantly, I think a lot of the major trees and tech that people were hiding are now been put out there. Who is able to adapt it and who maybe flies too close to the sun? They now think they know the tech, but because they have so much information swirling in the brain, is it messing up their early games because they're crossing their wires thinking they have to be open to things and missing the opportunities that they prepared for initially?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. We've got a couple of games ahead of us coming up shortly. But Bryce, what about you? What are you looking forward to today?
The evolution of the meta and of people's approaches to the meta between day 1 and 2 of the tournament is often the biggest jump, because everyone kind of goes back into their various corners, their various study groups when they're heading into a tournament, and prepares as best they can for what they think is going to be strong. And then they go and play day 1, and you have to recalibrate on some level. You see which groups or which players were actually finding more consistent success than you were. You go and you review their games and you see what they're doing and you try to adjust. But like Dan said, it's very easy to get lost in the sauce doing that. If you came into this tournament not prepared to play Gadget, not prepared to play Rock Solid, not prepared to play around admin outs, and then you see all of those things performing really well, you can study those VODs, but it's amazing how much it can really throw off the other stuff that were your strengths, like what was your bread and butter coming in. So the question is, how do you take all of that knowledge of what was finding success on day 1 and adjust enough to be open to it, to be able to play some of these strong lines and play them well without shooting yourself in the foot?
So what I'm hearing you both say is, like, just don't let the players cook too hard. Like, yeah, you can't put the whole buffet in front of them. They might eat too much. But I want to circle back to something that you said, Dan, about just kind of maybe having too much choice at your disposal. Earlier on in the set, it felt like you had to commit really early to something. Do you feel like that's still the case, or is there a little bit more room to pivot away if you feel like you need to?
There's a couple different trains of thought. Some people think that committing early is a mistake, and others think that you are trolling if you don't. So I guess we'll see who is correct and who is wrong as we get ready for game number 1.
Yeah, well, that game is upon us. So let's get this started for day 2.
All right, welcome everyone to day 2 of the mid-set finale. It is game 1, lobby A. And as you can tell, these are the quality of lobbies that you can expect to see, not just at the mid-set finale, but potentially in the North American Regional Finals happening just a couple of months. Let's hop on board with current rank 1 in the point standings. It is Setsuko, a player who has seen a surgence of not just tournament results, but also popularity from his personal stream on Twitch. And Setsuko seems like he is in his comfort zone. However, you have to point at his results and also think, man, how hard was this guy high rolling yesterday? It was a combination of good play and, of course, fortune falling his way, Bryce.
It was absolutely a combination. Look, anytime you have someone scoring 40-plus points on a day of a tournament, there is going to be some amount of high roll. There is no way around that. He got a lot of early underground. I think in 4 of his games, maybe it was only 3, his exact item start was bow, glove, sword, which for him is best case scenario. He's an 80 flex player. He wants to slam Last Whisper because it's so valuable, especially as the game goes on later in the game, and then a sword to play around for another damage item. So it was really best case scenario for Setsuko, but he was also making very few mistakes. He's just such a clean player. There's a reason why he dominates ladder and has been dominating tournaments so far this set.
Absolutely. Do not let these chances slip you by. Setsuko is one of the best players, if not the most recognized player in the North American server for being able to capitalize on those fortuitous moments. He's starting off with Underground. It seems like one of the primary strategies. A lot of players heading into this weekend was thinking, is Lose Streak as viable as it was in previous patches? And Underground is the primary way to think about how to start with Lose Streak. And Setsuko also a master at threading the needle, making sure that he doesn't take too much damage, but also continue to maximize his greed as we head into the 2-1 hero augment.
So Setsuko is not someone that's played a ton around Anima, and he has no Anima units, so I think that's an easy pass. I think it's just dummies every time here. Yeah, so he grabs the dummies. Unfortunately, no Ezreal, really hoping to get the 2-1 Underground, choosing to level, increasing his odds of getting Underground. He also has a slammable item in this Gunblade and a Gangplank 2 to play around, so thinks he's capable of potentially contesting win streak. And this is one of the things about Setsuko that I like the most. I think his stage 2 play is actually among the most clean. I was doing a VOD review last night with Robin, Setsuko, and DQA, and he had a lot of thoughts in particular as it related to stage 2 dynamics, leveling on 2-1 versus 2-2 versus not leveling, playing around loss streak and win streak, and it's just so thoughtful, man. He's just so good at this part of the game.
Yeah, it's also quite humorous to listen to him explain things because it's so stream of consciousness. He starts to explain one possibility, and then every domino that's gonna fall afterwards. He's like, okay, well, if you level, that means that you have less goal, which means that you have less opportunity to be able to do win streak, and therefore your pick priority is gonna mess up, and it just goes on and on and on and on. You can kind of start to see the mind temple that's being built in Setsuko's brain as he approaches the game, and how calculated he is, but also how he understands the ramifications of his decisions. And you can see on the other side, right, Kyvix, for example, not leveling. You're going to see a lot of players be more thoughtful of how they approach that stage 2 as more players reveal their thoughts. Heading on to Broccoli's POV, a player that has gotten more recognition with each passing set. Broccoli has been primarily known for his ladder results, and we talked a little about it, but he's also been starting to get power ranked, and he's starting to really adapt more to his gameplay. I think going into set 8 in particular, Broccoli's been primarily known as an AD player, and that's always been the root of his success. When he climbs on ladder, it's usually because of AD patches. The past couple weeks in particular, though, heading into mid-set, Broccoli's been heavily focused on his AP play, and it's been rewarded for it. And now you can see him start with the Gadgetine. Not slamming any items, by the way. Not even slamming the Gadgetine Spark. Trying to start off on lose streak. What do you think about this spot, Bryce?
I think the spot is really, really good. I think he probably could have slammed Spark and killed a unit here. This is maybe a little bit overly cautious. He was already sacking positioning-wise, so that his units were not going to necessarily focus on a unit. But once he sees the opponent's board, the 2 Dravens plus the Malphite, there's more than enough damage. Okay, speaking of good spots, my God, the man, the myth, the legend, DQA, who quite frankly didn't play that well yesterday, but advanced with the meaningful amount of points and infinite knowledge from the VOD review session, has 2-1 underground. We know that because he already has 6 in that first heist. He has 4 underground online with the calculated loss, making 20 gold on 2-3. He top 2s from this spot like almost every time, no?
No, actually. See, Bryce has this habit of like looking at an opener and just say like his average placement from here is 2.0 based off of like what should be a good opener, because we've seen a lot of undergrounds also fizzle out, and we also see some people get way too greedy. I don't think that DQA is one of those players that's susceptible to that, Bryce, but let's see the cards play out a little bit further before we can start crowning who's going to be top 2 in this lobby.
Let this man cook. Well, the thing is, I've watched this man cook a lot, and he is very, very talented chef, particularly from these types of spots. I think one of the ways in which it can be really challenging is if you're not comfortable in the AD flex line, you get dizzy on the roll down. Maybe you don't have quite the same roll speed, someone like Robin, but DQA has the roll speed, has the comfort on the AD flex line, has the itemization early. He's in an insane position. Taking a look at the itemization on the right-hand side, Socks with 2 items because he took that early Portable Forge, getting that Trinity Force, which is such a generically strong item. Clear slammed an Infinity Edge, plus has an extra sword to play around, so definitely an AD. We have a Last Whisper for DQA and a couple of gun blades for Wei Jin Iverson and Setsuko. Anything jumping out at you?
Really curious about Clear and Socks and how this dynamic plays out, because if you were to give me give me a guess at what they both want to play, it might be something like Spread Shot with Vayne. As we do, by the way, see that Wei Jin Iverson did open Tome and picked a civilian emblem. Quite an unusual choice. Let's see if it pays off for him later. I think that Clear really particularly likes playing around Anima Squad. For 3 tournaments now in a row, Defender Cup, Corrupted Cup in mid-set, Clear has primarily tried to use Anima Squad as his primary game plan, and before every tournament, he felt like he was getting baited. Coming into this weekend once more, he said, Frodan, am I getting baited again by Anima? I said, no, it's actually quite a solid line if you're able to get the opening for it. And you can see that he's trying to wrestle with this again. He has a Nasus 2, he has the Anima, but is not part of his strongest board. He's staying open to Draven, and Clear is doing his best to stay open to 3-2, which I think a lot of players might even consider a mistake, but I think in his eyes, he wants to stay flexible.
This is actually the strongest part of Clear's game, in my opinion. He's someone that really understands the Exodia outs and thinks a lot around what are the most broken lines, particularly with hero augment interaction. And so for him, oh, interesting, he actually does sell the Draven at the end to hold the extra drinks in order to be able to stay more into the Anima open. So he's definitely willing to play Draven. I was wondering if there was a collision course going there because I felt like Kyvix with that early Draven pair might be angling in that direction as well. But Clear is just, I think if there is a core strength of Clear this set, it is that he's probably the most thoughtful in terms of playing around hero augments, tailoring correctly, and making sure that he is constantly in a position to play one of the S-tier hero lines.
Yeah, this resulted in him being currently, overall in qualifier points, the 2nd highest ranked player right behind Setsuko. I think the set rewards Clear's skill set immensely. That the preparation, the research, the knowledge base. Execution-wise, it's a little bit shaky. Yesterday, Clear told me that after he went 1-1 in his first 2 games, his brain just started shutting off randomly. He was in the lobby in game number 4 where it was a 2-1 hero augment, he scouted around for 30 seconds to see what everyone picked, and then went back to his own board, and then realized with like a few seconds left that he still hadn't chosen his hero augment. He's like, wait, I haven't chosen something. I need to choose something. And there's this Rips hold the line round. I was like, okay, I guess I'm playing Yuumi. And then he goes 8th place in a spot where he was like, man, I should have just been paying more attention. So if Clear can make sure to stay engaged and avoid those kinds of brain farts, I think he'll be in a good spot, not just today, but for the rest of mid-set.
Yeah, he's definitely in a good spot so far this game. Our only win streaker at 100 HP. We are rejoining Broccoli's board. He actually got a win on 2-6, which is definitely not what he was hoping for. So not able to maintain that full loss streak. It'd be interesting to see if it was DQA or Kyvix that ultimately... Actually, we saw Kyvix, so it was probably he beat DQA's board. So really, really good spot for DQA at 71 HP. Very likely full loss with that 4 underground cooking. These are not the best items for Broccoli. He does have half of a Bloodthirster and half of a Titans, which many people believe is like the strongest item combination. It just synergizes so well with Gadgeteam because you get damage reduction, you get extra tankiness and shielding from the Bloodthirster, as well as the extra tankiness and damage from the Titans. So it all just kind of mixes together very well. Broccoli choosing to level and roll it all the way down here. Do you agree with this decision?
He's trying to tailor his board. He really wants to ensure that he has maximum odds in case the hero augment appears. I feel like I'm not entirely sure what he's looking for. With Rageblade and Gadgeteam slammed, it implies that he wants to go more towards playing Zed over Set. So that way he can capitalize on this Rageblade and let Zed try to scale and essentially become Faker, hyper carry his way throughout the mid and late stages of the game. It worked for him yesterday. But some of the trickiness of playing around Zed is that Zed doesn't have very many replacements. He's one of the least flexible AD champions only because his role is so specific. So I've seen a lot of players angle this and then whiff and then go bot forward despite having an amazing spot.
Oh, and it's 2-2-3 augment, so he's going to be very happy he chose to tailor. I assume we're looking at sleepy time. Yep, he gets sleepy time. He picks sleepy time. That's very, very big. This augment is really, really strong in the data, and it's not hard to understand why when they buffed it to make it sleep an extra unit. It's just a lot of power. You get a 4-second stun on 4 units. He's stunning 2/3 of the enemy board for stage 3. It's just a crazy amount of value. Oh, admin is really good. Yeah, on kill, the killer heals 350 health would synergize very, very nicely with what he's trying to do with Zed, but can he actually fit admin in the line is the question.
That's a good point. He actually would have to sacrifice in some other area, whether it's just, frontline power or just kind of over-indexing a little bit too much on backline. We'll see. You do have a lot more flexibility than I think people give credit for. The least flexible variation of Gadgeteam tends to be the mech, only because of just a limited number of slots. But after the fact, Gadgeteam plus Zed, you pretty much can play anything you want. And I do like the on-kill a lot. I'm hoping that's what he picked. We don't have confirmation. We'll come back to it. Speaking of the confirmation, look at what Clear has picked up. It is a Jinx 2. Everyone goes boom. And we just have to pray and hope that is exactly what Clear wanted. With the 3-cost hero augment slot in particular, I am intrigued if he missed. He didn't roll down very deep because Clear also has 40 gold, so he's cooking up something. I'm curious to see what he's gonna get, what he's gonna be able to achieve in the mid stage of the game here.
I wonder where his tailoring
Hold on a second.
Oh, I've seen this story before. Every time it ends in Kyvix going first place.
Yes, Kyvix, by having a 2-2-3, was rewarded for setting up his board to pick a Malphite hero augment. That is right. Dwayne Johnson back in the house. Rock solid, coming in for Kyvix, who currently, over the course of 2 games, is averaging a 1.0 playing this comp.
If he gets another first, I'm down to rename Kyvix the Rock after this game. I mean, this is just too fun. This is one of my favorite lines in the game. And Kyvix is one of the only players in the field that has really been angling for it, recognizing the strength of this line. You can just see the damage from this Malphite too. Is just disgusting. One thing you did also see here is that Malphite trolls a lot. It constantly casts when it gets to full mana when it's not actually in range. Very unfortunate. And that is actually going to net him a fight loss. If it had just walked up a little bit more, it would have gotten a kill there, would have gotten to heal off of the Bloodthirster, so not meant to be, but that's okay. Kyvix with 4 Malphites, pretty decent items with that Bloodthirster plus a belt to play around, so he's in an okay spot.
Speaking of spots, Sox's spot is also very interesting to me. He's playing Zoomies with Kai'Sa at the moment, holding Shojin, Jewel Gauntlet, and Shiv, implying that Kai'Sa would be an item holder for Star Guardian Talia builds. But I do feel like Sox is one of those players who picks Zoomies and thinks, well, you can kind of play anything with it, right? Because who doesn't want attack speed and essentially turn all your champions into challengers from set 6 by just dashing to the next and nearest opponent? So I'm curious to see what Sox is going to be able to come up with. I feel like his spots could be really interesting. Broccoli, by the way, has hit Z2 at 3-5. We talked about how when you angle for Zed, it is one of the hardest units sometimes to find because of how inflexible and how specific it is. And this guy hits exactly Z2.
Huh? How? I don't get it. That is insane. How does he just have 3 Zeds by 3-5? I'm assuming he got one off the carousel, so he just somehow winds up with 2 Zeds at this point in the game. That's just absolutely bananas, considering that I don't think he was rolling a meaningful amount of gold past when we saw he was essentially broke when we saw him, right? Because he had rolled so deep on 3-1. So that's an insane high roll from his spot and puts him in an outstanding position to go forward and be able to certainly top 4 this game. I think that's all but guaranteed at this point, but can he turn that into a W from here will be the remaining question. Speaking of W's, it looks like DQA is going to get a win here. I wonder what his heist level is and if he's thinking about cashing out anytime soon. That win's going to put him up to 8 out of 10 on the current heist level. Still plenty of HP to work with at 48, so he can potentially go further if he wants to.
My goodness, that's 3 hacker. And honestly, with things like the Gadget Team Bloodthirster, he's able to get Titans. He really doesn't even need to have things like the on-kill. If you have 3 hacker, that's enough Omnivamp that it kind of gets you to that point anyways where you can heal a lot. So that admin trade we were fawning over is less necessary, especially with that Z2. Taking a look at DQA's board, he is 8 out of 10 on his heist. He's actually timed this very well because win or lose on his underground, he's going to be able to cash out of that heist if he so chooses. I don't know if DQA is planning on continuing the heist. Going up against Setsuko, who was looking for underground, but looks like he is now just playing a full Senna backline with this early Urgot, by the way.
Jeez.
Hopefully can farm that resources. That's a scary player to get an early Urgot.
Yeah, Setsuko had Urgot on 7, I think 3 of his 6 games yesterday, so he's picking up right where he left off. It's just not fair, man. If you're this good, you shouldn't be able to high roll this hard. Someone check him PC. Setsuko is not normally.
Well, I think this is a sign of just a strong lobby. Not when we say strong lobby, not necessarily just in the power levels of their units and their boards, but also the quality of the players. These players are not going to miss the high rolls. That's how you know you're in a competitive setting, when you feel like everyone's high rolling. But that's really not the case. Okay, this is acceptable. He does get a Reforger.
Do you ever reforge his RFC, or you just put it on Belveth and you just dual carry?
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that this item, very quietly, might actually be an incredibly powerful item on Belveth, especially since it's a pair. If you can't Belveth 2, and if you can find a Samir 2, all of a sudden DQA goes from one of the weakest boards in the lobby to quite possibly one of the strongest.
Oh, the duplicator!
And a duplicator drops, and a sword. Oh my goodness. Belveth 2! The rich get richer. It is pouring out here.
Okay. I mean, we're talking about Setsuko's high roll, but this is just as the only lawyer on broadcast, I can confirm that this is legal in all 50 states. I don't know what just happened, but that is bananas. He has Belveth 2, Samira 2 with insane items on 4-1. This kid is cooking.
He's cooking, and he's not going to skip a beat. I love the Shroud. I was going to suggest that as well, because it feels like with this rod, you can play around potentially a second Gunblade, and now you have 2 Gunblades keeping your front lane alive. All of a sudden, DQA's win share has more than doubled in my eyes for this lobby. I feel like he's in a pretty good spot to ride this momentum. His backline is all but sorted. If he can just continue to show up just a couple of small patches in his front line, this man is one of the leading candidates to run away with this lobby. And despite the fact that Kyvik started off really hot, I feel like all of a sudden a spot where Rock Solid might be really good could look weak, but we'll have to see. We have the 4-2 Augment coming up here.
He
has 2-star forecasts. Let I remind you. He has two 2-star forecasts.
No, man.
He has 2 of them, Bryce.
I mean, he has like the best 2-star forecast for his spot. Like, I can't. I cannot. There is
Chat,
no
boo
way.
this man.
I mean, okay, I am a huge reliever in this recombobulator argument. I think it is so good, but if you're high rolling this much, why would you want Mortdog to take the wheel a second time? He already took the wheel. He already gave you Samir 2, Belveth 2, man. What more can you ask for?
DQA, you've changed, man. Well, how long ago was it we were spamming DQA Giga Chad? I've never been more disappointed in my life.
Yeah, you know what? It's all been downhill for DQA since he got that execution in the Mafia game at the Summit. He's just gone increasingly soft on us, but that's okay. You know what? It's bench, but it's definitely the correct play and very, very likely to net him top 2 in this lobby. So I think we're chilling going up against Sox, who rolled very deep, playing very flexibly. Sox are one of the only players in the lobby, or in the whole tournament, quite frankly, that is actually playing flexible TFT. Most people are committing to lines fairly early on in games and are like really locking themselves in. And Sox is the opposite. He thinks flex TFT is very much on the menu. The fact that he picked Zoomies, the fact that he's playing around this weird hybrid of a Star Guardian line with the Recon back line, with the Vayne holding a second Shojin. It's a really interesting board from Sox and one that is emblematic of his creative style.
I agree, although that creative style is probably going to net him more towards that 4th or 5th place zone. I don't think Sox is by any means a candidate to win this lobby. In fact, I think a lot of players who are playing from ahead right now are thinking the exact same thing. Even Bosso Skills, who looks like has picked up the Vayne hero augment and is trying to preserve HP, is praying for a 4th. And so we have like 3-4 players who look like they're angling for that spot and 2 players who look like they're playing for top 1. Who are the players who can't? The have-nots? And Wage and Iverson might be on that chopping block. His board does not look that strong. Yes, he has 3 civilian. Yes, he has 2-star threats. But I feel like he just lacks real power in his composition going up against Bosso Skills, who doesn't have spread shot, by the way, has Into the Night, and is focusing on Kaisa. This is a line that Bosso Skills was actually specifically talking about with his friends, thinking Into the Night is actually not that bad of an augment specifically for the Kaisa. We'll see if he's actually got the chops in tournament, and it looks like this Kaisa is able to get that job done, applying pressure as Wage and Iverson falls deeper in the standings.
Bosso Skills is a player, one of the players that has Recon in their core lines that they're trying to play, and we saw that struggling overall yesterday, but I think it is fitting for his playstyle. A lot of the up-and-comers, the Clears and the Wasians, in this lobby, for example, are very 1st or 8th oriented players. Bosso Skills is the opposite of that. Bosso Skills just wants to go 4th a lot. He's basically Robin 2.0 with like a little bit more flair to his game. I really like watching Bosso Skills the way he's approaching TFT. I think it's a very consistent way to play tournaments.
I agree, although it does feel like Bosso Skills sometimes needs that extra point or two. So if some games he can set an aim for like that top 2, we've seen him lose out on pretty heartbreaking tiebreakers. Oh, yeah, hold on a second. Kyvix has hit Yumi 3, so Kyvix is online officially, but he only has 22 HP to work with, which might be difficult considering the power level of this lobby.
Kyvik's board would normally be really stable. The question is there enough single target DPS, for example, on the board that we saw DQA built to be able to get through the rock? Samira normally has a tough matchup, but it's fully itemized Samira 2 and fully itemized Belveth 2, that with a Last Whisper, so that might actually be enough. So for Kyvix, it's really important to dodge that matchup, or if he gets in that matchup to win, right? He is at 22 HP, he's 0 gold level 6, he needs to find tempo and ultimately get to that big spike run 6 mascot and getting the Nunu on his board, going up against this really strong board from Broccoli. This Zed is in the face, but it doesn't actually have healing, so it's slowly but surely taking a meaningful amount of damage. Just the hacker healing for the Omni Vamp. Is there enough damage left on the board to kill this Malphite? There is! Yeah,
the lack of 3 full items on this Malphite, despite having a item grab bag, by the way. Kyvik's now down to 12, and that is not looking good for his chances to top 4 this game. And Broccoli also has the advantage of skipping over the Malphite. Malphite works really well with front to back, meaning you have to get to the front line in order to get to their back line. That Zed superseded all of that by jumping straight and assassinating that Yumi 3. That is the key to the strategy and why Zed is so difficult to deal with. And to make matters worse, there's even more positioning opportunities available. You don't even have to hacker in Zed sometimes if your opponent's playing around it too much.
Ooh, last second reposition against Wasian. He goes to the wrong side, so he's going to leave this Samira untouched for a while. Will it matter? Is there enough damage with just a Gunblade and a Last Whisper? Even though he did roll down, hit Samira too, the damage reduction on 5 Gadgeting is just disgusting. There's just so much tankiness on Broccoli's board. And this Zed operates like a drain tank as well because of the hacker healing, so QSS Rageblade is going to stack up. And we can see here, Samira 2 just can't get through any 2. The 5 Gadgeting plus the Stone Plate, it lives for 30 seconds in the fight, and it's an easy win for Broccoli, even being on the wrong side. Kyvik's already dead, by the way.
Wow. 8th plays for Rock Solid. And it just goes to show you, you can't play rock solid from any angle you ever want to, because you have to make sure that it makes sense in the lobby. Unfortunately for Kaifix, despite him taking, once again, a line that should have been doing well, especially from yesterday's results, not able to get it done. But we have a lot more TFT left to play. Clear, Weijin Iverson, Setsuko, those are the players in the 20s. Can any of them make that big comeback? Setsuko has Urgot pair. If you can find Urgot 2, Bel'Veth 2, his board will spike enormously, but everyone else looks really strong. Also, Setsuko has to wonder about whether or not he can continue to spike his board. He does have the Bel'Veth 2.
That's huge because he's very unlikely to find Samira 2 this game. I say as he picks up a Samira pair, we see that there's 2 players already with the Samira 2 in Weijin Iverson and DQA, so it's going to be a tough unit to come by. Picking up this Bel'Veth 2, plus he's got these 2 Urgots, plus he has a Fiddlestick, so there is a meaningful amount of damage on his board. We see DQA in his pool as well as Broccoli and Clear. We haven't got a chance to check a look at Clear's board state, but I do worry about him into either of the other 2 matchups. He gets the favorable matchup. Clear looks pretty weak to me.
Yeah, the problem with his Anima squad is that he doesn't have a very strong carry to anchor it. He has kind of some of his parts. It's Misfortune and Vayne splitting up resources while the front line trying to stall. Misfortune finally does cast, eliminates a couple of really important units, but Bel'Veth barely stays alive.
Vayne?
That Bel'Veth 2 coming up huge. Vayne able to get the execute. It comes down to who has the last cast. Vayne's final bolt versus Aurelion Soul. And Clear takes a loss. That is a thrill diff for Setsuko, and Clear takes another loss. And probably Clear at this point is hoping that he can just get to 6 plays, because Weijin Iverson is free falling even quicker than he is.
Basso skills, meanwhile, is the opposite of free falling. He is steady falling. I guess not the full opposite, but this is how Basso skills approaches this line a lot of the time. If he's not high rolling, he's not finding himself in a position to go for the 3 stars. Instead of sitting on level 7 and just saying, you know what, I'm just going to roll endlessly for 3 stars, he says, hey, I've got metabolic, I've got 2 stars, let's get another unit on my board. Maybe I'll cheese a win somehow in a round going up against a pretty weak board in one of his practice partners, Weijin Iverson. Maybe he can get a win here. Either way, he's just looking to kill units and find his way into a top 4.
I mean, Weijin has a decent board. There's no slouches outside this random Galio 1 to try to tie in the synergies. And it looks like neither player getting to the front line particularly quickly. This Sejuani 2 is about to go for a second cast. Endless Pizza coming up huge to heal that front line even longer. And now we have the carries focusing onto each other. Oh, the taunts pushing the Samira to start focusing onto the Zach Blobs instead. And Weijin Iverson, unfortunately, bites the dust, joining Clear in the bottom 3. Setsuko does find that Samira 2. Now that Weijin Iverson has released it into the wild, but is that enough to stop him from losing? DQA is still in his matchmaking pool, and DQA, like we said, ever since he stabilized, is the primary person looking to win this lobby.
He definitely can't beat DQA. I think he's unlikely to beat Broccoli, though. It depends a little bit on how the aggro and the fight works. Bel'Veth fights are always a little bit hard to predict. If that Zed gets onto the Bel'Veth early and sticks to it, that will be really tough. Going up against Basso, once again, it is the weakest person in his pool by a fairly wide margin. Setsuko getting excellent matchmaking in stage 5 so far, trying to preserve HP and see if he can somehow eke out a top 4 here, though. On HP alone, I think it's going to be really, really hard.
These Urgot casts can be so huge as well. Setsuko could utilize any amount of his gold and items to get
Bel'Veth
back into this game. Yeah, Kaisa is pretty good, but she's not this good. 2-star Kaisa shouldn't be able to beat the sure shots remaining. Does end up preserving a lot of HP. Again, that's the name of the game for Basso skills. If he can lose once or twice more like that, he should have top 4 secured. Speaking of security, I thought DQA was going to continue to bully the lobby. Ends up taking a loss to Sox. What's going on in Sox's land? Is he bringing it back?
I would love to check out Sock's board and see if he's still on the kind of recon backline or if he's gotten to level 8 and evolved his board. It's been a while since we had a chance to look at him either from his perspective or anyone that he was fighting against. So it's a little bit hard to say. He does have pretty good itemization. If he was able to get to level 8, maybe if he's got a Syndra for his second Shojin, there's potentially a lot of stuff he can do there. Meanwhile, DQA, he did lose, but he's going to level 9. He's got a copy of Aphelios now. I mean, DQA is nowhere near his caps. Speaking of which, we see Broccoli in the low left-hand side of our screen, who is actively rolling. It looks like on level 9 as well, trying to find that new.
I mean, this could be one of the matchups that we do end up seeing. Oh, I apologize. DQA does not have Broccoli in his matchmaking pool. But more importantly, I feel like now that he's hit level 9, Is there anybody that can continue to pressure him? Otherwise, DQA is going to have even more gold to roll and to cap out his board. Good shrouds from Bosso Skills to try and stall out this cryo grenade. Belveth just ramping. This rapid light cannon is doing an immense amount of work, healing the front line repeatedly. Here comes a cryo grenade, finally going to land, but both recons are outside the range. Bosso Skills needs to clean up as much as he can. Again, the name of the game is survive and advance, and Bosso Skills trying to survive. He does. That is a very clean top 4. Suko bites the dust because Broccoli able to get that win. As we take a look at Sox's POV, we mentioned how he might be angling for that Talia. Able to get it done with quite an unconventional variation. Most people don't try to play 4 spell slingers. They're not thinking about Talia with Infinity Force. What do you think about this board?
I like this board a lot. I also really like the Warmog's QSS on this Syndra. The only thing that you really don't like about this board is that he's playing a core part of his strategy around Syndra. He just doesn't have a Syndra bench. He had to spend all of his gold to hit these units. We didn't see what happened, but if he had, multiple copies of Fiddlesticks, Zac on the bench, I would say that he has actually a lot of power on his board because he is, this Syndra will do a lot of work. You can't CC her with that QSS. It's extra attack speed plus a Warmog to keep it alive. Go up against Bosso Skills, who was just trying to play for a top 4. He got his top 4, and I think he's ready to get out of this game. Sox is the only person he could theoretically beat, but this fight doesn't actually look that close. I think Bosso Skills is just by far the weakest board left in the lobby.
Yeah, it's a bad matchup because Kai'Sa relies on people to be front to back, and if you do have backline access, Kai'Sa can dash to safety. No such thing with Talia. You tend to also clump your front line, and so and you put Kai'Sa in the corners. It's just a recipe for disaster. It's the exact matchup that Kai'Sa hates. So it is one thing that Sox is really happy about. He knows that if he can get to that top 4, he should be able to outplay his Bosso Skills, so it could be that fight for 3rd that we're going to be looking at. Now we go to Broccoli, and we wonder, now that he has also gotten access to level 9, can he find a way to stop DQA from winning this lobby? Because based on his current board state, I would say no. But if he continues to find things like the 2-star Fiddlesticks, maybe finds a Mordekaiser, Urgot, who knows? Maybe Broccoli can win this lobby, but so far I still have my eggs in the DQA basket.
My eggs are definitely in the DQA basket as well, but he does have 30 gold to work with. I kind of like Thieves' Gloves here, just because you can put it on a gadget unit potentially, although it's tough, it'll just go on Lulu. Maybe it's a Zephyr. No anti-heal. Okay, so he wants to have consistent anti-heal. He has no Nunu, by the way. That's a really, really big deal. You see he's got this Redemption and this Gunblade on Poppy. That's not because Poppy wants those items, it's because Nunu wants those items. Poppy's going to get replaced immediately here. He does need to hit 2-star legendaries if he wants to have a realistic shot of capping out against DQA, because DQA is certainly going to have those. We see the splits here. We have DQA versus Sox on the left. Meanwhile, you have Broccoli versus Bosso Skills on the right. I assume Broccoli gets a very easy fight win, so let's focus on the fight on the left.
All right, well, we have DQA trying to get access to the back line, and Belveth focusing on Talia. She did get 1 wall, but not enough to take out this Samira, and so this is going to be a full wipe. Oh my god! Max damage coming Sox's way.
Bosso Skills! He's got it!
Gets a win, and Broccoli's board looks like a level 8 board. I mean, quite frankly, he's still playing things like a Fiora 2 in order to tie into synergies. Broccoli is in real big danger of potentially dying here and missing out a chance to even play for the win.
Yeah, I spoke too soon on that matchup because what happened was the Zed into the Recon matchup, the Recons were just flying all over the place, and Zed's uptime was just a lot lower, so it just wasn't able to put out the work, didn't get pressure onto the Kai'Sa early in the fight, and there was enough damage to ultimately get through that single target DPS from the Recons, doing work, no Bramble Vest on the Annie meant that there was no ability to keep front line open, and then ultimately Bosso Skills gets a win. I don't know if that's going to swing any placements for him, but you never know. We do see him going up against DQA on the right. That's going to be a brutal matchup. Broccoli versus Sox on the left side of our screen.
It's a good shroud here for Sox. Does get a good wall. Urgot's Undertow does come in, but because the positioning doesn't pull Talia in. Oh my god, that is so brilliant from Mismatch Sox to make sure that the positioning doesn't end up screwing his back line, but might just lack enough DPS to get the job done anyways. It is just raw power and positioning for Broccoli as able to brute force his way in. Very clever game from Sox. He should be proud. Yes, he got 4th place and probably could have played for a little bit more, but he took an unconventional line with Zoomies off of that portable forge. Could have taken so many directions. I think he played some excellent TFT. We continue on, though. Top 3 has still yet to be decided on the final placements. Bosso Skills has been hanging in there, but I'm pretty sure his journey stops here. DQA is going to be playing Broccoli, though, so in some weird world, maybe Bosso Skills takes a good loss versus the Ghost, and DQA smacks down Broccoli so hard that it gets Bosso Skills a crazy second place.
Yeah, Dan has some copium over there. The Bosso's getting his Kaisa Zephyr in this fight. He is against a Ghost and it's against Gadgeting, so there's a lot weaker board, so you never know how it's going to shake out. The Zed is actually already down on the left-hand side of the screen. It looks like Bosco's going to get a fight win on the left-hand side of our screen, so is it possible that this is going to be fatal damage and that somehow Bosco's can eke out a top 2?
It is!
This is the greatest second place of all time. If he was allowed to FF in tournament, I promise you he would do that. Bosso Skills board versus DQA's board is like a heavyweight prize fighter against an up-and-coming high school boxer. This is not going to be close, but Bosso Skills takes these 7 points to the bank and runs with them every time.
Doubt me again, Bryce. I dare you. I feel like this was exactly the angle which Bosso Skills needed, and look at his HP, by the way. Metabolic Accelerator at this stage of the game has healed upwards to 30 HP plus. And so Bosso Skills should have been dead 10 times over if he didn't have this metabolic, but way to lean into it. Also, recognizing and adopting tech that he has for himself. Into the Night Kaisa. I think a lot of people think this is not reliable whatsoever. Sticking to his gun, positioning thoughtfully, understanding the limitations of this composition. This is mastery being demonstrated. And yes, DQA is going to win the lobby. We should get hyped. He has this crazy Exodia version of this Belveth Samira Flex composition, turning back the clocks of time. But I have to tip my cap. This is one of the best seconds you'll see all weekend long. Bosso Skills finishes second. DQA takes his first place. What a game number 1 and start off day number 2 here at mid-set finale.
And we're actually going to get bonus coverage here going into game number 2. We are actually barely into the game. Prestivan and Buzzy Boo are only 2 players eliminated. The remaining 6 players still alive. We're on 5-5, so we have a lot left to play. Dish Soap is level 9 with Double Trouble Ash carry.
Laser focus. So this is a line that I talked about with very few players going into it. I only talked about with specifically one person going into it, saying that laser focus Ash is a possible line that you can play. Leave it up to Dish Soap, the master of all techs, to be able to whip it out in tournament. This guy says, you want Kale carry, Ash carry, these forgotten one-cost AD champions. I know exactly how to maximize their efficiency. Once again, being able to land a really good performance. At least he's on track to do so. Can Dish Soap continue his path of conquest, or will he continue to free fall? We're hopping on in. I don't know exactly how strong it is with Double Trouble, but I can't imagine it's that bad.
It sounds good, quite frankly, right? Ash sounds like she would use the stats of Double Trouble quite well, so it makes intuitive sense to me at the very least. We're seeing Garchomp Pro with this 4 admin, 4 heart board, just the 2-star 3 cost in the back line, plus a Soraka with tier, which to me screams on ally death admin. I assume we're looking at on ally death, maybe even Exodia like AP and mana or double AP here, but we'll have to get confirmation from production on what admin is being played. But this is a board that doesn't look that strong for me, but for the incredible admin. Lil Top going out in 6th place. We get a small breath here, and looking at the HP, it looks like you have Malala and Robin trying to scrap out a top 4, and then you've got Garchomp Pros and Dish Soap all playing for the top 1, top 2 situation.
So the reason why this line is pretty fascinating to me is because when you play an Ash carry, you usually try to get to Mordekaiser, and that ends up being your late game. But because of Double Trouble, it sets up this situation where he can't actually go for like max laser core that he wants to because he needs to double up on units. But that's okay because, quite frankly, at this stage of the game, laser core is quite underwhelming. Nice, finds a Protector's Vow also for that Mordekaiser. Also, there's been a common saying that Double Trouble has been nerfed a little bit too much, and so people joke that the best Double Trouble composition is 2 Viegos, to which I reply, the best Double Trouble is actually 2 Mordekaisers. And if you haven't seen Double Trouble Mordekaiser, you haven't really lived, because this unit is not okay when he can cast not 1, but 2 massive skyscrapers that covers the entire field. There is no running, there is no trolling, there is no possibility that Mordekaiser can miss when there are 2 of them on the field.
Yeah, and he could easily wind up having 2 Urgots, 2 Mords. There's no real reason why he has to play 5 Laser in this situation, right? It's not his hero augment. He's got 2 Renekton's on his board, including Renekton 1. That has to go away. There's no way that's actually optimal. And so there's a lot of different stuff that he's going to be able to do to cap out this board, which is going to be so fun to watch. We see a last-second reposition. Looks like he was worried about a different board. I don't think this is going to be BIS Ash positioning, but is it going to matter? This is a pretty scary threat level max board with that 2-star Fiddlesticks plus 2-star Belveth.
The positioning of this Ashe, I mean, this would be a pretty comfortable win. Wait, hold on, that's a Fiddlesticks 2 on the other end with an Ionic Spark and a Jewel Gauntlet, so maybe not as smooth sailing as I thought it would have been.
It's
like Dissoap does get the win, as I don't think that this Vel'Koz should be able to finish it off. But the positioning on the row C, the third row, with Ashe at C1 and C7, that's specifically a nod to the hacker, so there's got to be some kind of threat that Dishope is trying to avoid, because he is afraid that this Ashe will be targeted by any unit that will start hitting the corner.
Meanwhile, Liquid Robin songs going out here. So yeah, here we go. We're going to move down to 3 Laser Core. It looks like he wants to play Aegis units because it feels like it's going to be an AD/AP heavy lobby. He does have an Urgot, so the question is, will he choose to play 2 copies of Mordekaiser? Will he decide to go with, you know, dropping one of these Aegis units potentially? The 3 Aegis is going to be a lot of stats into these AP boards, and we see this last-second reposition. It looks like the hacker's gone. He's actually going to play the same board again. And he's going to get to position cleanly for it this time, so I would expect another easy fight win because we have gotten a lot stronger, and we just watched this fight.
Really good Zephyr as well, so that Ashe can potentially take out this Rammus, and if Belveth makes her way over, she might even draw aggression from the Ashe that does have the 3 items. Here comes the first City Skylines
that's exactly what
on the other side to potentially soften up that front line. But now it's Ashe versus Belveth, and exactly what we talked about. Very thoughtful positioning paying off, but will it end up resulting in a win? That Fiddlesticks 2 does end up casting, and the Crowstorm is just way too much DPS. And that's one of those things. Even if you don't think you're going to win, Dishope maximizes his chance to potentially steal a victory here. Does end up taking that loss, but ends up not being that bad of a loss, which could end up netting Dishope a very comfortable top finish, even if he's not getting first place.
Yeah, this is a weaker chatting situation. That's my bad, chat. I got baited by the ghost. That was a ghost diff if I've ever seen one, because I feel like Dishope's board is way stronger than the last time we saw him. I feel like his positioning was better, but the fight ultimately did not go his way. See if someone else can deal with Malala. Meanwhile, looking at Pro's board for the first time with that vertical Anima squad with basically BIS Misfortune items. Really, really good. He's also got 2 copies of Riven 2 on his board, as well as the Anima squad version of the Urgot. Going up against Dishope, can he beat this incredibly powerful Double Trouble Legendaries Ashe carry board?
Neither player has the optimal positioning to start things off. Both Urgots are on the incorrect side in terms of pulling their carry. Misfortune's bullet time doesn't end up killing all of the front line, which gives Ashe opportunity to scale, and I don't think Misfortune will be able to ramp up enough mana, so this should be a Dishope win unless...
Oh!
Comes down to the very last bullet, unable to get the ace execute. These fights are on a knife's edge. Do have a player taking massive damage, just like its guard chomp. His admin board is not able to compete. Let's take a look. There's an Anima emblem on the carousel for pros, but there's also other really spicy things available too.
It's an Anima Echo 2, by the way. He's got Echo Pair on the bench, so this is like best case scenario item and unit for him. He's just going to be able to replace one of his weaker 1-cost Anima units with this incredibly strong Echo that's going to give him Aegis value and it's going to give him Prankster value. So really, really nice spot to be in if you are pros. By the way, we did get confirmation Garchomp's admins are actually beginning of fight max HP and 45% attack speed. That's why he's falling off a cliff. If he was on Allied Death, that board I think would be scaling very nicely into the late game. So it's just a happy top 4 for him. He does just hit LeBlanc 3, so maybe that's going to make a difference. We're going to have 2 different fights. We're going to have pros against Malala, and we're going to have Dishope against Garchomp. Fun times as we get into the back half of stage number 6.
Doesn't look like, again, this reposition is going to be helpful to either of them. Pro's actually thinking so much about his board, he actually didn't really get an opportunity to position for the fight. The Fiddlesticks doesn't end up going to make his way to the back line, but Misfortune's bullet time immediately makes quick work of it. And I just think there's not enough DPS here from Malala to handle the front line. His entire basket is just full of the Belveth eggs, and he has to hope that Belveth can solo carry her way through, but no such luck. Malala is going to be dead, but the question is, did he preserve enough HP to outlast Garchomp at negative 13? It is not. Garchomp able to get a nice 3rd place through a scaling HP admin, and now we have the final showdown between Dishope and Pros.
Dish Soap opting for the 4 Aegis variant of the board, just playing to his matchup. He knows he's going up against Pros, and I think he was planning for this matchup, quite frankly, the whole time, because looking at the way this lobby shook out, it was pretty clear this was going to be the final 2 boards in most situations. So now it's going to come down to positioning. Is he going to swap? It looks like he is going to swap. Interesting, he's choosing to get this Urgot away from the board, trying to keep it alive, as opposed to valuing the wave. Actually, he predicts a swap, maybe. Both sides, so these Urgots are going to go at each other in this fight.
That's right. It's important to keep the Urgot the same side as the Ash so they can get the last Whisper to reduce that armor. Sundering is really important. The big pull gets avoided because Misfortune was unstoppable. She didn't get pulled in by the Undertow. And now it's a fight between the 2 carries. They're confronting each other. And it looks like Dish Soap should be able to clean it up. That is 1 win for Dish Soap. This is basically turned down to a best of 3. Who can win 2 in a row against their opponent? As Dish Soap does get an opportunity to see if he can get another Mordekaiser 2 onto the board. Is worth noting he is not getting double trouble value on any of his units except for this Ash, trying to prioritize that synergy. I was curious to see whether or not he'd be willing to scale down just a little bit to see if he can get more double trouble value, but I think Dish Up has found currently his best board up against Pros.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it situation for him. I think he can run this board one more time, and if he gets a fight loss, maybe he picks up another Mordekaiser too. A second item on this Mordekaiser will also be heavy incentive, so it'll be interesting to see if he goes for that or if he goes for an item Urgot. So it's a Mord item, so that's going to incentivize him for sure. He also needs to deny these Rivens. Riven 3 is a really big hit on Pros' side. We saw him scouting out. I think it was 1 Riven off, and that's, I think, the primary thing he's going for. You see him picking up these Rivens. This rat. Oh my god, a Riven 2.
Riven. I mean, there's still many more Rivens in the pool here, but if he can stop Pros from hitting it, which looks like Pros is out of gold, does he anticipate the switch? Is he going to stay? Is it the no mix-up mix-up? It is! He didn't even move his Zephyr. Does land once more onto that Echo, or onto the Riven, rather, and stops that Riven from being able to get into the fight. And here we go. A big crowd grenade freezes the opposing Urgot, so Pros can't get the earlier cast. Ash is now focusing onto the back line, but where did the front line from Dish Soap go? It all disappeared. I think that bullet time from Misfortune ended up catching almost all of Dish Soap's front line. And now we're down to a best of 1. Whoever wins this fight decisively will take the victory.
I didn't see if Pros had a Shroud on his board before, but it looked like maybe he got a Shroud off of, where did the Reeve come from? Oh, it was
Petricide Chains.
Petricide Chains,
the positioning from Silas.
There you
changed
go.
Everything.
Really, really clean, because what happened there is the Mordcast came out so much later in the fight, and it just was, the front line just evaporated here. Just such a different fight. We are opting for the 2 Mordekaiser 2s, by the way. Last second repositioning. It's a swap back from Pros. Do the Mordekaisers move? This could easily be death on either side.
It also kind of depends on where the skylines fall. 1 Petricide does come out. Mordekaiser does end up getting the cast, though, and more point, the Ashes are on the opposite side of the Mordekaisers. And so now we do have the Urgot crushing, and I don't feel like there's anything else here remaining for Pros unless his bullet time can change everything. It depends on where she aims. Misfortune aims at the Ash! Mordekaiser is not casting! It's up to the drones! Can he finish it off? He does! Dish Soap barely gets the win. 7-2, able to decide it. My goodness, what a crazy end to that game. I don't even think I said anything correct. I think everything was the opposite of what I was saying that was happening, because
you did predict
there was so much action going on.
There was so much action going on both sides in positioning. You did predict the 2 Mordekaisers, but he actually sold an Urgot 2. He puts the last Whisper from the Urgot onto the second Ash to keep that on the same side, and he puts the Giant Slayer on the Mordekaiser, so then he has Mordekaiser 2 fully itemized with the Archangel, the Jewel Gauntlet, and the GS, plus the double trouble value, and man, was that fight close. That was a genuine heavyweight prize fight. In the first lobby, we saw Bosso skills using Metabolic Accelerator and Matchmaking RNG to eke out a top 2, and in the second lobby, we see Dish Soap and Pros going toe-to-toe with 2 very interesting versions of capped out boards, and it was really fun. Another nice win from Dish Soap on a line that basically no one in the field is open to. What can't this guy do, man?
I don't know. I feel like whatever has been thrown his way, he just takes it and runs away with it for miles and miles. And Dan, I love what you said earlier. It's like it's a knife's edge. Like every single fight seems so close, especially down to those final moments. But talk about that unconventional line of play a little bit more. Dan, just how hard is it to use an augment like Double Trouble and find that type of success?
It's a little tricky right now, in particular because there's a lot of compositions that you commit to have very few slots that you can keep open to try to play like multiple copies of the same unit, and Double Trouble itself isn't giving you the amount of stats that you want to compensate for it. Think about like Build Different, right, and how that augment itself can be good in the right scenarios, but also doesn't offer as much stats as it used to, and therefore players are shying away from it. I think combining an unconventional line with Double Trouble is really difficult in tournament spots. I'm pretty sure Disho would tell you that he hasn't played Double Trouble Ash carry probably since the beginning of the set, right? In PvE, Ash Reroll was quite a menace, but we haven't seen it in months. Leave it up to Disho to find a way to bring it back, innovate, figure out what he knew to do in the late game, and also make it quite close. Disho games are sometimes very, very tight, and boy, was it an exciting finish.
That was really cool. It just came down to that final ultimate firing off, and now we'll get a chance to see just really briefly how the lobbies ended up shaping up. We did get a chance to look at the end game for both, so no surprises here unless you're tuning into the broadcast just right now, with DQA and Dish Soap both taking a first in their respective lobbies, and some really nice close finishes there as well for Bosso Skills and Pros. Bryce, I think it's really interesting though that in game number 1 we did see in lobby A like quite a few favorites actually go bot 4. Do you think there's anything going on there, or is it just kind of like a game 1 type of deal?
If you're looking at the lobby sorting, one of these is not like the other. Lobby A is much stronger, if we're being honest, just pound for pound. There is really no perceived weak link even on the left side of your screen, whereas on the right side of your screen you've got a lot of unknown commodities, which is not to say that they're worse players. A lot of these people I haven't watched before. I haven't watched Garchomp play before. I haven't watched Buzzy Boo play before, so I can't speak to the quality of their play, but I can say that top to bottom A is an unbelievably stacked lobby. So some favorites were gonna go bot 4. Please show me the how you break out lobby A and who goes bot 4 and how it's not involving some of the tournament favorites down there, because it's just that good of a lobby. If lobby A were a final day lobby, no one would bat an eye. People would be like, wow, my god, this is such a stacked final lobby. We got such a good final 8 for this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, just all of the action so far has been so exciting to watch, and that leads us kind of into what is going to end up coming up next time, just in case you want a little bit of a refresher. These are the compositions that ended up winning, and I feel like it's, obviously Dish Soaps is a little bit weird, but I feel like, Dan, when you look at the Samira and the Belveth really working together, that was a composition we also saw a lot of success with yesterday.
I mean, DQA pretty much had the stars align, right? He had a really nice timed cash out, which ended up giving him conveniently one of the best items for a champion that he had a pair of and then immediately hit, and then a duplicator drop. So he basically had, within one round, 3 great items for Samira, 2 really good items for Belveth, hit both of them 2-star, and then was able to fast 9 from that spot from an underground cash out, and still had like 30 something HP. So it wasn't like a really bad spot whatsoever. The moment we saw that, Bryce and I were like, man, DQ is probably going to win the lobby. Yeah. But it was really about what he did after that, right? Because we've seen a lot of players even fumble it. Also, good job to DQA. I know some players might be like, man, is Frodan like, and Bryce, why are you giving him a hard time for not picking Recombobulator? He absolutely should not have taken it.
Hey, don't lump me in with that. I was completely fighting you the whole time. I was like, this is such a throw if he takes Recombob. He just wins this lobby every time, no?
Right, but the brand value, right? Like,
True.
if he was able to take Recombobulator and still win, I mean, come on, that's a legend worth telling.
DQA, this is short-term thinking, man. You were optimizing for 8 points in lobby 1 of day number 2 of mid-set. That was not going to help your legend status.
Oh my god. I think the Belveth did just fine, so let's leave it at that one as we get ready for game 2 here at the Monsters Attack mid-set finale, day number 2. Welcome back, everybody, to the Monsters Attack mid-set finale, and welcome back, Casanova and Crowan, to the broadcast. They're going to be bringing you through game number 2 here, and what a game 1 to kick off the day. I mean, thoughts already, Casanova, what'd you think?
I mean, for me, just the big story right now is Disho still yet to take a bottom 4. He's got 100% top 4 rate right now. He's on track for a pretty legendary performance here at mid-set. I mean, the first 7 games, always top 4. Doing it with another first. He already had a third of his games as first. He's just going to keep racking that number up. We'll see if he can just keep this rolling, but right now it feels like there's no brakes on the Dish Soap train.
Yeah, Dish Soap definitely has the best average placement right now, and it feels like it's by a lot. But Crone, what else is going on in that first game for Lobby B?
Yeah, the first game was a little interesting. I thought Pressman would be off to a pretty good start. He had a Vayne 2 on stage 2, like right after Carousel. It seemed like a blue buff on it. It was a little bit awkward. Ended up going 7th with that. 6 duelists, yeah, while they do have like tempo, Pressman just wasn't a great spot for it. Also, a couple players trying to go that admin line that Asa was talking about at the kind of top of day in the pre-show. It can be very good when you get the correct admins, but it just didn't really work out for Buzzy, but unfortunately ended up taking an 8th with that. Again, that is just game number 1 though, getting the jitters out, right? Start of day, it's fine. I definitely expect to see more shake up, because while it was noted that, yeah, Lobby A is the very stacked lobby, Lobby B still has a lot of heavy hitters, and those unknowns, I think there's a reason why they're here on day 2 of mid-set, so definitely expect to see them bounce back.
I feel like there's something to be said about the X factor. Maybe being a little bit more of an unknown presence in the space may mean that people haven't scouted out your strategies and might not know how to react to you when you are actually playing in a lobby. So I love that maybe Garchomp Po was able to make admin work, not necessarily with an admin trait that was the most fortuitous for going farther in the game. But let's see what else Lobby B has to offer as we jump into game 2 of day 2.
All right, thank you, Necker. We're jumping into game number 2 here, Crone. We're going to kick off on Dish's perspective, since he did grab that first place in the previous game at 11 points right now. Big lead with those bonus points coming through. This time, Dish grabbing that bow off the carousel.
Oh yeah, bow's still a great flexible opener. You can still go in AP direction if you want to, and Dishsoap is very comfortable with that. But Dishsoap is very comfortable with a lot of lines, right? Yesterday in the interview, he said that he has jammed so many ladder games. He's going to be more comfortable on more lines than pretty much everybody else in this tournament. And I think last game, playing the laser focus Ash reroll is definitely a testament to that. I don't think a single player played it yesterday. And I think like either Bryce or Fred had mentioned, yeah, he probably hadn't even personally practiced that since like the beginning of the set or something. But he still knows how to make spots like that work and convert them into first places. It's just so impressive.
Well, I think that one line characterizes his kind of run in this tournament so far, right? Knowing so many different lines, knowing how to execute on all of that. I think that is the difference, the X factor of Dish Soap here, because when we look at the stats of how many different compositions, how many different lines are available to find success on this patch, with some of the lowest numbers ever for our top 5 comps, it feels like. This is something that is so important to have on this patch, the ability to know how to play these different lines, and Dish has been the one who's kind of rising above the rest. You know, Setsuko the only one really rivaling Dish Soap at this time.
That's actually very true, and I think brings up an interesting point. Usually when we talk about tournament play, it's a lot different than ladder, but I think it is probably the most similar it's been to like ladder, giving you a lot of value because you get to try out a lot of these different lines. And we have an early hero augment. I think Dishsoap actually picked this one up yesterday and piloted it very, very well. He's going to be going for that Ezreal Raiders spoils. Isn't picking it up quite yet, but has 2 out of 3 underground. See if he's able to find a Vi or Sona here soon, because a lot of players, great players, have been kind of gifted that on 2-1. I'm looking at you, DQA, and it's netted some great success.
Yeah, I mean, looking for the quick underground pickup. We'll see if he rolls it on to 2, 2, 3, 2, 4, something like that. Can be just plenty quick enough to get those 3 online, but also just Raider spoils in general being a relatively powerful augment, especially for a support augment right out the gates, giving you that, you know, relic coming from the Ezreal as he hunts them down. This is definitely an augment we've seen quite a bit of over the course of day 1.
Yeah, it's so good. It's gonna always give you value. It still leaves it open for maybe things like a recon line, but also can just be flexible enough on its own. And yeah, getting a Blitzcrank to having Brawler buff, having a Sunfire on it as well, and then rolling an Anima, like this Blitzcrank's just not going to die. And sure, your backline isn't that strong at all. It's like a Lulu 1 with a bow. It's still fine. You can still get a lot of wins. Dissoap actually, I could potentially see win sync through all of stage 2. You know, we don't have the context of all the other players' boards quite yet. Right. But he's still not going to be hurting after stage 2, and that's the important part.
Yeah, if your backline's not good, if they still have an hour and a half to actually take down the enemy board, it's going to be fine. And that Blitzcrank just does not die. I mean, it would take until overtime for something to actually take it down. So yeah, it's going to be solid enough. We jump on with Malala, late joiner here to day 2. Is going to be happy to be here. Ended up losing out on tiebreakers, but with Jukyu being unable to compete today, Malala being able to replace and come in, trying to show us stuff, make it the most of this second chance.
Yeah, definitely. Malala didn't quite expect to be here, but I'm happy to see him. I think they performed very, very well. Just lost out initially on those tiebreakers. Coming into this game, having a lot of Gallios, 6 Gallios in the safety first. We're not going to see any, Justice Punch shenanigans, but that's still a-okay. Losing out in the first round, however, to civilians is not the best opener. Last Whisper Slam, however, does indicate that Malala is going to go a very, AD direction. I think they're pretty comfortable with that. They did have a game of, a good game of Samira Flux yesterday. They piloted to a 2nd place, so maybe looking for a similar line here.
Yeah, I mean, Samira, of course, that 80 line in general, actually, I was surprised by the stats and how popular 80 was, because I feel like a lot of the lobbies that you and I got yesterday were, those AP lobbies, and I think there were a lot of AP lobbies in general, but just the sheer volume of people that were playing this Last Whisper line into a Bel'Veth or Samira, or, if you get lucky enough to find the Aphelios version as well, it was prevalent throughout the day. It was a very even split across 80 and AP.
Definitely. Taking a look at Pressment now, going Soul Eater, so just the support Nasus augment. It seems like a lot of players are rocking with supports in the 1 cost. No carries like that Dish Soap kind of laser focus coming on out, at least yet that we've seen. There might be 1 or 2 floating around, but we'll get there. However, Pressment has a Jinx 2 already at 2-3. Did lose the last round, unfortunately, but this is still a strong board, especially if you're thinking about going a kind of vertical anima squad.
Yeah, and I mean, we were mentioning the support augments, but on the other side here, we see Rel hold the line for pros. We did see this a little bit yesterday. I'm trying to remember the exact game. I don't think I have it off the top of my head, but there was one example of this being played, and it is a very powerful carry augment, especially if you can 3-star the Rel in the late game.
Actually might have been pros. I'm not sure the exact augment pros took in that game, but pros did play a Yuumi Neela Supers reroll. And ended up getting a 2nd place with it. And it's still definitely going to be on players' radars that is a good augment to take from that line. Has the units, has some decent items, and has direction with that as well. As there's a spatula on a Cho'Gath. See if anyone wants to go for that. Maybe if it gets like Precedent, right? Going for Anima Squad line. That's one of the few lines that does work out really well with a spatula. Is going to be able to, reach that cap, and looks like he's looking for it.
Yeah, yes, Prestivan, there's the one that takes it. Yeah, I think the other interesting thing here, Krone, is just looking at the sidebar. Every single player did slam an item this time around. I know we've talked a lot about how important tempo is on this patch and how a lot of players are playing those high tempo compositions, slamming a lot of items, best in slot not mattering as much on this patch because you just need to get that power on the board. But we haven't really seen that in practice until, this game. We're seeing every single player jamming items as quick as possible.
Yeah, usually we'd seen like 1 or 2 players leave it more open, try to go for, loss streak, but even players who are loss streaking right now, like pros, have still slammed items trying to mitigate those losses, as that's still a very important thing to do. Some of them do commit a lot harder. Say again, like the last Whisper Slam will commit to an AD line. There's kind of no way to get around that unless you go for like some wild reforge later on in the game, but that's probably not going to be the case. As we look at Buzzyboo, one of the players, of course, who is at the top, actually only player at the top, 100 HP, has an Ionic Spark Slam, is rocking with the Brawlers, and the Vi augment as well, going for boxing lessons.
Yeah, this is a really interesting Jax setup in general. I know Frodan and Bryce were talking a little bit about how Jax may be back. We had not seen pretty much any of it yesterday, but Buzzy has an interesting spot to play it. Has on kill killer heals 350 health for admin, so having that thrill to kind of set up to have the Jax be more empowered from the admin itself. I think that's going to be a really cool kind of setup to have early on, and then just pivot into having that Soraka in the late game as well, having the Ginsu on that Jax early. It's looking like a good setup to play it.
Yeah, there was exactly one 6-brawler Jax game yesterday, and it went 7th place. So while it may be back, we haven't really seen it so far, but BuzzyBoo is in a great spot to make that work. We just got to see a quick peek at Pro's board as well, with the lost streak, the hold line rel. I think there was 5 rels there, so we could be seeing a pretty early rel 3, because I think he had a decent amount of gold as well.
Yeah, I actually want to quickly comment even more on Buzzy's Jax setup, because having boxing lessons is already a pretty good augment for this, giving that extra HP. But Ionic Spark used to be a pretty important item to get that the magic resist shred for your Soraka in the late game. So already having some very powerful items for the line in the early stages of the game, and can keep hunting for the rest of what he needs for this Jax.
Also, the context that BuzzyBoo's admin was on kill. The killer heals 350 health, so a little bit of, you know, thrill of the hunt action coming through with the admin. That's going to mean you can build other items on Jax. You don't necessarily need healing, although Gunblade, you know, is going to be very good, but does not mean it's necessary. As we're back to Pros, hold the line rail once again. 5 loss streak, 61 HP is a little bit low. The gold isn't the most insane because of, you know, having to hold all of these rels. These Lee Sins as well wants to go the supers direction. Still in a fine spot, especially if he's able to make 30 here. You know, please gold drop. Oh, there's also a rel still in the orb as well. So this is actually 6 rels. I didn't catch that first time around.
Yeah, very close to getting that that rel 3 already. Pros, I believe, was the one of the players that was able to actually pilot Yuumi to success yesterday. We saw a couple players try to play Yuumi and not be able to make it work. In fact, Clear's 2 worst placements were trying to play Yuumi versus having an otherwise very fantastic day. But Pros was one of the players that did play that Nila Yuumi reroll and did have success with it. This is a good start because the rel will help bridge some time to actually get those Yuumis online.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think, looking at the stats, Nila Yuumi did not have a single win yesterday. Out of 9 games, it top 4'd only 4 of them as well. So this composition is not spiking as hard as we might have seen in previous tournaments or on ladder, perhaps. And from Pros' spot, yeah, this might not be one that's going to spike a first either. It still can get top 4, however, so I think that's where Pros is going to be looking for.
Yeah, and of course the rel being the kind of linchpin for that, doing a lot of damage already in the mid game, and just gonna help Pros stabilize from this 5 loss streak potentially. But running into BuzzyBoo, who does have that strong brawlers board, the Renekton in the early game, too strong of a unit, the Croxton's there.
Level 6 aggressive level on 3-1, punishing the rest of the lobby, and really again increasing the tempo. Jax Brawlers is one of the comps that's very, very tempo oriented, as we get a prismatic augment coming through on 3-2.
Yeah, prep, since this is a reroll comp, could be very solid, but immediately gonna go next. Golden ticket. That is an opportunity for Pros to hit all these 3 stars a lot faster. It might just be the case that you take it. Yeah, going for that golden ticket makes the most sense.
Leveling to 6 already, trying to roll just a little bit. Wants to find the supers, finds the Malphite. Rolling a bit deeper as well, still wants to get more upgrades. Because the board isn't necessarily as strong as he would like it to be at the current time. 25 gold though, still okay, you can recover.
Yeah, found the Nila, found the supers, so found all the units that he needs to make the comp, just doesn't have them 2-starred yet. And there's gonna be, that's gonna be the fight. Just gonna roll down to 0, trying to find some 2-stars.
Yeah, can sell back up to 10. Did not find the Nila 2, and I think that's really what he wanted to find. Either that or maybe just another Rel 2 to play on the board, to be completely honest. Going up against Robin, player who is still very strong right now, is win streaking at the top of the lobby. And yeah, Pros' loss streak is going to continue. And these are pretty heavy hits as well. This might be 5-unit loss. Yeah, Pros already down to 39 on 3-2 is very, very low. Kind of concerning here.
Yeah, kind of in the spot where Pros just has to keep donkey rolling until they can hit enough upgrades to stabilize for a little bit longer, but still a ways out on getting those 3 stars as we jump on over to Garchomp Pro and some Gadgettine action going here.
Yes. Gadgettine is one of the, I think, the more interesting comps to look at, I think, in terms of the players who had it on their radar yesterday And then the players who have it on the radar today, it's probably at least like double, if not like everybody's gonna be like, okay, if I see a Gadgeteen emblem or a crown, I'm going to take it. Gonna be able to play, like we talked about earlier on in the pre-show, a set, a Zed, you know, things like that that can have a lot of success. And just Gadgeteen, to be honest, I feel like it's just a bit overtuned right now. 36% damage, and damage reduction is so insanely crazy, so that players who get an early 5 Gadgeteen online, like Lil Top, or excuse me, like Garchomp Pro, Lil Top is on the other side getting beat, but Lil Top off to a great start.
Yeah, I think for Garchomp Pro too, this is interesting because he's not pivoting out of the style that's most comfortable for him. He does have the Gadgeteen emblem, which we did talk about the set. We talked about the Zed. But Garchomp Pro just playing it with the Talia for now, and Talia was kind of Garchomp Pro's bread and butter on day 1, so just sticking that out. And I guess honestly, 36% damage to a Talia cast does not sound bad to me at all. That seems pretty reasonable to just kind of clear an entire board.
Yeah, Garchomp Pro does trend towards AP a lot. Yeah, half of their games were that Talia line. So finding the unit, saying, all right, that's gonna be a Gadgeteen holder, at least until a bit later, as we get a chance to take a peek at all of the items. See Lil Top with like a Renegade and Hacker emblem, Garchomp Pro with the Gadgeteen, Prestevent still holding on to the Spat, and there's no Rod at this point, so needs to hope for
He's
one
got it
on the Wolves. Okay, or yeah, no, he has it on the carousel.
It's in his hand.
It's in his hand. He gets it. He gets it.
All right, on board Lil Top going to 7. Running that Hacker on a Talon right now. Trying to get towards, it seems like trying to play for Viego, or at least angling Viego for now.
Yeah, with Hacker as well, it could be like a Viego Zed kind of dual carry setup. These Zed items can kind of be whatever and still have a lot of impact in this setup. He's really low gold right now, level 7 and below 10. 4 Abin is online. Get confirmation of what that is here soon.
On the side, Robin also on Talia for now. Ended up taking Woodland Charm for this time around, helping beef up the front line.
Couple Annies. Not going to be quite good enough, it looks like here, as the LeBlanc is still alive, has the Renegade, and yeah, it looks like it's going to be a pretty easy win for Lil Top. Is able to sell back up to at least 10 gold. Oh, hits a Sejuani too. That is such a big hit to just natural at this point. Players will be aggressively rolling for Sejuani frontline at like level 8 and still not hitting, just because how widely contested that unit is. Also has the Hextech Retribution as well. When your team dies, you get bonus damage.
Classic synergy already for Renegade. The last one left becomes super powered with all of that. And just a quick note, we were talking about Lil Top's admin. He does have combat start, gain AP, and also gain more AP. So it's just a lot of AP for Lil Top at the start of combat, just getting that big influx of damage straight away.
Yeah, and when we get Viego online, Viego having his kind of first cast have all of that AP is gonna be pretty huge. Not maybe as high of a cap as, say, you know, on Allied Death would ever get AP, because especially because Renegades want to be the last kind of units alive and kind of 1v5 the fight. It's still going to be solid as we go around to Robin, who is rocking with a Talia board. As the support Lux Augment as well. Some decent item slams between Shojin and Ionic. And has done, I think, really well with this board to preserve HP. The Woodland Charm, obviously, being a really great proponent of that. Wasn't able to, unfortunately, win streak throughout all of Stage 3. But the losses were very minimal.
Yeah, keeping a very high health. I mean, the only person higher HP right now is BuzzyBoo, is yet to lose with that Brawler setup. Playing that Jax, working out really well for BuzzyBoo in this game. I know, you know, of course, you mentioned the only other time it got played, it took a 7th. It looks like it's going to do a lot better this time around.
Oh, yeah.
As we take a look at pros in the corner on this roll down. This was, you know, the player we needed to pay attention to at the 20 health, falling very low, but has that golden ticket. So just trying to roll for these Rels.
One more, has it.
There it is. All right, finds that Rel 3.
Rel 3 online. Pros 20 HP and a Dream. This is still recoverable from that position. I think the items were great for pros as well. Get to see the between Robin and Dish Soap. Dish Soap rocking a Kaisa right now. Again, that Ezreal Raider spoils led into this direction pretty intuitively.
Yeah, it works great. You can still get those frontline items from the Ezreal. They help beef that up while this Kaisa is able to crank out damage, but not going to be able to find the win against Robin. Just having a little bit too much pressure. Robin in a really good spot to go towards 8. Finding a win here, still on a streak, has a lot of gold in the bank right now. So Robin, really comfy position to move towards getting these 2-star 4 costs later on, especially with this Talia online with that Shojin.
Yeah, for Dish Soap's board there, as we take a look at the augment, it's actually an instant reroll by Robin. Battle Mage is not that great with Talia. It's kind of awkward to place her in the front 2 rows. It'll probably just be a kind of second wind angle here, although I guess there is some consideration for Battle Mage, but yeah, no, it's going to take the second wind. What I was going to say about Dish Soap is that while he's running a, I believe, uncontested Recon Kaisa angle, that board still does thrive when there is 3-cost augments. Sure, the Raiders or Ezreal's Raider spoils is good, but his augments aren't going to be ideal. With the new recruit as well, this composition kind of thrives in level 7. You can put in 1 more frontline unit as well, but it's not going to have a higher cap as, say, some other players who took things like a like Golden Ticket from Pros or Gadgeting Crown from Garchomp Pro. So Dish Soap's board strength relative to the rest of the lobby is a bit lower than expected.
Yeah, well, now we're finally getting our first look at Pros in a fight since hitting that 3-star rel. Feels like this should be strong enough to beat Robin, especially since Robin's still kind of just slow leveling up to 8, making sure he keeps his econ strong. He's not really in danger. He has all this HP. And yeah, he will lose to Pros, but not a horrible loss overall. I mean, end of the day, it's a 5-unit loss.
Yeah.
It's a 5-unit loss. He was getting close to killing a few more things. The fight was a little closer than expected. I wanted to quickly touch on what we saw pop up on the screen. Buzzyboo picking up the Brawler emblem from the Tome of Traits. That is one of the BIS items for Soraka. It's been so good for that composition to be able to have all that extra HP. She does heal herself for max HP when she casts, so just having that much is insane. It makes her so incredible difficult to kill off.
Ooh, Precedent actually used the rod from the earlier carousel to slam a Jewel Gauntlet. Really wanted more damage up front. As opposed to having the anima, because he wasn't able to go for the 7 anima at the time, and being on level 7, yeah, it's really hard to make that work out, especially when you want other units on your board. Now it's gonna be a no mana generation MF1 in the backline. Precedent already on a 7 loss, 17 HP. He's looking really doomed in the spot, especially with this loss being so huge. MF is able to clean up a little bit. He's not going to be in danger of dying after this round, but I don't know if Precedent can salvage this spot.
Yeah, going down to 7 HP. I mean, all I can hope for is maybe Pros goes out first, but when you look at relative board strength, Precedent does seem to have a much weaker board than Pros does. But it does seem like it may just be an 8th for P. Got a really rough start to the day.
Yeah.
At the items once again, Crone, anything else stand out? I mean, of course, for Buzzy, that Brawler emblem is massive, and just overall looking at Buzzy's items, they're pretty fantastic for the composition.
Yeah, a couple things jump out. One, Pros, the mascot emblem actually was on the rel, which maybe isn't the best, but still is able to, get more mascots online, have the healing help out a ton. That's something to keep in mind and see how high the cap can be with that. Precedent did find a Belveth 2, it looked like. In the bottom right, doesn't typically kind of synergize with that board, but taking a look at Robin's roll down, finding a lot of legendaries, but no Talias.
Yeah, not being able to find Talia 2 on this roll down is pretty rough. There's still a lot of gold that he can sell back up to. I'm trying to find an opportunity for these legendaries to come in. Got a pair of Fiddlesticks. I mean, Fiddle 2 is going to put Robin in a fantastic spot if he can find that, but he is, down to 0 gold now. Got to figure out exactly what he wants to hold on to, what he wants to get rid of, because this is not even a Talia pair. He didn't even find one additional Talia.
No augment as well, right? For no 4-cost here, augment means Talia is going to be a bit weaker than, say, in some other kind of lobbies. There's a lot of gold on the bench, as you mentioned. There's like over 20 gold, 15 of it just being with legendaries. That's really hard to find its way onto Robin's board. He did do great job at preserving HP in the early game, but he's very quickly falling off as Yeah, unfortunately, Prestevent's spot was just not it. He does end up going 8th place. This is a rough start in the day for Prestevent, and he popped off yesterday. Didn't go anything below a 5th. Had 3 first places off of a lot of kind of AP lines, but that one he couldn't really salvage.
Well, we even heard at the start of the day, right? Ramblin was praising P-God for being able to play a lot of different lines, right? He was being able to play a lot of diverse lines, which is exactly what we praised Dish Soap on and said was his edge against a lot of people in the field. So the fact that, you know, Ramblin saw that out of P-God as well yesterday, and it just maybe hasn't been here today, or maybe the lines he's taking he's less comfortable on, maybe he's just low rolling very hard as well, right? There's a lot of factors that can come into play, but just at the end of the day, Prestevent is not performing as well as he was yesterday at the start here, and we'll see if he can turn it around. He's just got to make it to top 8 this time around, right? Just try and make it to the next day.
He had some bonus points coming into today, so that's going to be a little bit of wiggle room. But yeah, a couple of games in a row, 4 placements, not the best start. You see Robin versus Dish Soap here. Dish Soap is pretty far away, it looks like, from having some 3 stars. There was only 3 Kaisas, I believe. The
Buzzy
brawler
finally losing.
Yeah,
4-6. 4-6, he finally loses.
Absolutely wild. I believe Buzzyboo had a champion duplicator as well, so it is capped. Like, this could be a spot where a tempo-oriented Jax board actually contests the first place.
I mean, I could certainly see it, especially with the items he's got. The brawler emblem can be key to turning it from just a top 4 to a first by making that Soraka so much tankier. There's a lot of opportunity for Buzzy there.
Buzzy might be continuing the streak of only, you know, top 8ing tournaments that he's competed in set 8. Didn't play Defender, top 8ed Corrupted, and is really popping off. Like, it's really exciting to see that from a player who isn't relatively new to competitive scene, but kind of getting back into it and doing it with a big splash.
A very fun statistic from this is the round that Buzzy lost his first round of game 2 is the round that he went out in game 1 at 4-6. he died on 4-6 in the previous game, and this time he lost his first round at 4-6. So Buzzy really turned it around here in game 2.
Oh, very much so. Pros still hitting more upgrades, hits a Gangplank 3, making those supers more value. Garchomp Pro still on the Gadgetine Talia. Might consider keeping this for the entirety of the game. It's not going to have as much value. Yeah, it's not going to have as much value on something like a Set or a Zed, right? Because they're going to be tanking a lot of damage, being either frontlined or, you know, getting sent into the enemy backline. But it's still very good, and he's able to hold on a bit longer, actually even taking out Malala.
Oh, watch Malala and Pros. They both lost. It's going to be 6th and 7th. There's Pros.
Oh,
okay, Pros goes even
down.
lower. Malala holds on for a 6th.
Pros not able to make the Yuumi Neela reroll work out. The spot wasn't quite fast enough to get online. Just so praying that he's going to be hitting one of these 3-star upgrades. Urgot on the bench says he considers selling it. Is 2 Ramesses away, 1 Kaisa, 3 Cho'Gaths, but 0 gold. Still a bit of HP to work with.
Look at Buzzy's bench. Why is he holding on to 4 Kaisas? He's just got a wealth of resources here.
Oh no, Buzzy can do that and not only simultaneously deny Dish Soap, but actually increase his own odds to hit things like a Jax.
Yeah.
I really like this play. This just helps out Buzzyboo immensely. I really like that recognition, because oftentimes players only do that in a 1v1. I actually saw Dish Soap, I think, in game number 1, holding a bunch of Rivens to try to deny a Riven 3 from somebody else, and he's having that same thing done to him right here. It's just good TFT play. You should be doing this if you're in Buzzyboo's spot.
Yeah, I mean, Buzzy just has a wealth of resources too, right? He's still making econ. He's got 50 gold. He's still making money, just slow rolling. He's got 94 HP to play with, but Dish still gonna hit regardless. He finds it. It's gonna help him out quite a bit trying to hold on for a top 4, whereas he might have been in some trouble if Buzzy was able to successfully deny this 3-star Kaisa.
Yeah, the rat tactics not working out as well as Buzzy had hoped. Dish Soap is just blessed by Mortdog in this tournament. This could be, however, still a game where Dish Soap might find his first bottom 4 of the whole event. That Kaisa upgrade, however, certainly bodes well, but kind of neck and neck with Robin right there, 23 and 20 HP apiece.
Yeah, and we just see the Raiders spoils once again, causing problems for people pulling that Blitzcrank hook, and goodbye to Lil Top's carry. That should be a good win for Dish Soap, but I guess we still have that Viego to contend with. We got to pay attention to see if those resets can come through and start taking some of these down, but it's taken a lot down, but it's not going to win the fight for Lil Top. It will, however, save a good amount of HP from that one.
Yeah, mitigated some losses. Robin takes yet another hit, so Dish Soap might still be keeping that top 4 record alive 8 out of 8 times. 6 Spellslinger on the board for Robin, it looks like, as we get to see the items. BuzzyBoo still has a taping duplicator, by the way.
Yeah.
He's holding on to it forever until it's going to be hitting some massive upgrades. He even could consider something like a Soraka 3 if the game ends up going that late, which it might. You know, Garchomp Pro, Lil Top still relatively healthy. Could potentially go into stage 7.
Yeah, Buzzy just having so much HP to work with. I think he's, you know, holding on to that duplicator until he finds the exact thing he wants to use for it. That might be a Jax 3 from what we've been seeing that he just hit. No, just another Jax 2. Maybe he's only got 6 Jax currently.
Yeah.
Do have on board with Robin. The Talia 2 did finally get found, but overall, yeah, not the most powerful board, especially considering what he's contending with right now.
His items aren't great. He has blue buff Sona, but like no heart as well. That Spat is dead. So is the sword. Does not have any opportunity to make laser core. Would have loved that to be maybe like heart instead. Robin's positioning here isn't even going to be ideal. He's not going to be able to touch the Kaisa with the Talia for a while, as Talia just kind of shreds through everything else. The Soap's front line still available for now, but it does fall over.
Yeah, that's big. I mean, you're going to be able to take out Dish. Liv, again, this is the person you're fighting for the top 4. Dish Soap dropping down to 1 life as well. You notice the TG for the Vayne giving 2 Ionic Sparks. Probably a bit of a low roll there as well for Dish. And overall, though, Robin being a little bit stronger in that matchup. We'll just have to see if Dish Soap can queue into somebody he can beat and hope that Robin loses elsewhere.
Robin, not much to do in terms of improving the board. Right now, it's all just on a little bit of positioning. Maybe it's Windy Jana, so that does give a bit of scaling. Ooh, Dish Soap in the bottom left, hitting Rammus 3. Huge upgrade. And again, that's bad for Robin being, you know, both single-digit HP, contesting each other for that top 4, like you mentioned.
Yeah, Rammus 3 could easily help Dish hold on at least another round as we see Robin queue into Little Top. We're watching that Viego skirt into the back line. We'll see if it can start getting resets immediately. Sona, the target that it's got first. Here comes the first cast. Does not get a reset. And the Janna heals up. So right now, this fight is going really well for Robin. But here come the resets. Jumping around. The Viego trying to take everything down. It looks like it will fall. And it's just up to this LeBlanc. It's doing a lot of work. There's one more cast. But it feels like Robin has turned the corner.
Maybe?
One more cast from the LeBlanc. And it takes him out. And Dish Soap just gonna hang on to the permanent top 4 he has held this entire tournament.
Not only Dish Soap hold on to the top 4, but Lil Top to the top 4 in this game as well with that one. That LeBlanc carrying hard at the end of it. That's power of, you know, a Renegade emblem. No matter who's left alive at the end, they're gonna be doing so much damage. It is absolutely insane. Oh yeah, BuzzyBoo not even going for the Soraka angle. I kind of alluded to it because usually you will. That's the, you know, the 2 admin that you can fit in.
Yeah.
But he's still holding on to the Belveth. So this could be something like a Belveth 3 angle that we see a bit later on. BuzzyBoo is so healthy. Doesn't need to hold on to the Kaisis anymore, of course, since Dish Soap hit. So he sold all those, rolled down a bit higher. But even things like a Sejuani 3 could come through. BuzzyBoo is set up for success in this game. Still has a bountiful amount of gold. Can level up to 9 if he wants to as well.
Yeah,
in a great spot.
His HP has started dropping quite a bit, right? Down to 49. He's lost 3 in a row, but all 3 have been, you know, big hits, it seems. But there we go. Jax 3. Huge upgrade.
Yeah.
Now he's just in a fantastic position. Like you said, the Belveth 3 still an option. Sejuani 3 still an option. Having that champion duplicator really opens up the floodgates for what BuzzyBoo can do. He's got 43 gold to work with. He might not need to roll down at all because the 3-star Jax should be enough, I would think, to help him contend with the rest of this lobby for a little bit longer as he is running into Little Top. We've got the 2 fights, Garchomp Pro versus Dish Soap, Little Top versus BuzzyBoo. Just trying to take stock here, Crone. I mean, Which boards are you really expecting to continue being able to hold on for the rest of this game?
Well, especially with the hit from Buzzy Boo, with that Jax 3, I think that's going to, I mean, even like the decision to stop rolling there, right? You hit Jax 3, you're probably going to be strong enough to win. Is yes, we're seeing that. We're seeing elimination on the left-hand side as well.
Dish going down.
Dish Soap hit the Rammus 3, hit the Kaias 3, but wasn't good enough. Still, again, Dish Soap pulling onto that top 4. Once again, 8 out of 8 games, top 4 in this whole tournament.
This is the closest it feels like Dish has been to a bottom 4, and still, even then, you know, holds on.
That's what separates. Yeah, that's what separates Dish Soap from the rest of the lobby. Even as like his kind of low roll games, he's able to make them into, you know, 4th places a lot of the time, whereas other players, say maybe like Pressament or Pros, you know, aren't able to quite convert on those, aren't able to quite salvage those situations as effectively as Dish Soap is. Not to say Dish Soap's spot this game was like bad, but just as a concept, something to keep in mind as we're looking at Garchomp Pro here. Ended up getting a second Gadgetean emblem as well, we didn't really call out, and has the new too. This is so good. This might actually be able to contest the Buzzy Boo board, and yeah, it could be lobby winning.
Yeah, I think there is potential for it, right? And it's just so interesting to see the flexibility of the Gadgetean emblems, right? Of course, it makes sense that it's quite flexible. It is flat damage reduction and flat damage that can feasibly go on any good carry, but Garchomp Pro just playing what's comfortable, playing this Talia. This, as we stated, is his most played composition in the tournament. It is his comfort pickup. He finds it. He's like, all right, I've got this Gadgetean. A lot of Gadgetean work well with, you know, the different hearts, the spell slingers, whatever that I'm trying to play anyways. So let's just go for it. Let's run this Talia. It gives you a huge amount of damage just on top of your cast. So you really just need a mana item to get, you know, stacked up, and you're going to one-shot a lot of boards with that 36% damage increase.
Little top and left-hand side versus a Ghost has the triple threat of carries between Viego, Zed, and Soraka. Seeing Garchomp Pro versus Buzzy Boo, a really good litmus test. I said this composition from Garchomp might be able to compete with Buzzy. See if it actually happens, as Jack's already the backline tearing through it. However, Nunu's still full HP, Talia full HP as well.
Yeah,
I think Nunu's getting taken out.
One of the big things here is not having a Giant Slayer right on to this Talia. It's making it very difficult for it to chew through just the sheer amount of HP that Buzzy Boo's board has. We actually saw the Nunu having the Giant Slayer from the Gadgetean being the one able to chew through a lot of that board, and I think without that, that loss would have been even heftier.
Lil Top falls in 3rd place, but a well-earned 3rd. That is going to be the showdown that we just saw. It was winnable from Garchomp Pro. A lack of a Giant Slayer, like you said, is pretty unfortunate. At least on the Talia, there is one on the Nunu, but that does get kind of turn 2 focused down kind of midway through the fight. But Buzzy Boo can still cap out this board even more. There's the bell and second Belvet 2, second Sejuani 2 coming through, one Riven away. Is rolling down a little bit, but still has the champion duplicator.
Yeah, Buzzy Boo just needed to find 2 of either of those. 3-starring it should seal the deal. This Nunu is the big thing to kind of watch in this fight, because it does have the Archangels, the Giant Slayer, and that Titan's Resolve from the Gadgetean. So it is a big threat into this board. It will ramp up and do plenty of damage, but now the Jax gets on it. It needs to just run away from this Jax, get some damage through, and it seems like this Nunu has done a lot of work in the fight so far.
Getting stunned.
Jax finally is going to make its way to Talia, but there you go, the Nunu. It turns but doesn't clip the Jax once again, and he'll be able to clean this up. Buzzy Boo just going to continue to find the wins, and he's just going to need one more.
Again, these fights are close, but nothing to contest this Jax. Jax to the top is not something we would expect to see this tournament, but Buzzy Boo was in a fantastic spot to do so. Ever since 2-1, it was just like literally the ideal situation, having that Jax, having a Rage Blade from so early, getting even the Fist of Fairness, you know, Radiant Dodge, as well as the Battle Mage still provides a lot of benefit. Oddman still going Buzzy Boo's way. And Garchomp do anything against it. He's 50 gold, saying, I can't do anything this round, but maybe if we get past neutrals, Garchomp hang on.
Yeah, I think Garchomp realizing that leveling is the best way to get more power, so just gonna have to try and hang on and get there, but I don't know if that'll be the case. In fact, I don't think it will be the case. After watching that last fight, it just feels like nothing can contend with the Jax from the side of Garchomp Pro. You have a lot of burst damage, but it can't get through the giant tanky creature that is this Jax. And we see the Belveth even sneaking into the back line, almost just taking down the Talia, but she gets another cast out, but not quite in time. Buzzy Boo gonna pick up a first, going 8th to 1st in these first 2 games, but a beautiful showing on a composition that has not been played very much, even though Bryson Frodan did mention this could make a comeback.
It made a comeback indeed, all the way to first place. Just one more unit killed there would have meant we would be going into stage 7, but Necra wasn't the case. Buzzy Boo clutching it out.
It is so weird to see Jax back. I feel like this is like a flashback to the beginning of set 8, where like Jax was just everywhere, and then you had to tune him down a lot, actually. Or at least maybe that was just where I was in the ladder. But listen, I feel like Buzzy Boo put on such a display there, and I want to go back to a particular time that you both talked about, and that was when Buzzy Boo was holding on to the Kaisas. Now, it felt like this had a little bit of a butterfly effect, affecting Dish Soap's performance as well. So, Crowan, can you just walk us through that one more time? Like, why was that choice so important?
It was important for a few reasons. One, Buzzy Boo was rich enough so he can make it happen, hold on to the Kaiases without it being a detriment to his own economy. It still improved his chances in the lobby for hitting things like the Jax 3, because he's rolling for a 3 cost as well. As just denying Dish Soap, right? If Dish Soap had gotten a Kaiasa 3 a couple rounds early, a few rounds earlier, could have been more powerful, could have spiked higher into the lobby. And so just everything's coming together, I think, is a great spot, a recognition of where you can do that. Usually it's only worth it to grief your own economy if you're like in a 1v1 situation, or if somebody hits like some massive thing, they're just going to win the lobby, and that's kind of just a wrap on it. But Buzzy Boo is just in the perfect spot to make it all work out.
Yeah, that was awesome to see, especially when Dish Soap has been such a dominant force and a storyline we've followed throughout the entirety of days 1 and 2 so far. But Casanova, there's something else that was really interesting that happened in this lobby, and that was that the hero augment came through on 2-1. Now, something that was really interesting about the augments that was chosen were they were mostly supportive. Do you feel like that's a normal thing to happen in a lobby?
So yeah, it was 7 of 8 support. I don't think 7 of 8 support is quite normal. I think usually we're going to see more of a mixed bag there. I think the interesting thing was there's the 2 costs were also included in this, right? It was 1 and 2 costs. I think when it's 1 cost, we end up seeing a lot more of the carries, or at least more of a mixed bag, right? We'll see some people really commit to that. But with the 2 costs, there's a lot of really strong supportive augments, like by boxing lessons and Ezreal's Raider Spoils in particular. I think were 2 that immediately got snap picked, right, by Buzzy, and we saw Dish take the Raider Spoils immediately. There's a few others in here that are also quite good, and I can see why people went for the supportive augments, but I think it did kind of have to do with the fact that instead of 1-1-1, it was 1 and 2. Still though, 7 supports is pretty unusual.
Okay, I was looking at that and I was like, wow, that's a lot of supportive augments. We even got Lux, Lucent Barrier twice, I think, in that entire list, so that was really neat to see. But let's go ahead and take a look at the overall, the scoreboards for both of these lobbies, and we've got Broccoli actually with a first place over in Lobby A, and that was actually a really interesting close finish over there. I was trying to keep an eye on both, but it turned out that Broccoli was able to beat all of the threats that Setsuko had on his board, and so I guess that makes him the hero of the day over there. But I heard a little bit of a reaction, Casanova. What was sticking out to you about Lobby A?
So I think for me, just Broccoli being able to, you know, duel down Setsuko in the final 2. I think Setsuko's just been really good at capping boards, getting first places. I think that's really impressive for Broccoli to be able to get that at the end of the game. But also just, I think Clear struggling is interesting to see. I think Clear had a really great day 1. It did kind of peter out towards the end of it, and it seems like he's continuing where he left off instead of where he started. And I'm hoping that there's kind of a reverse, right? We've got a little trough here from Clear, and he'll start to bring it back.
Yeah, this has been 2 rough games in a row. Clear got a 6th in that game 1, so I am hoping that he'll be able to bring it back too. But Crone, there's also something else on the line here that's going to play a role, and that's going to be the bonus points, not only from yesterday, but going into today, into tomorrow as well. So I feel like there might be a little bit of leeway there. What do you think?
Yeah, just Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, bonus points that really kind of stuck out into today. Definitely Dish Soap. It's the reason why he's kind of on top above Broccoli right now. Broccoli having an insane day, a third into a first. And the first place is off the back of a 4 admin. LeBlanc Soraka. Again, a comp that's on everybody's radar. Not always going to be one you can force depending on which admin it is, but it's nice to see Broccoli be able to cap it, especially as Cass mentioned, against Setsuko, who is known to, you know, if you're going to 1v1 Setsuko, Setsuko's probably going to win it more times out of not. So just great recognition. We didn't see the whole context of the lobby, right? But it's still great to see Broccoli do that, especially with him being, I wouldn't say like an unknown coming to this event, but definitely stepping back into the competitive space and not really missing a beat is really, really great.
I love that we got all these like fresh storylines appearing for today, and we only have 2 games down. We're gonna end up reseeding the lobbies, and then we'll come back for game 3 right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Monsters Attack mid-set finale. We have just completed 2 games here at day 2, and now we're going to be heading into games 3 and 4 with freshly reseeded lobbies. But before we do that, Bryce, is there any other context behind Broccoli's win that you can tell us?
Oh, yeah, the context is that Broccoli gapped the lobby. You see, what happened was when he selected his admin, he selected on Ally Death AP, which is, OG Dark Stars, which is definitely the strongest admin in the game by a fairly wide margin. And then when he selected his augment, he was offered target dummies, which is the single strongest augment that you can get in connection with this. So when you combine the dummies with the Ally Death, then most well-trained monkeys could top 4 the lobby. I'm sure Broccoli did skill-based things as well, but yes, this was a very, very high-roll game for my boy Broccoli, and you love to see it, by the way, because he kind of low-rolled last tournament, and so he's bouncing back with some high-rolling this tournament, and he is a good player and a great human being who I love rooting for. So I am here for it, but I'm also not going to paint a picture that Broccoli gapped that lobby, because that is not what happened.
Okay, well, I appreciate the context there because I think that is a little important, but also looking ahead, Dan, we have a couple of players I feel like really need a high roll right now looking at who we have lined up for Lobby A, and so what can you tell us a little bit about the players that are struggling right now?
Well, the first person I think that people are looking to potentially have a good tournament going into mid-set that really kind of wanted is Precedent. I think Precedent has struggled a lot today so far with the 7th and 8th place. I think it's a little bit of evening out for what happened yesterday, just being quite frank. You can't expect to have openers like he does every single game. And in TFT, let's just call it what it is. There's a lot of times where tournaments are decided based off how good your opening hands are, right? No different than a lot of other games of variance. But it's really about what you can do when those hands aren't playing themselves or these openers aren't playing themselves. And I feel like Precedent is a player to pay attention to because he's a person that's willing to take unconventional lines. And so will he be able to bring himself back up, or is he mentally done? I don't think he's mentally done, but if he takes 1 or 2 more bottom 2 finishes, I feel like his morale might drop. So I hope that he's able to pick it up from here.
Yeah, Bryce, I think there's a couple of other players you're going to have to keep our eyes on as well, but I heard the game's ready to go, so let's get right into the action.
All right, here we go. Game number 3, Lobby A. After this game, we're going to be midway through the mid-set finale. Can you believe it? We're almost at the 50% mark. Let's jump on board with Precedent, the player who is currently dead last in 16th place with 5 points. But it's just the first 2 games. In the first 2 games, anything can happen. And if Precedent wins out from the rest of the day and qualifies very easily, we could be laughing about this as if it was just a blip in the radar. We'll see. Starts off with the belt. I feel like Precedent is also a person that if he gets in unusual spots, he's willing to commit, but also kind of feels it out. I'm not entirely sure what's going through his head. I also know that Precedent's been trying to learn comps and techs from a bunch of other different people. I wonder how much that might be messing with his head as well.
It's hard to say because he was learning all that comp and tech before the first day where he popped off. So I think it's just a question of whether or not he's getting spots that he feels comfortable in. You can definitely get dizzy when you're bouncing stuff like this around your head. Is that one of the things we highlighted in the pre-show? So, the reality is 2 games of TFT is just an unbelievable amount of variance. So we don't know. We didn't get a chance to watch all of his games to be able to give you the analysis of whether or not he's low rolling, he's playing poorly, he's getting dizzy, what's happening in these situations. But you know what? He is the prophesied winner of the Set 8 World Championship. The faithful would not give up on this man after having a rough start on games 1 and 2 here today, surely. So I think he's certainly capable of bouncing back. You never know how the cards are going to fall on TFT.
See, the thing about Precedent is that he has been said that he's a future set winner, but it keeps getting pushed back, right? When it was set 5, he's like, oh, I'm going to win set 6. It's like when set 6 was happening, he was going to win set 7. Here we are in set 8, and Bryce is just stopping the buck. He's like, okay, he is going to win set 8. Not currently at this pace, though. We'll have to see if a 2-1 augment can change things around. Can take something pretty generic. I generally really appreciate Rich Get Richer in this kinds of spots when you have no direction, because having a ton of economy does give you the direction. It makes you want to play for a level 8 board. But whether or not he can get to that spot in that first place. Let's see what Precedent ends up choosing. He does also like to play a lot of tempo-oriented spots, so maybe he ends up going with something like Second Wind.
Yeah, it's hard to envision him going with Cyber here. I agree that Rich Get Richer is generically stronger because he didn't get a chance to look at his shop, so he doesn't know if he's going to hit the upgrades. And playing second wind if you don't have upgraded frontline in the early game is a little bit suspect. You just don't have nearly as much capability to use it because you want your frontliner to stay alive to get the second wind proc to then get way more tankiness on your board. Be interesting to see if he chooses to slam an Ionic Spark here and make a clear direction into AP. He's going up against a board where Lil Top has not one, not two, but 3 underground units on his board on 2-1, alert the media. This is a very good start for Lil Top, and it means that Precedent does not have to worry about slamming an item because he is definitely winning this fight.
Yeah, he doesn't have to slam. I was a little bit on the fence of whether or not President should be leveling there because Rich Get Richer is so powerful that if he sold to 20, he could be making upwards of 70 gold by the end of the round. And that's exactly the cap that you're at with the Rich Get Richer in terms of interest gold. So it was actually quite a tough decision. Oh my goodness, I see ally death, but it's healing 350 HP. He also has combat or admins gain 45 AD, which does lend itself well to the Camille line, but he has a bunch of items that doesn't naturally bridge his way to Camille reroll. So a couple of awkward spots there for Precedent, but I do think that if he wants to play around admin, that was like reasonably a spot to play for it. We'll have to see what he ends up choosing to commit to. I think he wants to stay open here.
Definitely staying open. I think Precedent is generally speaking very comfortable in staying open later than a lot of players in the field. He's comfortable kind of trusting his instincts and playing flex TFT. We also got word from production. We have a couple of admins to highlight for you. Garchomp Pro has 25 AP for his whole team, so he can easily play around that for generic, strong AP line. And my boy Bosso skills gets offered when an ally dies, admins gain 15 mana. This one is not quite as good as gaining AP, but it is very good. Definitely worth playing around. And if you can get into the 4 admin and get offered AP as well, that is Exodia. If you can get ally death, AP, and mana, it just synergizes so preposterously well together. So really good spot for actually both these players who opened admin crest.
All right, so you have the 2 admin players. You might have 2 recon players. You have Buzzyboo, or rather Kyvix, who took a early ancient archives and has seemed to have gotten a recon crest from it. And then you also see Dish Soap have straight up 4 recon on his board. Dish Soap has much more flexibility, but we'll see what ends up happening. Dish Soap's one of those players who plays recons the way that I appreciate it, which is I think recons is also a really strong item holder into whatever level 8 board you want to play. Because if you have a bunch of, let's say AP items, you can put on Kaisa. If you have a bunch of attack damage items, you can put on Vayne. It can hold tank items on the front line. And you can kind of play whatever you want. And also, if you don't even get a good hero augment, let's say it's just like gold, you can just kind of freeform it and play whatever you're hitting at that point. So we'll see. Just one of the widest players in the field, probably possibly the widest. I would not peg him on saying that, oh, he has 4 recons. He's a recon player.
Quite the opposite, actually. He values so highly playing uncontested lines. Is a huge part of, I think, where he finds his edge, because if he knows every out in the game, which he does, there's no player in the field that knows more outs than Dish Soap, then you can get into a spot like this where maybe you would prefer to play Kaisa because you have 4 recon online on 2-3, but you see Kyvix with that recon emblem and you just say, hey, I can take a left turn. There's a lot of things I can do from here. Buzzyboo has a Senna 2 on 2-5. That's pretty good.
Yeah, he hit it on 2-3, which is good. Look, I know people talk about how Senna feels quite weak currently in the metagame, but if you get her ahead of curve like we do now, you can totally make use of it. The issue becomes somewhere around the end of stage 3 where you feel like Senna 2 should be good enough to get you to stage 4 on full streak, and she just really doesn't. So everything's looking fine here for Buzzy. Oh my god, hold on. President went to level 6. Okay, he's not going up against it, but that was a big surprise. I was not expecting Precedent to utilize Rich Get Richer to push his tempo advantage that much, but if Buzzyboo ran into him, that would have been disaster for Buzzy, so a bullet dodge there. However, his job is not done yet. Garchomp does have this gangplank with the Admin emblem with blue buff. We mentioned how Admin could be a big factor into the late stages of the game, but doesn't look like it's going to swing things here. Buzzy and Precedent both streaking.
2 players streaking, both probably hoping to dodge each other. right? Unless one of them is very confident in winning. Wow, he hits a Sivir too as well. What is he? Look at this board, and because he starts with an Econ augment, he is still making 20 gold despite having an insanely expensive board, 4 upgrades plus a Rammus pair. This board is disgusting for this stage of the game, but you're right, this board would have been disgusting even into stage 3, stage 4 in previous patches, but because of some of the nerfs to sure shot, it's just not quite as strong as it used to be. But it's hard for me to envision Pressman has built a board strong enough to beat this. Will he face him? He is. And Pressman has a Belveth, and he's also got a Gadgettine Shojin on this Lux, which is really good. Lux is going to be pumping out a bunch of damage as well. This is going to be a very interesting fight with big ramifications for the lobby.
Yeah, it kind of depends on whose front line holds out longer. Big stun here coming out from Buzzy Boo. As long as this Wukong can hold, does seem like Buzzy Boo is getting the advantage. And right now, I don't think there's enough HP left for Precedent, and that is pretty devastating considering that Precedent has invested a lot of gold to try to maintain streak. And so Buzzy Boo, just too much 2-star power, and he is the lone survivor of the win streakers. As we take a look around and see what is going on in Wage Iverson's board. Looks like he is angling for a Neela Star Guardian Yuumi reroll composition.
He's already got that Neela online really early in the game. He's going to have 3 prep stacks on it after Krug, so he's going to have a lot. Look at the prep value, actually, across the board. He's got the 2-star Rel already fully prepped. He's got this Yuumi is going to pick up some extra prep stacks. He's only got Yuumi pair here as well, so he'll get another stack on 3-1. He actually won his last 2 fights. That's how strong he is in this situation. It's an unusual spot to play Neela reroll. Normally when you want to play this composition, and I've learned this the hard way personally on ladder, you really want to play it from way ahead economically because you have to hit a lot in order to get stable. But with the prep stacks, with the early Yuumi, and also very good items, he gets a full Sunfire drop here. He's going to have a Yuumi 2 as well. Plus, he's got the Neela. Wow, this is just a really strong position. And he's got the whole board as well, by the way, which is not always the case. So this is a very good spot for Wage, and he's going to be way lower econ than we're used to seeing for the spot, but also he can just say, hey, I don't need to roll any down 3-2 because I'm already so strong with the prep and with having the full board online plus the items.
Yeah, the only thing is that his economy is quite weak, and so he probably can't roll just by the virtue of he's just too poor. In fact, Weijin might not even level next turn. It's something that you don't actually see very often, but you have to understand when leveling to 3-2 to level 6 is supposed to be what you do, but also when you have to focus on your economy. His board is 3-streaking, so the X factor is whether or not he feels like getting that streak is important. But don't be surprised to see Weijin stay at 5 just because he's so poor relative to where he should be.
If he wasn't 3-streaking, or if he didn't have the Gangplank ready to go, I would agree with you. But I feel like if you're 3-streaking, completing your board, getting the supers value online, plus it's a little bit of duelist value for Neela, which is not a big deal, but she is the primary carry of the comp. So it does feel like it's worth thinking about. Meanwhile, we see Dish Soap in the lower left-hand corner. He's rolling, and it looks like he is thinking about contesting this recon line. He's just rolling for these recon units. He hits a Shogath too as well. He's got the Kaisa pair. So it does feel like Dish Soap is getting committed into this, and committing into recon line is very interesting from this spot because we're gold, roughly an 80% chance of hero augment here. And so if you're Dish Soap, if you're Kyvix, who's also playing Recon, if you're Wage and Iverson, you're really hoping it's 3-3-3 on 4-2, because if there are 4 and 5 cost hero augments in play, that is a lot weaker for your position than it is for other players in the lobby.
Yeah, it's 75% for hero and 25% for gold from this specific spot forward. So 3-1. We'll see. It kind of depends again on how the rest of this game pans out, but Dish Soap committing to playing recons to stabilize his mid-game board. It also could be a nod to the fact that he just wants to play for a safe top 4 to 6 range. This is what recon has been doing. Meanwhile, Wage and Iverson committing a Celestial Blessing, just a solid gold, recognizing that this was good enough to keep his board stable. And speaking of stable, Buzzy Boo thought his board was good enough, but by picking Rich Get Richer, is committed to not rolling, loses his streak. And we'll see whether or not Buzzy Boo can commit, or rather can figure out how much gold that he can save and go for that fast 8 relative to how much HP he's going to be giving up.
Lil Top, meanwhile, choosing to continue the heist. My man, no cowardly behavior here. He is gonna keep going. He's 1 out of 10, so that means that assuming that he's able to complete his perfect stage 2 and 3 of losses, I assume we'll be looking at a cash out on Wolves, right? If he loses 3 straight fights, then he's gonna be chilling. He actually has 4 underground in, so he can actually get there a little bit faster potentially. So it'll be interesting to see how long he is willing to continue. At 46 HP, he's quite low if he loses 3 more fights in a row.
The underground stacks are not very good in terms of the counts, because it's like you said, if he loses 3 and he's still playing, let's say even the minimum amount of underground, he's going to be 2 out of 10, which kind of tempts you to go for 1 more, but then he's going to be losing again for 2 more fights, and his HP count is quite low. This is a pretty precarious situation here for Little Top. He's also not rich either. He's at 60-40 gold, level 6 at 40 gold. Kind of a rough spot for Little Top. This is one of those underground spots where I think when people say 2 on underground, it's a top 2 guaranteed. I feel like Little Top has a very high chance to go 8th here.
He does, and part of the fear as it relates to him potentially going 8th here is that I just don't know how comfortable he is in this spot, quite frankly, right? If it's Setsuko and we're looking at the spot and say, well, okay, but it's Setsuko, so he can roll really fast, he can make the transition turn work for him, so even if he's down on like 1.5 lives, he can make sure to preserve that HP and find his way back into the game with a Giga Spike. But I just don't know how good Lil Top is at 80 flex, how comfortable he is playing Sure Shot or playing the underground on the Razor's Edge, so we'll have to make sure we go back there and see when he's looking at his cash out and how he does with the transition. Meanwhile, joining Bosso skills, the four admin for Bosso skill was actually 33% chance to drop 1 gold, not able to get the AP online, which is definitely what he was looking for there. The gold can put in a lot of work. Let's see if he can get stable here. He has 2 admin crests, so it looks like he's going to be looking at potentially 6 admin here if he can pull it off.
The nice thing about gold admins is that it feels like you have a lot of opportunity to just roll aggressively, and that works really well with Boss's skills. One of the most aggressive rollers in the field, willing to send a 0 and try to build whatever board he can. It almost feels like Boss's skill was born in the wrong region. I feel like he should be competing in like Korea or China because of how aggressive he likes to play his tournament spots. And you can see that it's justified. Look at his HP count. He's at 52, takes another loss. He's on 5 losses, so kind of maxing his streak. But at the same time, he can't really take too many more of those. He kind of wants to lose 1 more, but at the same time, he like kind of doesn't because he wants to preserve his HP. These are the spots that I feel like most players lose control of the steering wheel because they care about their gold, they care about their HP, they care about their board strength, and it feels like you only can choose 2 out of the 3.
Going to be interesting to see if he can get stable. You're right. You can really only choose 2 out of 3 in the spot. His itemization is okay. He does have jeweled gauntlet on the Soraka, but the blue buff when you have the on ally death mana is not nearly as efficient. So, you know, he's going to be getting a lot of extra gold now from the 6 admin. You can see immediately, you see 3 of them get gold. That's because when the hacker dies, it counts as a unit on your board because it starts on the board. So another unit dies, here's 3 more gold. So we're going to be picking up just an outrageous amount of gold. This is too funny, man. He's going to print like 15 gold around. So he's going to have infinite economy, which means he could theoretically go for, 3-star LeBlanc, 3-star Zoe, get the 2-star Soraka online, and if he can do that, then he can definitely bounce back in this game. Ally Death is like the most powerful admin, so I'm not terrified for his spot. Oh, interesting.
He's got
to take it. And then you just immediately fast 8 and all in for 80 flex. You can see him already pumping the pre-levels. He's basically going to get to level 8. He's actually going level 8 right now for the better shop value. I think he's got his chance. He's also rolling. I really, really like this. A player like Setsuko can maximize interest gold here a lot of the time because they're so comfortable rolling DQA, whatever. Some of these people who can just fire off 60 gold in a turn and do your perfect transition. But this man is playing smartly. He's making sure that he doesn't get overly dizzy on this turn. He's hopefully
10 gold. Nice. We'll see if he's able to get that roll down. Now, the most important thing is his front line. He does hit the 2-star Zac. Multiple roll downs also going down at the same time. Guard chop in your bottom left. Belveth here for Little Top. He needs to have a 2-star carry. And 2-star carry it is. Finds a Nunu pair as well.
Oh, God.
Might we see some legendary 2-stars here as early as 4-1 Belveth pair? Is this good enough for Little Top? And remember, we might see Hero Augment going into it. Mech is another choice of supplementary frontline going up against an admin from Garchomp.
Garchomp just all in too, so he's getting really strong.
Yeah, but this doesn't look that strong for Garchomp. I feel like his LeBlanc is still at 1 star. He's still using Lux too. Gonna have trouble dealing with this Dragon's Claw in the set. So Little Top has faded one player who has rolled down and gotten strong, but can he continue to keep his momentum up?
Yeah, he would love to see 4/4/4 hero augment here because he has sure shot and he's guaranteed essentially to hit Daredevil. And Daredevil is such a good comeback augment because it gives attack speed to your whole team based on it.
555!
All right, well, we're locking and loaded, and I believe it's hard for me to envision that he's going to do a lot better than locked and loaded from this spot. We just really want to hit Belveth 2. We're seeing Buzzy Boo on the lower left-hand corner, by the way. 555, quite bad for the admin players overall. Definitely not what you're hoping to go for on an admin board. No legendary, like, really cleanly fits these types of boards in general. Maybe you go for, like, Fiddlestick support, right? So you can give that AP to one of your other units, but this is going to be a wild lobby. I don't remember the last time I casted a 555 game.
Man, a lot just happened there, and I don't know if I like Little Top's immediate decision to rip the lock and loader for the field. I do understand why he chose it, because he's playing the sure shot backline. But I'm pretty sure that the thing that's most susceptible at Little Top is his front line. In that case, I feel like Eclipse Prime is something that people just really gloss over, and he could have immediately swapped over to Leona 1 as his frontline mech. So I think it's a really debatable subject, not something that we can get into too deep, but keep that in mind. Whether or not Little Top has good enough frontline or backline is all up for discussion. Goes up against Wage and Iverson, who, by the way, did not want 555.
Definitely
given
not.
that the fact that his power level is going to be not nearly as big of a spike as everybody else. So Little Top gets 2 really good matchmaking opponents here for the first 2 rounds of Stage 4. We'll see if he's able to keep up that momentum. In the meantime, let's hop on board with Kyvix, who, by the way, is playing one of the OG combos that we thought about in Set 8 Monsters Attack, which is Recon Jax, one of the coolest interactions that you'll see in terms of transformative emblems. But unfortunately, it's not very popular because people just don't feel like Recon Jax does enough damage. Let's see if Kyvix can show us whether or not we underestimate this combination.
And he's going to have a lot of extra damage. This is the Fiddlestick support augment that we were talking about, which gives AP to the closest unit the same way Fiddlestick. So Fiddlesticks, as units are dying, is picking up AP from its inherent trait Corrupted, and then it's giving that AP as well to the Jax. So Jax is getting some scaling AP in this fight as well, which it's going to need because there's no damage items on it, just really attack speed and range. And this fight is not very close. He is getting rolled.
Yeah, he's not getting rolled. And you know what? Little Top did end up hitting the set 2, and looks like he is stabilized his front line. So, eating my words, looks like Little Top is stable. Other players taking some losses. Dish Soap just a few rounds ago was in the high 70s, now at 47, taking massive losses. Wage and Iverson now down to just the mid-20s as well. Big power spikes across the lobby is now costing players who don't have stable boards massive amounts of HP.
Absolutely, and we look at the items on the right-hand side. Nothing immediately jumping out at me. Everyone has at least 4 completed items, so no one crazy behind on itemization for this stage of the game. No one holding a bunch of extra components, right? The most components we have on any of these boards is 2, so everyone is just trying to keep up with this lobby. We went gold, 555 augment, so we're going to have a very high power level lobby. Generically speaking, though, I will say that it feels like the 555 was pretty weak for a lot of different players. Weak for the Recon players, weak for the admin players, and weak for Wage and Iverson. Wage and Iverson, though, on the lower left-hand corner of your screen, just hit 3 stars in Yumi, Malphite, and Rel. He's all the way down on 24 HP. Is that going to be enough to stabilize his board?
Hey, Malphite 3 is nice, but it's not what really moves the needle unless you're playing like Rock Solid or something equivalent of it to make Malphite really meaningful. So I doubt it, but we'll see. At this rate, it's really unpredictable to see what's going to happen in the rest of this lobby. You mentioned the situation with the 5 cost and how people haven't been able to hit a meaningful spike. That actually benefits players who are very open and flex like Preston really well because no one is running away with a clear gap in power level outside of players who are hitting their Exodia combinations. Looking at Garchomp, that admin combination is not leading to good results. Garchomp now down to 21 HP. Kyvix gets a critical win. And again, because of the lopsided power level of this lobby, every win can translate into a single placement. So you know these players are desperate to get stable.
desperate to get stable is right. Speaking of someone desperate to get stable, Dish Soap has lost every single fight in Stage 4. He is playing primary carry Vayne without Spreadshot and Recons. Definitely not the direction he was hoping to go this game, but just doing what he could with his opening. His itemization on Vayne is pretty solid, actually. Overall, you don't need crit itemization for Vayne because you have the 4 Recon in. If you could get Vayne 3, he'd be pretty good. And now we have the battle of the Recons. We see a shiny Urgot on one side. We see the Fiddlestick support on another side. Which Recon player will reign supreme?
I mean, the Fiddlesticks is really nice just for the CC. Delays the Urgot Undertow just a little bit longer. Now Kai'Sa's within range, being targeted. And this is the difficult thing about Urgot with Kai'Sa, is that she stalls, or sorry, it stalls her ramping ability, but also it pulls her within range of other units. So just to be able to get the head-to-head win there. Garchomp Pro taking another loss. Wage and Iverson finally stabilizing. And now that we get an opportunity to finally breathe, let's catch up with one of our initial protagonists. It's Buzzy Boo, who was angling for Rich Get Richer Fast 8, but he set his sights upon going to level 9. He sacked all of Stage 4, and yet he's still as healthy as he is. This is an impressive Stage 4 here from Buzzy to make sure to assess the risk and find a way to get to 9 with virtually like all the gold that you could possibly want.
This is a player who benefited tremendously from the 555 augment, gets him immediately stable with a, gets him a carry that's going to kill some units, I should say. Not stable because he's choosing to sack this stage, but he's going to be going for an unbelievably fast 9 with the Rich Get Richer. He gets a last Whisper offered here, plus a War Mug, so his itemization is bananas, and he has 60 plus gold to roll on level 9 for these legendaries. He should be getting unbelievably strong. Meanwhile, we're looking at Bosso skills rolling down deep in the low left. He's one of your win streaking players along with Lil Top. He's playing around the gold printing 6 admin board, so crazy amount of econ for Bosso skills, and he has been converting into success. He's also with this very nice tech. He actually went for Syndra as his hero augment. That's going to give him AP from the units on his bench, and also he has on ally death mana, so this Syndra is going to be tossing in the bench like crazy. Very smart adaptation from Bosso skills to play around this 555 hero augment.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's part of what makes admin so deadly, is that you can utilize pretty much any tier of hero augment very effectively, even those dreaded 3-cost hero augments that I think a lot of people have difficulties wrangling around. Buzzy Boo gets a very easy win over Dish Soap, has pretty much stabilized, and one thing I like is that Buzzy Boo didn't roll to a hard 0. I feel like a lot of players feel compelled to roll it down to 0 immediately and try to sacrifice everything, but he's holding on to pairs and making sure he doesn't completely throw away every possibility, because level 9 is quite open-ended. You don't have to necessarily just chase all the gold borders in your shops.
Looking at Garchomp Pro's board, it's just hard for me to envision how he makes this work. He's got starting, he started with this admin crest, is giving AP to his whole team, which is nice, but he's just not scary. He's carrying a non-carry augment, Zoe 2, he's got a Sona 2, he's losing to everybody. I think that his chances of beating Buzzy Boo here are extremely low. Looks like Garchomp is destined for an 8th place in this lobby.
Yeah, the issue is that 25 AP is nice, but that's kind of like having two spell slingers on your entire board, which is actually not that impressive if you really think about it. It effectively makes this 4 to 6 spell slinger, but Garchomp just really didn't assemble anything very powerful. It was okay, but not that great, so ends up taking quite an expected 8th place here. The unexpected is Dish Soap taking such heavy losses and just trying to claw for that 6th place. And it looks like Dish Soap will be yet another recon player eating a bottom finish. Wage and Iverson taking a heavy loss here, so the fight for 6th place continues to heat up.
Fight for 6th place, heat up, I guess. We do have a Vayne 3, which is a really big deal. If we could do Cho'Gath 3, that would be an equally big deal. I spoke earlier, I said it was shiny. It was I misspoke. It's actually Rising Tide, so he's giving additional attack speed to the units surrounding him. So that's very, very good for Dish Soap because he's got this Vayne 3. It's a lot of extra attack speed, and we see Wajian is in his pool. I wonder if he's capable of beating Wajian, because maybe that's the board you want to face in this situation. He's just trying to find his way into a top 6, and it is going to be Wajian versus Dish Soap. Very likely someone dies here.
And it does tend to favor whoever can get onto the carry first. A big mana reap coming out from Cho'Gath. The front line is cracking so quickly.
There's just no way.
I just don't feel like Dish Soap has an ability to actually even meaningfully kill units here. Looks like it is an uncontested 7th place. Wajan Iverson's the only other person that could possibly die here at this phase of the game. So a valiant effort, but looks like Dish Soap and Kyvix might hold hands as contested recons. And this is exactly what Dish Soap was talking about. This is why you don't want to be contested.
Definitely don't want to be contested. This line isn't strong enough, quite frankly. It's performing very poorly overall. It's averaging a 5 in its placement. It's basically never winning lobbies either. So it's definitely not where he wanted to find himself, but it kind of was what it was. You see Lil Top hovering on this Dragon's Claw, which is pretty weak with where the lobby is going, right? I guess it's good into Bosso skills, but pretty weak beyond that, right? Especially into like Prestivant's board, who we haven't gotten to look at, and Buzzy Boo's board. But I think he just wants to go for that Aphelios 2 if at all possible. I'm assuming he doesn't have it yet. Here we are looking at Bosso skills. He did lose a fight at the start of Stage 5, but that is the only fight that he has lost. He is building an absolutely disgusting bench for Empowered Reserves, and this is a fun one. He's got on ally death, mana, on this Syndra, so the Syndra's going to toss in infinite units. He's got tons of AP now because of this augment. Every unit on your bench is getting AP. This is approaching Exodia for Bosso skills. It'll be really interesting to see if he's going to be able to deal with these capped out Aphelios sports, because this is going to be a really wild finish here in this game.
Bosso has 4 admin spats. He can go even up to 8 admin. It doesn't do anything, but basically he has infinite gold reserves as well as empowered reserves. Let's see what he can really do with it. Meanwhile, Lil Top still streaking, by the way, ever since he stabilized, has hit Aphelios 2. Oh no, this is Buzzy Poo. I apologize. Buzzy Poo's the one at 9 and has Aphelios 2. Can Kaisa get the job done?
Oh,
my goodness, that was as close as it gets. Kyvix, unfortunately, bites the dust here and takes 6th place. And Buzzy Boo sends another player bot forward. Lil Top did end up taking a loss. Has not hit that Aphelios 2. Desperately trying to feel like he can claw for a top 4. Wajan Iverson hit Neil at 3. Does that deny Lil Top from getting top 4?
God, we need... Wow, he makes this. I wonder why he makes this. He's thinking about replacing for Leona, maybe, but you just got to sell it. You need to hit this Aphelios 2. This feels so bad, but we're rolling on 8 for Aphelios, so it's not like you're going to hit it very consistently. He can think about moving items to Samira, potentially, in this situation. It's not Aphelios carry. He does have Samira, too. But he's going up against his father here. Buzzy Boo was able to get to level 9, has the Aphelios 2. I don't know about this one for Lil Top.
Yeah, it just looks like, in terms of the sheer stat, pound for pound, Buzzy Boo's composition is stronger with an additional unit. And I just don't think that Lil Top has enough to actually close this out here. Unless this mech set is tanking a lot. I don't actually see Buzzy Boo getting past this set anytime soon. Is it the set tech? It looks like it is good. Lil Top seems to have good matchups. Like, the matchups that he's good against, he is very strong. And some matchups, it feels like he's got absolutely nothing in the tank. Speaking about almost nothing in tank, President down to just 1 HP. What's going on with President? I thought he was a lot for top 4, and now he is the prime candidate to go 5th in this lobby.
There's a huge amount of matchmaking RNG coming into play because you've got some real buzzsaws. So Lil Top seems to have a very good matchup because of the mech into Buzzy Boo. Wow. And so Buzzy Boo's been beating everybody except now anyone who's playing Bosso skills, good luck. I think that this is just a pray you don't play Bosso skill situation, because with these admin spats on Mordekaiser, on Urgot, on Syndra, and on Talia, plus he's got the Soraka carry, plus he's going to be tossing in infinite units from his bench. It's hard to envision that anyone is going to come close to beating Bosso skills by the time this game is over. So I feel like it's a Bosso skills coronation, essentially, and just everyone else trying to scrap out placements. Who you play in Stage 6 is going to have a profound impact on where you finish in this lobby.
He has 94 gold at 9. He just crossed the triple digits mark.
It's going to be
Rich
3-star
get richers
legendaries.
indeed. Jeff Bezos is in the house. That's right, a 2-star Fiddlesticks just chilling on your bench. He could legitimately just chase multiple 3-star legendaries this game.
And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to go for 3-star everything. He needs to fill up his bench anyway because of his augment, so you might as well just buy all the legendaries, throw them in with your Syndra. It's just an absolute Exodia board. This is the single strongest board I have seen built this tournament, maybe across the entire set even. It's just so disgusting how strong Bosso skills will be.
I mean, Lil Top has Aphelios 1, and then Bosso skills has every legendary in the game paired up. It is just not fair. We'll see. Lil Top just scrapping everything he possibly get. President, can he scrap together a top 4? He cannot. Lil Top has just stabilized a little bit too much this set. Once again, playing the Gatekeeper. hold on
Boss
a
Skills lost.
second. Boss
To
Skills
Weijin.
just lost. Weijin has also hit Nila 3. We talked about the difficulty of dealing with Nila 3 in particular. Is it going to require a 3-star legendary, or are we going to see one of the craziest top 4s from Boss Skills yet, but from the opposite direction? I don't think he expected to get 4th here.
There's no way we're going 4th here. Surely this is not a 4th, Mortdog. There is no way. This board is insane. We have so much gold. We're rolling. We have 6 copies of Mordekaiser, 7 copies of Syndra, 7 copies of Urgot, 6 copies of Janna, 8 copies of Urgot
Eight copies
now.
of Urgot?
We're going up
question of
against
what
Little
if.
Top, which I do feel like this is probably a good matchup for Bosso Skills. There's very limited damage on the side, and there's just going to be so much meat that gets thrown in by this Syndra. Is there any way Little Top can end the Bosso Skills run?
I mean, he didn't position. Bosso Skills has to survive. It looks like Little Top's miracle
Easy.
run for a top 4 was good enough. Honestly, a great top 4 for Little Top. Yeah, why not? The mutual fund withdrawal has been successful. 15 more gold this round for Bosso Skills. 8 Urgots. Can we make the dream come true? Strap onto the rocket ships. We're going to the moon. Or will we crash land in orbit? Bosso Skills is queuing up against Buzzy Boo, by the way, so he knows he's not
one
playing
off-
against Weijin Iverson. One off
Off
of
Soraka.
Soraka 3. Needs to dig a little bit
Come
deeper.
on. One time, Mort.
I mean, he's poor. Now he's all of a sudden broke. What has happened? He's rolling. No reposition once again. And the Shroud is on a couple of his most important units. Somehow, Bosso Skills has ignored that he's stacked his 2 most important casting units as Urgot and his Syndra in the same spot and did end up taking that Shroud. Meanwhile, Weijin Iverson fighting for his life up against Buzzy Boo. Can his Nila 3 withstand all of the pressure? Aphelios is finally starting to target, but Rel just will not drop. Weijin Iverson is completely unstoppable and will eliminate Buzzy Boo in 3rd?
And Jeff, Bosso Skills Bezos was out of gold, and now he's back at 35 gold, by the way, because he just prints so much gold across these fights as his unit is dying with the 6 admin trait. He gets a Syndra here off of the carousel. Weijin he did not deny it, so we're now 1 off of Soraka, 1 off of Syndra, and 1 off of Urgot. Surely he hits one of these.
I mean, the probability says that he can hit them. Soraka 3, okay. Can we do better than that? Wait, he's not buying his bench space. He's selling everything. Do you sell and chase for Urgot 3? You do. He goes for it. The Hail Mary attempt does not successfully land on it. Remember, these are also units that he wants to pull. 1 second last swap. And let's see it. Weijin Iverson with this 3-star Neo, 3-star Yumi going up against 3-star Soraka. The Zephyr does land on the Rel, so possibly takes out one of the most important tanks. The Skyline does hit and shreds a bunch of the units. Yumi is now targeting the
chilling.
Soraka, and Bosso Skills is starting to have his front line crumble. Can the Undertow stall for long enough? Yes, it can. And now Soraka is starting to focus onto the tanks. I think Weijin Iverson did a great job to get to this point, but Bosso Skills will fulfill his initial mission. And that is a 1st place for Jeff Bossos. One of the richest comps you'll see all weekend long, chasing multiple 3-star legendaries.
Jeff Bossos with the W. Unfortunately, we get to see Syndra 3 or Urgot 3, but I guess it was enough. Meanwhile, we're joining this lobby, looking at our top 4 for the first time. We have Broccoli, Malala, and Clear are your 3 remaining players here in this lobby. We're seeing Malala at level 9 with some last-second repositioning, and he's got a really capped version of this board. He's got the Talia with probably the best items. He also has a Syndra with double Shojin and a Rage Blade, so man, could this throw in some units.
Yeah, it's gonna really kind of throw in a mix here because a lot of these units are single target damage. Looking at Zoe and the LeBlanc in the back, just trying to take things down, but there's just so much stuff. You just have to get through all of them. And Malala doing a great job, does end up getting elimination clear, needed a big game, got a 3rd place, finally out reversing that. Broccoli also playing with a full win streak this late into the game, taking a look at his board, does have that Vayne 3. Now positioning is the name of the game here. Can Malala find a way to displace Broccoli's backline carries? Can Broccoli find a way to avoid things like the weaving wall from the Talia to get proper angles? That's going to be the name of the game, whether or not this fight ends up going either way here.
Oh, he didn't actually swap the Talia back, so he's not going to be getting windy value, but it is on the right side. It's going to get Zephyr. No, it doesn't actually. The Zephyr goes on to the Urgot, so it's going to be really interesting to see how this fight plays out. Talia is casting across, but not hitting any of the really impactful units. Misfortune and Vayne staying safe in the back line. Here comes the first Misfortune cast. The front line is gone. Broccoli on this win streak. It looks like he is just too strong here. He's got that Riven 3 still in the front line tanking. He's got that Vayne 3 plus the Misfortune 3. So much threat on Broccoli's side with the dual itemized carries in the backline plus that Riven 3. We're heading to a neutral round, which means that Broccoli is very likely to get a third item on his Riven 3. That fight was not very close. How can Malala find a way to turn the tables here?
Yeah, it's tricky because he's just having difficulty dealing with the 3-star animals. They just have so much HP, and you can't find a way to burst it down, not to mention the full prep stacks as well. Broccoli has done an excellent job assembling kind of a super team, which is what the Anima Squad should be. They are the Avengers of Spatulopolis, and with their powers combined can defend the city. And you can see it. There are no slouches. You have Vayne 3 triple item. You got Misfortune 2 fully prepped triple item. You got Riven 3 about to get 3 items. And heck, I mean, throw in the Silas 3 as well, who is very tanky, have a bunch of HP. Yes, why not? Protector's Vow, the best item that you can put on Riven. Unless he wants to go for a Zephyr to potentially disarm the front line. And why not a Sejuani 2 as well to throw in that Cryo Grenade? This is going to be impossible for Malala to stop. I think Anima, being the snowball composition that everyone knows has maximum potential because of infinite HP scaling, might just be too much for Malala, who plays a thresholdless composition. Talia's excels primarily based off of punishing low HP targets. There's not a single low HP target on Broccoli's side.
Yeah, the whole board is tanky because of this Anima trait. We assume he got it online very early and got those stacks rolling. Very nice Zephyr from him as well. Zephyring Malala's main tank, and Malala, he's on the right side, getting damage onto that Vayne early, but it's just not enough damage. His Vayne is going to be able to survive multiple more casts here. Wailing Way in the backline. The Riven is almost down, though. This fight seems to be going better for Malala. Malala's front line held on much longer this fight. The second Talia cast is just on Misfortune. We do have 2 carries left alive, but the CC from Syndra comes out. It's just Vayne versus the world. Is Vayne going to be able to do enough damage here before Talia finishes her off? It's so close!
Oh, the Weaver's well casted!
Oh, Jana!
Oh.
Wow, that fight looked so much more promising for Malala, but in the end, it was simply more promising into a 1 HP win for Broccoli. I started off our broadcast of this game poking a little bit of fun at the easy first that he got last game with the Exodia admin. This time, he works for it. No hero augment Anima Squad, Vayne 3, Riven 3, MF2. Really nice first place from Broccoli, though we didn't get to see him pilot it.
So 2 back-to-back firsts here for Broccoli, also with different compositions. And to kick off the day, Broccoli got a 3rd place with an entirely different comp too. So a lot of flexibility there from that player. But Dan, I got to backtrack over to Lobby A that you and Bryce covered here for Game 3 in full. And why didn't we get a chance to see the Syndra and the Urgot 3-star? I mean, why not?
Because Mortdog hates us.
Why? Yes, because TFT is not about fun.
I
think this game's
wanted
about
it.
fun? It's about competition. It's about eliminating 7 other players. It's survival, the fittest. It's a battle royale. You think this is a game?
This is a video game. I thought we were in a video game.
Allegedly.
I really allegedly.
You're thinking simulation. We're in a simulation.
Oh, okay.
We're in a simulation.
Okay.
Millions of
This game's in the
simulations
simulation.
later, you would expect Basso skills rather to be able to hit a 3-star legendary.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh, I'm Talia pilled right now. That's all I can tell you. But hey, listen, 2 incredible games so far. Let's go ahead and take a look at how everyone else did in that game number 3. This is just kind of how everything shook out, but I really want to focus in on the compositions for both of these lobbies. I mean, I don't think there's much else to say about Basso's skills in terms of the legendary board that he ended up putting together, but I feel like there's a lot more to be said about Anima Squad overall, Bryce. Like, how do you really make that composition work?
I really liked Ace's analogy during the pre-show because he likened it to Lagoon from last set, where if you get it rolling early, it can be an unbelievable amount of power that you can then snowball into a lot of tempo and potentially a lobby win. If you don't get it rolling early, either because you can't get the trade online or because you get the trade online but you're not killing units, you're not winning rounds, you're not preserving HP, then it can be an utter disaster. So if you're piloting Anima Squad, understand that it's one of the strongest tempo comps in the game, but only if you're actually getting that fame going. And so you really have to be thoughtful about when you're holding these units. You have to have the right items, you have to have the upgrades, and then once you commit to the line, you're just hard committed to the line. Use the word flexible to describe Broccoli. He's a somewhat flexible player. I'm not sure that he's been playing that flexibly today, but he's open to a lot of different lines, and that has been paying off for him because he knows all the S tier stuff. He knows the conditions for it. Last tournament, quite frankly, he struggled because he only knew the AD lines, and he just didn't get enough AD openings in order to play to his strengths. This tournament, though, he spent a lot of time studying, and look out, world, because when Brock spends a lot of time studying and he knows all the different outs in the game, he's an incredibly talented player, and he's showing you why this tournament.
Yeah, even just yesterday, it kind of looked like he was playing a little bit more into the AP, just like looking at Spellslinger Talia did really well with that, Heart and Sona. But Dan, there's actually one more thing I wanted to mention about Basso Skills, and maybe you can give us a little bit of insight on that. And that was the fact that Basso Skills had put together 6 admins and had a couple of spatulas there. What's the thought process behind where you even put those? What units is it good for?
Yeah, it's really about what unit wants mana, and that's pretty much every champion in the game that isn't Jax. So you have a lot of flexibility. Personally, I love putting ally death mana onto Syndra, because that means with every unit that dies, another gets thrown in. So you're kind of churning into the factory, right? We're keeping this Jeff Bezos up. You fire another worker, you just hire another one. You union bust all, but it does not matter. I will replace every one of my frontline. You think that you're irreplaceable? I got millions of people waiting to take your spot. I got infinite money. I'll roll for infinite champions. That's exactly what Basso Skills probably wasn't thinking word for word, but pretty close to it.
I think you're right on the
This
money.
Jeff Bezos analogy is just getting so deep now. We're so many layers in. I love it.
Oh my gosh, that's gonna be TFT lore for the foreseeable future. Anyway, we're 3 games down for day number 2, so let's take a look at the overall standings. We've got Broccoli with those 2 back-to-back firsts sitting at the very top there. Of course, Mr. Jeff Basso is gonna be there in second, but this is where the going gets really tough, Dan. You're looking at the players that are on the bubble and also on the outside looking in, and I feel like these are names we didn't expect to see there.
I mean, yes and no. It just feels like in these kinds of lobbies, you have to be willing to accept almost every permutation. I think it'd be really surprising if it was like Sox, Dishop, Setsuko, and DQA in the bottom 4. I think those are 4 of like the strongest players that people evaluate. But at the same time, it just goes to show you how difficult these tournaments are. And also, remember, we're only halfway through. Theoretically, it could reverse, right? Sauce could put up a 23-pointer in the last 3 games. And then Broccoli could go 8-8-8. And all of a sudden, his 23 looks like it's not good enough to go to the final day. So a lot of things could happen. We're only halfway through.
Yeah, that's a very good point that you bring up. We still have one more game with these 2 lobbies as they are, and then we will reseed them to play out the final 2 games of the day. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, game 4 of day 2 of the Monsters Attack mid-set finale. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Monsters Attack mid-set finale. We are halfway through day number 2, and it means that we've got 3 more games to go. Casanova and Crone are going to be bringing you through that 4th game, but let's talk a little bit about what we can expect from this lobby. Crone, what happened in that game number 3?
Yeah, I kind of saw the tail end of it. It was almost Talia getting her first win in the tournament with Malala, but Broccoli just too strong with getting the Anima online. And I think Bryce had a good point about Anima and where it finds success just before the break. He had it on super early, able to farm all of that fame. But it's very interesting towards the bottom of the lobby. Players who went 7th, 8th, DQA, and Sox. It was a no hero augment lobby, just gold. Sox tried a Camille reroll, which usually only finds success supported by some good hero augments, namely the Camille one. Sox tried it, went 8th, which I would say is usually expected. However, there is an interesting point that Cass reminded me of, is that Pressman played it yesterday. Same kind of situation, no hero augment, and actually ended up going first with it. Just unfortunately, Sox wasn't able to find the same success. But if there's a player who will try something like that with how willing Sox is to just play really flexible, you know, play what he hits, he's kind of always been that player, and I think that play style arguably can fit very well into the meta right now. Just wasn't able to make it work. I mean, Sox is just having a rough day in general right now. He needs some crazy finishes to be able to have a chance to advance.
I mean, just another example, sometimes of the cards not falling quite your way. Rock solid Malphite ended up getting 2 firsts yesterday and might have fallen a little flat in the one game that we saw today. So who knows? Yeah. Sometimes it is up to whether or not you can actually get the job done. But Casanova, looking forward to the players that are in this lobby and trying to close out the rest of the day. Who do you feel like is in a good position right now going into this next game?
Well, I mean, just looking at Broccoli, right? We've seen how well he's been playing on the day. He's already netted himself 23 points. He's got a couple games to go. Realistically, he'd have to completely drop the ball to not make it into day number 3. So really, he's just looking to secure those bonus points. If he can just have solid performances over the next few, he's going to lock himself in for 2 or 3 bonus points, and that's putting yourself in a perfect position going into the final day.
Yeah, we definitely have some players in this lobby too that need to pick up the pace a little bit, so let's see if they can get the job done heading into game number 4.
All right, thank you so much, Necra. Crone, we're jumping in on board with Setsuko to kick things off. He's in 4th place right now. It hasn't been nearly as good of a day as yesterday, and yet he is still 4th of 16, so that still bodes pretty well for Setsuko.
It's kind of crazy. Yeah, he does have 3 bonus points coming into today, kind of helping him out a little bit, which you do have to keep in mind. If he didn't have those, he would actually be tied for like in between the 8th to 10th spot, along with Wajan Iverson, Lil Top, and Garchomp Pro. But Setsuko having a bit of a buffer is really nice for him. I was watching his perspective for a lot of last game. He had a fantastic Gadgettine opener, best in slot set items with the Gadgettine, and he had those on 3-1. Granted, they were on a Nasus at the point, but that game was kind of some of the most dizzy that I've seen Setsuko be in a long time. He was contested with clear for that Gadgettine line. Clear hit set 2, I think, before Setsuko even hit 1 set, actually, and the rolls weren't really in his favor. Ended up going bot 4. But I think Setsuko, obviously a player who can recover. He's gonna still be in a good spot, especially with this opener here, finding a Poppy 2 already. Maybe another Gadgettine line if he's able to find that augment coming through. Players are going to always be grabbing that as soon as it pops up.
Yeah, the potential's there. I guess he got a warm up on that Gadgettine line as well. If he's if he's feeling a little spicy to run it back, like you said, it felt like maybe the most dizzy he's been all tournament. And I don't know if that is just lack of experience on the line. If nerves started to catch up, I don't think they would at this point, right? Setsuko's usually pretty solid, so I think just shake that one off, move on to the next. You're still in a really great position, and Setsuko still, we're expecting to make it into that day 3 and be a contender for the top spot.
100%. There are some solid hero augments here, augments here that Setsuko will probably just default to, not wanting to use the reroll. Jeweled Lotus is one of them. And you mentioned the nerves thing. Setsuko did say after the end of Corrupted Cup that he definitely used to feel nervous in tournaments. He was that was maybe a contributing factor to him not matching his tournament performance with his ladder performance, but after that cup he said, oh no, my mentality is different. I don't really feel nervous anymore. Like, maybe sure that'll come back in the future because I have that tournament win now, but it hasn't really looked like it, at least so far this tournament. Setsuko immediately recognized what he was doing wrong in the last game. Like, he's always really good about that. He's like, oh, like, what am I doing? I should have been doing this, that, this. Like, he just knows immediately. So I think that does bode well for Setsuko to improve his results and keep being in the top 4, right? You see, he's not nearly as successful as he was yesterday, but still again in the top 4. So he's still doing just fine.
Yeah, it's always fun to point out with some of these players who have just been performing so well. It's like, yeah, they're just not playing so great compared to yesterday. It's not a good time, and yet literally in 4th place, like having a fantastic day overall anyways. But yes, of course, the bonus points helping out with that. We do see the slam of the Ionic Spark on the Poppy here, trying to win out in the early stages, but it looks like this training dummy might cause some problems. DQA looking to pick up this fight win with that Ashe too, and yeah, it's going to be so. Setsuko might have to turn this around and look towards the lose streak angle, or just kind of contest and be content without a full streak in the early stages.
Well, speaking of Gadgettine, Clear is going to be the one running it back on the Gadgettine line. Found it early last game, found it this time. The kind of stars are aligning, which needs to be the case, right? Clear has not had the best start of today. You kind of called it out earlier. Clear had a fantastic start yesterday, kind of fell off a little bit and continued not playing well in the first couple of games today. However, last game he got a 3rd, and already even just knowing a Gadgettine opener is here, I think Clear is already setting himself up for a good finish.
Yeah, I mean, notably could be contested here, right? Pros also having that Gadgettine emblem early on, going for the Gadgettine crest, so we'll have to look out for that, see if they both go for the set line. That was what happened between Clear and Setsuko, and Clear came out on top of that last time around, but we'll see if they both go for different lines this time, because I mean, we've even seen Talia from Garchomp Pro taking a 2nd with that Gadgettine opening, so there's a lot of different ways that this can go.
Yeah, actually, not really one that we were considering that much going into today, but one that can very much work out well if you're able to find the set, right? It is not doomed. However, 2 players playing a set comp, right? It should be fine. It's 4 costs. There's 12 copies of it. Should be a-okay. The items for Clear, however, are a little bit, I guess, not really telling of a certain direction. He's going to have the vest for potential Titans, but no like BT components, and those are the ones that are best in slot for the Zed. Gets a Gadgettine Titans here, just to make that point, but needs to still find the Zoe to get that 5 Gadgettine online and snap this loss streak. Isn't slamming any of his components, however.
Yeah, not slamming. He actually grabs his Annie from the orb, I think, just to make econ here. Just trying to push forward. It's potentially just wanted to hold on to the pair, but it feels like in this situation, you would usually just keep it in the orb, but giving himself the option to sell this to make up to 20.
That's a good point, actually. I don't think there's any reason why he would pick it up if he's not at least considering that, right? He's gonna lose this, sell the Annie. That's great recognition of usually when people hold things in the orbs, they're going to do it to find 3 stars, but obviously you still want to do it to find the 2-star as well. It's just not as impactful, so the gold's gonna be more worth it at this point in the game.
Yeah, especially since, Annie is a very strong 2-star unit, but he is looking to lose streak right now, so not necessarily in need of finding that 2-star to make his board that much stronger, and buy some time, just look to lose streak all throughout stage 2 and into Krugs, and put himself in a really solid position.
Malala with double ramp.
Rock solid. Where is it? Where's the 3-2 rock solid?
I know, right? That would be perfect for it. We see 2 players actually slamming Last Whispers, Sox and DQA, so gonna be trending towards obviously an AP direction there. But it's not like we saw earlier. We made a point of people were all slamming items, really trying to tempo. Only gonna be the case with the most of our players here, but there are again a couple of exceptions. Wait, Malala Gangplank 3?
Wait, what?
Hold on a second. How?
He had True 2, so he probably got 3 Gangplanks from that.
Yeah.
But that's still 6 more Gangplanks by 2-5. That's a little crazy.
That is very crazy.
Well, yeah, if he hits rock solid on a 3-2, I think Malala's in a pretty crazy position with that double bramble.
Hey, I don't
know. He set
know.
himself up for it.
Rock solid on 3-2. Kai Vix picked it earlier. And I think when a fast 8th there, we've only seen 2-1 success with it. Not that that can only be the case. I would still be curious to see how Malala could pilot it from that spot. Either way, GP3 at 2-5, that is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I am interested what comp he's going to end up running. I imagine it's some kind of supers is being leaned towards if you've got a GP3 at this stage of the game. But I'm sure we'll get a chance to take a look at that in a moment. We'll
Yeah.
take a look at DQA, who is on the win streak right now. Spent a lot of gold, has a pretty expensive board early on, but he's in a very solid position with that 4 win streak. Still angling towards AD, a lot of options. Keeping Draven open even, just holding on to these. He might even hold on to an extra, but I feel like selling up to 20 is also a big angle for DQA.
Yeah, there's a world where if it's a 3-2 hero augment coming through, that you can consider pivoting into Draven. You know, there's the Wukong there. There's some okay Draven items wanting some healing, of course, coming through on it. But I think it's a good call to at least consider it from DQA's point. Gonna be rocking this really, really strong Ashe. However, for now, has the Recon online with the Vayne right next to her. And clears lane level 4, so this should be an easy 5 win streak into Krugs. Does sell to 20, so Draven no longer on the table.
Yep, done up 20. Solid econ here. Still a strong board. We go into Krug, see what items get picked up, but I'm excited for this 3-2 augment selection because, you know, if it is hero augments, if it is 2 costs, I think that is incredibly interesting for Malala's perspective. But interestingly, this is maybe not the board that I had in my brain when we were talking about this, right? Instead, he's got a couple duelists, but this Gangplank just kind of out of place. It's just like, hey, what's up? I randomly have a 3-star Gangplank on this board. Not necessarily fitting in with anything else. And yeah, 3 underground online from Malala as well. So a lot of options realistically will be open to Malala no matter what these augments come through.
Yeah, again, Malala kind of having a chance to, you know, redeem himself today, coming on in to this event today because we had a bit of a drop with somebody else. But like you mentioned, didn't expect this to be the board. I think the Vi probably was the unit that came in with the true 2s as well as the GP. Being a level 5, 40 gold, very okay. And doing what most players do not have an opportunity to in the early game, which is win streak underground. That's very telling of Malala's power right now, even though the Gangplank has no items. It is okay, just the raw power of it being on the board is too much for anyone else to handle. Maybe soon, however, especially seeing how strong like DQA's board was in Setsuko. But again, the 2-star Vi Bramble, pretty crazy. And even levels up to 6 to just make sure to keep carrying this win streak forward.
All right, yeah, levels up, slams in a Brawler. Going up against Setsuko, who has a very strong board as well, right? He's also win streaking. He's got this Poppy, very tanky in the front line, but still going to be tough to deal with Malala. It feels like the Poppy is tanking up really well, though. It stays alive for so long that this should just be a win for Setsuko. It was a pretty close fight, but still that Poppy just being able to hold on forever.
Level up to 6-3-1 and lose is one of the most devastating things that can happen to you in a TFT game. It swings your potential to, you know, cap out your board, generate your economy, you know, pressure the lobby in such a harsh way. And that's a snap pickup onto Unrelenting Force Vi. 5 Vi's as well. Has the Malphite code, could be going supers as well, at least keeping the option open. Lala, again, losing that round, really, really unfortunate, but I think it's still in a good spot with how many Vi's and with that hero augment selection coming through.
Looks like Robin committing into Draven. We've seen Robin play a lot of Draven throughout the tournament. It's been kind of the comfort zone, and a lot of his very high placements have been on these Draven games. So
yeah,
kind of good to see him in a comfortable position in this game. I do expect him to play this line quite well. He's already on a 2-star Draven with the Last Whisper, so decent setup for the start of the game.
Yeah, he played it to a 1st place and a 3rd place yesterday. So Robin, like you said, very, very comfortable with the line. Has a good opener for it, so I expect it to follow that same kind of success. Pros, on the other hand, going for kind of AP heart direction, but again, does have the Gadgeting. So this might be something like we saw a bit earlier, maybe going into a non-conventional Gadgeting kind of carry a bit later on. But we'll have to see where it ends up for Pros. Yeah. He's very, very low in economy right now. Just about 10, maybe sells to 20 here. There's a lot of units on the bench.
Yeah, one with Cleansing Safeguard alongside this Gadgeting, which it feels a little bit unconventional, right? It doesn't feel like the most standard thing you would see, but maybe we will get that, you know, double Lee Sin in the front line, one of them stacked up with Gadgeting getting all that extra damage reduction as well. There's potential for that for Pros. Definitely not something I've personally seen myself. Just these two played in combination, but also having this heart emblem. So going heavy heart and Gadgeting, 5 Gadgeting, 4 heart. This is a a pretty spicy board for pros.
This is really interesting. Not something that you see every day with the Gadgeteen line, again, like I mentioned, but cleansing Safeguard, especially synergizing with the Heart Zoe and already having that online as your direction, bodes really, really well for pros in this game. Cleansing Safeguard, even though it was nerfed, right? I guess the bug fix where the Lee Sin's mana lock each other is still very, very good, right? There is no passing up on this augment if it's presented to you from a good spot like Pro's, in a really good spot.
And there's Robin on the other side. I think another note about Robin playing Draven is actually both of those Draven games were played in kind of different styles, right? One was actually a supers Draven, but the other was just going for the Draven and the mechs and then filling out the rest of the board with threats. It didn't worry about supers. So Robin can be a little bit more flexible with this Draven depending on what he hits and what is contested, right? If there's other supers players in the lobby, he can still stick with the Draven line, roll down for the Draven and find other ways to build around it.
Definitely. Few spatulas available on this carousel. I don't know if anyone's going for anima direction, so they might be passed up. We saw earlier, like, aggressively, Pressvent was going for that spatula on carousel. Broccoli is going to grab it though, and his hero augment is going to be Burning Spirit Annie, looks like, along with Cybernetic Uplink. See where that spat ends up later. Obviously also very good for admins, assuming players already know what their admin is, because if they don't, then they're definitely not going to be risking it and going a spat for that direction to slam it and end up being a bad admin.
Yeah, taking a look at Clear. Got 6 Wukongs right now. I think still just looking for a set to replace that first Wukong.
Ooh, he might not be. Yeah, because it's level 5, like you're just mentioning here. Maybe he is just going to reroll for a Wukong 3 and have that be the Gadgeteen mech kind of holder. Otherwise, surely he'd be level 6, right? Start pushing levels, finding the set. I think this might just be a committal here. I'm wanting to maybe find something like an Annie 3 as well.
Yeah, I mean, it is potential to look for that, right? But he's only on 5 Annies.
Yeah.
Not really that close to his 3 stars outside of this Wukong, right? Now, okay, he's selling up the 50 gold. I can't imagine that he's rerolling here, right? This really does feel like it has to be pushing levels, but I do see what you're saying. I mean, it's 3-5. He's still level 5. He hasn't gone to 6 yet.
Yeah, I haven't seen
his loss streak.
Yeah, I would assume with how low he is that he should have had the gold to be able to be, level 6, 50 gold. So he's probably rolled to try to consider that Wukong option. If he doesn't and kind of builds out of it at this point, it'd be really awkward, but at least he would have the Wukong to replace it. But no, I mean, there's no way. Yeah, he's rolling here.
Okay, here
trying to find the Wukong 3. Is he going to hit, however? 6 poppies, 7 poppies. He's close. Needs to hit these, however, each roll that passes by.
Too, it sucks, right? Like he's so low, he just has to get there.
This is not a route that is very practiced on for, I would think, anybody. I love somebody would be like, oh no, this player actually does this route a lot, but I haven't really seen it personally. And Clear, not seem like it's working out for him as well. Being at 34 HP, still being 2 off both of the units you're rolling for, this is rough.
Yeah, I just don't know that Burning Spirit Gadgeteen Wukong is even that big of an out anyway once he finds it, right? Like, is that even going to put Clear in a spot where he's going to top 4 if he 3-stars it? I don't feel confident in that.
No, not confident at all. Taking another hit. It's not by that many units, however. But 29 HP going into Wolves, rather low. Setsuko win streaking at the top, the only player to be win streaking at this point. As we take a look at Broccoli's board. Broccoli having the admin of at combat start. All admins gain 45 AP.
See what he can pick up off of these wolves. He's got his cybernetics online with the uplink, spreading out his items so far. Having the LeBlanc too at this stage is going to be very nice.
Yep.
Having that carry ready to go. Mana item. We've talked about people, having a hard time finding mana items sometimes for their LeBlancs. But of course, Broccoli already having his here. We'll see what that spatula ends up being as well as Robin. Wow, just 3-star Draven. Hitting it right on 4-1. That's right on time, I would say.
Yeah, 20 gold, bit lower than he might have liked to be, but that's still okay. The main concerning thing we see there in the bottom left is the lack of items. There is still, after Wolves, only the Last Whisper and a sword on the Draven. Really needs to get something else online. Looks like Clear's hit Poppy 3. Another Annie 2 as well. I didn't get a chance to see if he hit the Wukong, but we'll see a bit later. As we're now looking at DQA, whose backline is just a Sivir, but the front line is really, really good. Cho to Sejuani to Rammus as well. His front line's kind of crazy. It's like a stage 5 front line.
He's got a crazy front line, and he has endless pizza to keep him healed up. You know, it's chilling. He's got all the pizza ready for everybody. But it's not a ton of damage. It's taken a little bit of time for him to kill everything. And this just all-star front line just doing enough for DQA to find the win, but it was very, very close.
Just barely enough pizza to keep everybody alive.
Just enough pizza for everybody, you know. It was the last slice when someone was done. They're like, "Woo, we barely just the right amount."
You just like YOLO order like a dozen pizzas for like a big party. It just happens to be enough. Nobody wants more. It's good feeling as we get our final augment. It is re-rolled by Broccoli. Battle Mage, Second Wind, or Admin. Admin's good. Wants to fit in for Admin. Let's see what the choice is. 45 AP, 45 mana, or 50 permanent health. And again, that is going to be the at combat start. See which one it picks. Definitely not the mana, but between AP or health, I think there's a conversation for both of them.
Yeah, well, what was the first one he took? I know you just mentioned it. I've forgotten already.
For the 2 Admin, he took start of combat AP. And there was the option between more AP or
more AP.
health.
Well, we did see the double AP pick be pretty strong previously. I'm trying to remember which player was running it, but it's been good to have all that extra at the start of the round, just being able to get your first cast, dealing with so many units. So might see that again. But of course, HP has been a big factor in a lot of these admin victories when you're able to stack that HP. Usually, though, you want that very early in the game. And it's a bit late to go for HP stacking.
Exactly. Coming through with a kind of at 4-2 third augment choice, probably just going to be the AP as you alluded to. And yeah, the backliner is very strong. All that AP coming in clutch, especially when admin is on a unit like Talia. Having the spell slingers in fits perfectly in that composition. As we take a look around the rest of the lobby, Clear seems like has stabilized for now. Setsuko falling off a little bit, and everyone else in the middle. DQA looking to go fast 8, looking to go AD. Samira, Belveth, maybe an Aphelios if he high rolls one. But it just really comes down to that level 8 roll. He might be going in right after this carousel and praying to Mortdog that he hits.
Yeah, we did just get confirmation that Broccoli did in fact pick that extra AP. It did seem like that was going to be obvious, but wanted to make sure we let y'all know that that has been confirmed. I also did note that Clear just picked up the Wukong 3. I know you said it looked like he'd stabilized, but let's see against DQA, not having a lot of damage to push through this front line, but DQA still having a very strong front line of his own. Can he actually get through this Wukong? It feels like it's not even actually that tanky with the Gadgettine, which that's pretty bad for Clear to have had to push so hard to 3-star these units and might lose to a Sivir 2 carry.
It's an 8th. Clear, no gold. Had to roll all the way down for, you know, Poppy. The Wukong is very far away from leveling up and putting mech in. Because he needs to run the 5 Gadgettine, right? That's like the whole point of the comp. Takes another loss. Has not indeed stabilized like I had hoped. Like everyone who's a Clear fan has hoped. A chance to see all of the augments coming through, and yeah, the trends are here. If there's emblems coming through, it is gonna be Gadgettine, it is gonna be admin. Maybe you get a random other one like pros with the heart emblem and Setsuko with Sure Shots. Sure Shots was technically the most popular comp coming into today with Samira. Even like Asa said in the pre-show, if you're not hitting that composition but still looking to go that direction, you might land on a Belveth as well. So those compositions kind of combined with the Aphelios. There's still a lot of AD priority from players, and you know, in a pretty solid spot to go. DQA does hit the Belveth. That's massive. Hits the Samira as well, but with the Belveth 2 coming through, probably just gonna transfer those items over there.
Yeah, I mean, Belveth 2 gonna be really solid. We actually talked about it a bit in the pre-show as well, that Belveth statistically was a bit more consistent than the Samira version. Samira, of course, had more high highs. It had those first places, but when we looked at that top 4 rate, Samira was quite low. Whereas Belveth had a very solid top 4 rate. I believe it was 55% of the time versus 28. Belveth definitely good at getting those top 4s. And what Asa had told us, he had mentioned, you know, the melees being very strong in the mid game, starting to fall off in the late game as everybody gets more power and they end up just dying a bit too fast. versus, you know, the ranged, of course, being able to stay safe a bit longer. So that's why you see the Belveth's doing a really good job at making top 4. And right now, just being consistent, getting top 4s, that's what's going to get you into the top 8 and get you into day 3.
Yeah, DQA might need to consider, you know, more than just going fourth, like, you know, some seconds, some thirds, because he is currently in 11th place. However, is a solid start to do so. Yep, we saw, like, in the bottom left, Robin did hit the 3-star Draven a few rounds ago, and he is still, you know, lower in HP compared to the rest of the lobby, still 30, so this is a route that Robin has found a lot of success with, but has a lot more to go in this matchup as we go over back to Setsuko, who has randomly just a Zed online for the 3 laser core and to hold the sure shot. But that's not bad, though. I think this is a great recognition of when you roll down and you're hitting other units besides ones you're looking for, how can you actually make them work on your board? I think that's what kind of separates a really good from a great TFT player, because not everybody would have picked up this random Zed, thrown it in, but it's doing a lot of work, it seems like, here for Setsuko.
Yeah, especially since this is Z2, right? So, like, finding the Z2 in that roll down is massive, because the Z1 probably wouldn't do that much. But the fact that Setsuko had the heads up to just hold on to them in the bench, buy them as he was going down, and then make the decision when he saw the third one. It's clear.
Oof,
hangs on one more round. Can he make a 7th out of this? That would be pretty crazy, I think. But Robin is falling quite low, which is surprising considering how early he hit that Draven. However, you did mention the items just weren't there, and I think that is the big problem for Robin. Maybe Aurelion Doom will turn things around for Robin as well.
Yeah, hopefully so. Robin, 16 HP, Clear on 7, and just barely hanging on by a thread. Clear can go level 7, however, after this round, fit the mech in finally. So that'll boost the power by a lot for that board. However, a lot of players are going to be spiking at 5-1, right? Socks, and another player to kind of talk about there. He's going to go at level 8, roll it down, try to find a carry, because he's still kind of stuck on that Senna. Frontline isn't fantastic either at the moment. Did hit some good frontline items here as Draven augment, but we'll see what this level 8 roll down is going to net, as well as we look at the bottom left for Malala's roll down as well, trying to hit the Vi 3.
Yeah, there he goes, finds it. Vi 3 coming in a bit late, 5-1, but you will take it rather late than never, and he still has 32 HP to work with, so I think still having plenty to do with this board. It looks like he does have supers in, of course, finding that early 3-star gangplank all working out, getting a lot of buffs up for this buy.
Socks is stuck on a Senna 2 still, is stuck on a set 1 mech frontline. This is just not going to cut it into stage 5. He might find 1 or 2 wins, but 37 HP is rather concerning at this point. He needs to really, really luck out on some of these next rolls. Maybe get bailed out by Carousel or something. As Malala actually did not go level 7 yet. I thought he would at 5-1, but no, is actually not opting to... Oh, I'm thinking of Clear's board, excuse me. But it did find the Vi 3, and looking for supers is really close to tier 3 Malphite and Lee Sin on the bench.
Yeah, I mean, Socks even had perfect positioning for this fight, but Malala had just spiking with that Vi 3. It makes all the difference. Malala able to find that win, even though Socks did have that Sen in the corner, hitting the entire board the entire time. Just not quite enough for Socks to get there. See Socks looking at a bit of a roll down, trying to find what he can. He finds a Felios now, so maybe he has an option to swap out some items over there from the Senna, or at least just trying to get the sure shots online.
As Malala hit the Malphite.
Yeah, gets there. Another 3-star for his super, so even more damage for this Vi.
Vi 3-starred, having some great items. 1 away from Lee Sin and 2 away from Sona. Sona can have a lot of success as well. I think we saw Socks yesterday play like a kind of, I'll say random, like Sona 3 and do pretty well with it. Obviously very comfortable with the AP lines. Malala, somebody else who's comfortable with this seemingly as well. Still a bit of a ways to go. Very close to level 7, just 8 XP away, but really, really wants to hit these, the Lee Sin at least, before pushing there.
Yeah, and I mean, Robin found some good items for his Draven, but running into Malala, and this Vi is just so strong, able to punch through, and Robin, down to 1 life left, does outlive Clear, but he's on 4 HP, he's in a lot of trouble. He's very strong, right? Having good augments for this Draven as well, but Malala just spiking a bit harder in that spot, and the Vi being a pretty good matchup into this Draven.
Yeah, definitely. Draven having good items because the thrill, right? The combination of them coming through but it's just not quite enough. Robin still taking, even though they're pretty narrow losses, but has the Ruthless Blade Draven instead of the League of Draven. So not as high of a kind of power level as I suppose it could be. And he's up against a Ghost board here, so maybe this saves him for a round. Like Setsuko's Ghost here.
Honestly, though, the Ruthless Blades Draven in combination with the Jeweled Lotus is pretty solid. It's a really great combination of augments. It's just making it so he has 100% crit, and he's able to crit on the abilities without having to jam an IE. It should be really solid in general, and I mean, we are going to see him find wins. I just am curious if on one life he's going to be able to pull out too many placements from here. It doesn't feel like the rest of his board is to the point it would need to be for him to win out. It is, you know, the version where Robin is trying to just get towards threats, and he did find a Fiddlestick, so if he can randomly turn that into like a Fiddle 2 or find some itemization for it, maybe that can help turn things around as well.
Yeah, there's a bit of a kind of overcap on that crit that you're talking about with the Draven augment, because he does have the Last Whisper crit as well as Jewel Lotus giving 20%. Yeah. But it still does give more, right? It's not like it's useless by any means. It guarantees that he's going to be, you know, slapping and slapping hard. But yeah, definitely not as high of a cap as League of Draven. It is still a good augment though. Even data-wise suggests that the augment is very solid. I think it's about like a 4.3. So not bad. As we look over to pros, 6 heart, 5 gadgetine.
Yeah,
at cleansing
cool
safeguard. It is
it's
cool
just
board.
A cool board.
Not super strong, unfortunately, but it's cool.
It's cooler than it is good, I think. That is it definitely has the cool factor as we get the 7th heart unit to hit the board with the Syndra. We'll see what ends up getting dropped potentially, and here we go, shuffling things around a little bit.
Yeah, finds the Nunu. That's going to be fantastic for any late game gadgetine capped board. Wants to maybe consider going for a Zoe 3 as well. Heart Zoe, fantastic. There's no Morellos though, which you really want for a Zoe, and the Lee Sin obviously does not have as much power as a set frontline, even with the cleansing safeguard. Up against Robin here, Draven can it 1v5.
Yeah, it's actually the Soraka doing enough there at the very end. Nunu got one more hit as well, and just the fact that the hearts are stacking up so much ability power, able to get through the HP of that Draven. So Robin going out in 7th from a spot that I didn't feel like it was going to be a bottom 2, but I think he just lost so much HP from not having items on the Draven even after hitting in stage 4 and just not able to fully recover from there. We jump on board with DQA and the Endless Pizza still rolling.
Endless Pizza still rolling. Samira 1 on the board. Fiddlesticks 2 somehow. That DQA has found. Belveth still being the primary carry. This comp should be really good at getting top 4s, but DQA is taking a lot of losses in stage 5, and I think it's kind of surprising, honestly, with how strong he seemed at the time.
Yeah, I mean, considering there is a Fiddlesticks 2 on this board, I mean, I get that the items are not necessarily optimal Fiddlesticks items right now with a Zephyr and a Gargoyle Stoneblade, but
Fiddle, surely.
It's still a 2-starred Fiddlesticks. It just, yeah, it seems like the damage just isn't there. Maybe the Belveth has been being taken out too early in a lot of these fights. In this one, able to live pretty long, but that Samira still chewing through a lot of DQA's board and making this fight really close. And yeah, DQA actually losing this fight that looked like it should have been a win, falling down in 6th. And yeah, the board strength not really lining up to the eye test of what it was actually doing in the fight.
Yeah, I think the augments are a little bit lacking there. Funny frontline is kind of fake there. Endless Pizza, you know, after the nerfs a while ago, not very good. Second win, sure, you have a lot of frontline value, and second win's gonna get a decent amount, but nothing else really came through for DQA there. I still think maybe optimally, maybe it was positioning diff in some of the fights, maybe, you know, some Zephyr diffs could have barely top forward, but a little bit surprising to see that comp go out in 6th.
All right, jumping on board with Broccoli, we've got a Talia admin here for Broccoli. He's put himself in a really good position to make it to day number 3, and realistically, top 5 might have just locked it in for him already. He's just doing so fantastic in first place currently.
Yeah, these HP totals are really close. No one's running away with it. So we have an Ornn Forge item coming through. Players are really considering this one. Do they want to, you know, rocket propelled fist cheese somebody? Yes, it looks like that's the case for Broccoli.
Yeah, Broccoli picks it up. Rocket propelled fist. Going to be pretty scary. Did not see what pros ended up selecting. I know he was waiting till the last moment there. Looks like Socks also doing the same. Gets a sack.
Sack for a Senna trade. Both players prepared for it. You know, as soon as they're coming through, oh, somebody's gonna have Rocket Propelled Fist. They're gonna look to yoink one of my carries, and so nothing being vulnerable there. And yeah, Socks is gonna take a pretty heavy loss in that matchup. Broccoli again, he's really been a standout. I think coming from day 1 to now day 2, being at the first place here today, I think was 5th coming out of yesterday. Really dominant and consistent throughout both days. Which the only other players we can really talk about that is like Setsuko and Setsuko and Dish Soap, but Broccoli is putting himself in that conversation.
Yeah, he is. He's having a phenomenal day 2. I wanted to quickly note Setsuko has once again made it to level 9. He seems to do it way more often than anyone else. A lot of these games, he's just finding himself there very quickly. I think Bryce actually talked about it earlier, where Setsuko's just very good. If he's given a win streak early in the game, he will hit level 9. He will convert. And once again, Setsuko had an early win streak. He is level 9. He does have the HP lead right now in this lobby.
Yeah, this is so crazy. What fighter 2 could separate someone from going 5th to going like 2nd or 1st? Setsuko with the capped board, still rocking the Zed, and it's even going to be gifted Death's Defiance hackered into the back line. Is not on the Talia though. That's the important part. How much damage can Talia do versus Setsuko's Samira? Oh, a ton of damage coming through.
Death's Defiance is such an insane Zed item though, buying so much time, dealing so much damage. Even though Setsuko lost this, it was in kind of really suboptimal circumstances, and Broccoli able to find the win for that. It was still incredibly close, as we see Malala still finding wins. Sock's gonna go out in 5th here.
I don't know if it's confirmed, but I'm pretty sure that kind of dooms Socks on the day. He was already in dead last coming into this game. Needed to chain some seconds or firsts together. So really disappointing for Socks, especially with how he was coming into the tournament, feeling like he was really prepared, kind of peak form. Today just wasn't the cards for him.
Yeah, we just caught it in the picture-in-picture. Pros hitting that Zoe 3 on the roll down. Huge for that 6 heart composition with the Zoe heart. We've talked about it a couple times and how strong this unit is when you can give it a heart emblem. And you said, hey, if Pros is going to win this lobby, he's got to 3-star it, and he has done so. We'll see if it is enough to deal with Setsuko, though, because this board is so strong with the Zed, and the Zed is on the Zoe pretty early on. Just can't quite take her down, though. She does survive forever, and that's enough for Pros to win this. Take Setsuko out, put him down in 4th. I think Broccoli should be okay not taking 21 damage here, even if he loses this fight.
Yeah, that was a big loss at Setsuko, just to kind of dooming him to be 4th place here. Malala gonna take out Broccoli, still a 3rd place, very solid on the game. Malala versus Pros. Pros, another player I think is really interesting to look at. Usually performs the best at kind of the start of a set, but now he's carrying that success into the end of a set, or at least the end of a half set, right? So just very good to see Pros' kind of evolution as a player, especially up against the caliber of players like Yosag, Setsuko, DQA. Every single one in this lobby is a heavy hitter.
Yeah, it feels like Pros has kind of quietly been one of the best performers, at least like the best performer we haven't talked about much. And I think that's something that I'm going to have my eye on Pros a lot more throughout the rest of the day. And if assuming he makes it to day 3, considering how his placements have been so far, if he keeps it up, what he's been doing today, watching him on day 3 very closely, kind of reviewing what he did over the course of the tournament, because it feels like this guy has been performing some top-notch TFT. Also, big ups to Malala coming in. He was 17th yesterday. He comes in because we did have, Jukyu not being able to play today, and Malala making the most of it in the top 8 at 6th place right now, and getting a 2nd in this game, setting himself up for a really good spot for the rest of the day. Looks like even here, finding himself probably taking 2nd. One more chance. One more chance to take out Pros.
Redemption of the day, redemption in that matchup as well, but I'm not sure there's too much more that can be done. Is going to get some different gadgeting items, however, I don't think those will make the difference. No Nunu 2 as well, unfortunately. And Malala capping this out with, being so close to finding all these 3 stars, eventually hitting them all. The 3 items Sona. This board's just too dang good, man. And that came through off the back of a was it 2-5 GP3?
Yeah,
Crazy.
It was 2-5. 2-5 GP3. Malala being able to ride that momentum, finds a pretty late Vi 3, but still had enough HP held on to. We'll see how this fight goes, though. The Nunu running amok in the back line, but we just have to see if this Vi can make her way over to this Zoe. That Giant Slayer working its magic on all these 3 stars. They're getting shredded down over time, especially as Heart has ramped up so insanely. Even just that Sona ability doing so much damage. And yeah, Pros able to take down Malala, grabbing a first in this lobby. Pros putting themselves in a phenomenal position to make it on to day number 3.
Oh, what a game. Pros was middle of the pack in that, or before that lobby, but now has definitely put themselves solidly in the top 8.
It's been awesome to see some of these players that were maybe towards the bottom of the 16 that made it in. Maybe they were like right on that bubble, and they are coming in and really making the most of it. I love the way that you put that, Casanova, just kind of taking what the opportunity that has been given to them and running with it. And I think that for Malala and Pros, these are 2 players that I feel like we didn't really get a chance to showcase very much on day number 1. So Casanova, what are kind of some of the highlights of these players that you feel like are making them do so well, even just from examples we saw in that last game?
I think one thing that Pros has been able to do that's been very impressive to me is play a bunch of different lines. I was looking back into what he played on day number 1, and Pros played some admin as everyone else had, but of course he was one of the few players to have success with the Yumi Nila line. And then he also has played this by carry line multiple times, the one that we just saw Malala playing, but he was able to play it to a first in one of his games on day 1. I just think the variety of compositions we've seen from Pros is very impressive, because that's been what is important on this set, is the ability to execute on multiple different styles. And I think Pros is someone who's been able to do that, and we haven't highlighted them because they haven't had as high of highs as the players like Dish Soap and Setsuko and these people who were absolutely stomping on lobbies. Pros was quietly taking, thirds and seconds throughout a lot of the day.
So maybe one of those like dark horses, I guess, that's been really rising up to the top. As we take a look at our scoreboards for both of our lobbies, Chrome, we didn't get a chance to look at lobby A, but Buzzy Boo taking a first over there.
Wow.
Prestevan also getting back on the board.
Yeah, Buzzy Boo kind of, I think, also in the conversation with Pros and Lala. Broccoli as well. Just these just real standouts when it comes to playing against the solid staples of North American TFT. Dish Soap, unfortunately, is kind of falling off of the day a little bit. He had gone, like 8 games in a row top 4ing, but past couple have not really gone his way. I think this is back-to-back 7ths. Something has, not clicked here for Dish Soap for the past couple, but it's still fine. He's still in a great spot. Love to see, of course, Kyvix back up in top 4ing lobbies as well.
I bet you were happy to see that.
Very. Always.
Not only because Kyvix is a good player and deserving, but also because he's part of your fantasy draft.
Yeah,
we know where the bias is from. It's fine. Anyway, this leads us to the overall standings right now, just to see if those placements in Lobby A really did help to make these players get a little bit higher up there and make it into the top 8. But Buzzy Boo also winning with a 5 Anima squad, so that's really neat to see Anima squad continuing to do so well. But it's about the players with the letter B at the start of their name, Casanova.
Yeah, Broccoli Bossa Skills, Buzzy Boo, all at the top of the table, but also very unlikely that anyone was really expecting these 3 to be the top 3 at this stage. Not that unexpected to see some of them in the top 8, but just the fact is they're having some domination on the day. Buzzy really turning things around after starting the day going out on 4-6 to now being in the top 3. Really fantastic turnaround. And now we're just looking at, the bottom here. Clear and Sox, 2 players that we came into this tournament with high expectations for, now really needing to go 1-1 in the final 2 games to even have a shot to move on to day 3.
Well, Crone, we are shaking up the lobbies as we will be reseeding them after this break, but what it really is it at this point when you know that the final hurdle is in front of you, you only have 2 games left.
Yeah, 2 games left. It might be doomed for some of the players towards the bottom. And again, players like Robin, Clear Socks, you would not expect to see at the bottom. Gonna need a miracle. I don't know if it's possible for Socks, maybe for Clear and Robin, you know, like a 1-1 or something. But you gotta be, again, considering what is your win condition at this point in the day. Tournament is different than ladder. Maybe going for some more aggressive lines. I'll always point this out, right? Maybe trying to, you know, go for some greedy underground play, needing something to go their way. Because without it, I think Cass made up a great point. You would not expect players like Broccoli, Boster Skills, and Buzzyboo to be the top 3. Sure, the top 8, yeah. But this competition is absolutely crazy. So hopefully we can see this shake up a lot. I think we will. It's just a matter of where it all ends up.
Okay, maybe not level 3 underground cash outs with no gold. I feel like that's not the way to go. So maybe we'll see these players risk it for the biscuit, but only time will tell as we take a short break, reseed the lobbies, and come back for game number 5. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Monsters Attack mid-set finale. We're on day 2 and we are 2 games away from determining the 8 players that will be moving forward to tomorrow. And Bryce, there are some big stakes on the line there for the 8 players that are going to be competing tomorrow.
Huge stakes. I mean, I think 7,500 for first place, but the big thing everyone went into this field for is the World Championship spot. The fact that mid-set for the second time in a row is going to send someone to Worlds is a really, really big deal. There's a lot of variance in TFT. If you can punch your ticket to play in champs, then that is something that you are setting out for. Every set starts with hoping you're one of the North American representatives in that championship. So it's a lot that's going to happen over the next 2 games that's going to decide the 8 players who are all going to go into tomorrow with a shot at that big title. Are we going to be looking at some of the established names, or is it going to be another up-and-comer? The last time we did this, AMD won the mid-set finale and wound up qualifying onto Worlds, a relative unproven. He had a decent showing. I keep saying Worlds. We're trying to say champs. Champs. We're calling it champs. On to you, Dan.
Monsters Attack Championships. That's right. I mean, Dan, let's talk about this next lobby. We're going into lobby B here, and you can see the players at the bottom of the screen. And this lobby has a lot of potential to just shake up the overall standings.
Very much so. I think that these last 2 games, a lot of the pieces are in place, but we've seen some crazy clutches and some big chokes. You're looking at a player like Clear, who in his spot historically has been able to pull out big top 2 finishes back-to-back. He needs good results. Precedent already started that train with the second place last lobby off the back of a triple Q cone, having his big bro Soju send it down. 3 ice cream for a top 2 in that spot. We'll see. In the meantime, people who are losing steam, they're still start off real hot 1-1, and since then has yet to really top 4. Can he find a way to swing it back and finally reclaim that momentum that he had at the beginning of the day? Lots of stuff could happen. It's 2 games of TFT. Anything can happen. That's why we enjoy watching TFT. Who's going to be able to get that champ spot?
For sure. I mean, maybe a little bit of a consolation prize, right? The top 4 tomorrow will also secure a ticket to the North American Regional Finals, but we've got 2 more games left. So, Bryce and Dan, take us through this game number 5.
All right, here we go. Game number 5. Last lobbies. So, whoever you're in the lobby with, that's who you're stuck with. Now, we hop on board immediately with Buzzy Boo, who's in 3rd place. Buzzy, a player again, who I think is just kind of playing the spoiler. But if you look at Buzzy Boo's track record, you kind of see that he's always been there as a very strong challenger player. Always was kind of like on the cusp of potentially doing something really great in TFT, and then took a step back when it felt like TFT was also starting to get a lot of those tournaments that's happening consistently. Now he's here, he's streaming, he's having a good time. Whenever I'm watching his POV, he's like smiling, goofing around about something. And it feels like that mood is translating to the results. Buzzy Boo is right now in a fantastic spot to qualify for the final lobby.
And this shouldn't be a surprise for people who have been paying attention to this set. He took some time off, like you said, but we've talked a lot this term about the storyline of the 2 best players in all of North America also performing like that in the tournaments, the 2 highest average placements being Setsuko and Dish Soap. 3rd place on that list is actually Buzzy Boo. He came into this tournament with a 3.4 average across 24 games. He top 4'd the highest rate of anyone who has played more than 20 games at 72%, and he finished 1st 28% of the time. So he has been popping off, not just in this event, but throughout the set. Can he continue that trend in this game? He's in an excellent place in 3rd place. As long as he doesn't go basically bot 2, if he scores a decent number of points in this game, he's very likely to move on to tomorrow.
And I think Buzzy Boo, I think people who are watching along can even relate to Buzzy. Buzzy's even talked about how he has imposter syndrome. He's like, man, I feel like these players are so good. Do I deserve to be here? I mean, if you get double kites to start like that, I feel like you're in a really good spot, and it doesn't really matter when you think of yourself. It looks like Mort Dog's got you. 2nd wind. And Buzzy's been playing a lot of recon, and it seems like this game is no exception. Just served up on a silver platter. Early game, once again, it looks like it's very much secured. Not much to look here. Looks like a couple players immediately leveling. Dish Sub going to 4. Let's see how people are approaching early game on these silvers. Who can get that early streak going, and who will be the ones trying to play from behind?
This is such a good opening for Buzzy, who just needs to score some points in order to secure a spot. And tomorrow he's got the Kaisi pair, he's got a strong augment for it, he's got a Cho'Gath as well. This is extremely clear direction. He's also down to lose. I'm for sure making 10 here and not leveling, because if you can get a bow for a static shiv, you can easily go like lose, 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 win, win, and then roll some on 3-2 or 3-1, depending on what happens, and get unbelievably strong spot. Going up against Clear, who has to swing for the fences because he's in such a bad spot. He's got 2 out of 3 underground, desperately needs to find that Vi if at all possible. So Buzzy is not going to be going lose-lose. He's actually starting with a win. Chooses to sell the Blitzcrank pair to hold Renekton 1, Blitzcrank 1. That's surprising to me, because I feel like if I got Blitzcrank 2 in my next shop, I would be very interested in playing it on my board. Meanwhile, we're joining Bosso Skills, who's, by the way, also with the Recon line. He doesn't have any of the Recon units like Buzzy has, but he does have Recon Heart. So actually, in many ways, he's more committed to the line than Buzzy is.
Well, he does have Ezreal and Ashe, but yeah, none of the heavy hitters that you expect, like a Vayne or a Kai'Sa, start building your board around. I think Boss of Skills, unfortunately, is like caught between a lot of awkward spots. Like, he doesn't have, you know, the ability to make gold. He's not really winning fights consistently, especially against Ditto with double Renekton 2, by the way. He doesn't have underground, and he doesn't even have good item slam. So Boss of Skills in a really awkward spot. This is actually some of the hardest stage 2 to play in the game, in my opinion, where it's like you want to feel the competitive board so they can preserve HP, but you know it's very unlikely you're preserving HP. But at the same time, you recognize your economy is kind of in shambles if you're not doing something big, and yet you can't let go of some of these units like LeBlanc. It's a very tricky spot for Boss of Skills. Let's see if he can pick it up later in the game, because right now early game looks rough.
He did have admin on his board, by the way. It was not transformative admin. He has on kill, killer gains permanent HP, so definitely not something I expect to see him play around with that augment from that spot. Speaking of admin, we're seeing Clear with a few options, none of which I was very excited about. Which one do you think he grabbed?
I'm not sure. Honestly, all of them were quite mediocre, and I don't anticipate Clear even leaning into it. He does have 2 tiers and a Zoe in the shop, but the fact that he's not even thinking about buying it makes me think that Clear might be going for an all-or-nothing Viego line here. He does have like the talent and potentially go for the Renegades. He does have an ability to slam a Chalice, but knowing Clear, he wants to just play for Lushnikin to win out, so Clear's probably likely setting up for a 3-5, a level 7 roll down, see if he can go all in there. The only problem is that I feel like with the hero augments, that can throw a big wrench into things. One of the hardest things about Renegades and the Viego line in general is that if the hero augment at 3-2 provides a big wrench, because you're not often feeling like the full Renegade board. If you are, that means you're bleeding an immense amount of HP, so he has to kind of figure out what he wants to do from there.
I'm a little surprised he didn't think about, because he has Battle Mage, which is the strongest augment for the Nila line. I'm surprised he didn't think about that. Maybe he feels like someone else in the lobby is already contesting it. Maybe he feels like it's not a good win out angle, but I feel like it is actually quite a good like loss streak in the win out line. He could go Belt here for redemption and play around the Cloak for a spark. He also could have grabbed Nila with Cloak here potentially. So I don't know. He had Neil in his shop as well. I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't think about that line, but Clear knows that line very well and knows all the different lines. He's actually he's a huge first-rate player. So if you're going to put someone in a spot where you say, hey, you have to really go out there and win back-to-back games, he is the type of person that you want to have in that spot. He's actually capable of delivering. Going on to Setsuko's board, he's lost his first fight but won a couple. He's got a pretty strong board with 4 duelists. He's got that Neil. He's got the upgraded Fiora and Poppy as well.
Pretty good. I think Fiora 2 might be the most underrated 2 cost currently in the game. I think a lot of people view her tags and just think about, wow, you know, like individually having Duelist early and having those Ox Force. These are good tags, but what about the unit? I think they slowly but surely been buffing Fiora like patch over patch, and now she's not only, of course, a solid unit just to put on your board, but a great item holder, and you know that you don't even have to commit. So I feel like this actually is a deceptively strong board. I think people look at Setsuko's board and think, okay, it's 4 duelists, but you're playing KO1 and your board actually that strong. That Fiora 2 is going to anchor his front line a lot and give this KO a ton of time to ramp up. Look at it. I mean, drawing a ton of aggression. The only downside is it looks like it's going to be an item differential. This Infinity Edge and the last was from Precedent, just a little too much to overcome. And Precedent gets that win. On the other side of things, we have the 2 players, Buzzy Boo and Disho, streaking. Oh, Disho finds a Sejuani. Open up Laser Core, which I feel like we haven't seen much Laser Core lately.
We've not. Laser Core as a line has really fallen off a cliff. It was still performing okay at the start of the patch, but the nerfs to the line in a couple of different ways have just made it fall out. I also think there's worse matchups in the meta, so it's okay to play like this, but you really do want to get out of it as the game goes on, right? And it'll be interesting to see where he chooses to go. With that Shiv slam plus a Rod to play around, he would have wanted default Recon a lot of the time, but we've seen that line is quite contested. It looks like there's at least 2 players potentially angling for it here, so Disho prefers to play on contested. We did see him play contested Recon earlier today. I think he would prefer not to do that if at all possible, though.
Yep, it's preferred, but a lot of times you have to. It is North America, after all. They get a single recon unit. It's time to commit to recon. Oh, hold on. Setsuko getting to play the spoiler and breaking Buzzy Boost streak. That hurts Buzzy a lot. Oh my god, it's that time. Ally dead, admins gain 20 ability power, but he has an Infinity Edge slammed, and he picked
It doesn't matter.
featherweights.
I would just do it. I think you can. I think you can. This augment or this admin is so broken from this spot that unironically, I think you can just like IE JG no diff because you're getting infinite ability power from the ally death, and then you can just put the IE as your damage item on either LeBlanc or LeBlanc or Soraka. I think it's totally fine. He's very clearly angling towards Draven here. It feels like with the featherweights. Plus he's got IE Last Whisper. So I mean, I don't hate it if he gets Draven augment, but like, I don't know, man. This admin is so broken. I feel like you can just play it from any spot and it is correct, and the spot doesn't even feel that bad to me. Because sacking silver featherweights is not a big deal.
That is fair. I will say that his spot just lends itself really well to a Draven reroll. He already has Draven 2, and he can start winning and preserving HP. I think he might just be a little bit too far mentally committed. When you have the bow also drop for the Last Whisper, it feels like you just gotta go for it.
It's just a ZZ Rot. You can just ZZ Rot for more stall. It doesn't count for the admin, but it's still really good, and you can play around the tier.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is a spot that I would love to actually look at with a bunch of players. My guess is that the AP leaners would say that it's trolling to not play admin from this line, because when you get the single best admin in the game, and with how broken it is, it's just so good. I also think you could think about not slamming the Last Whisper, because, like, let's say he gets Dummies as his next augment if it's not Hero augment, then I think you just have to play the admin. But we'll see. There's also possible Draven contest, right? We've seen multiple people who are angling towards it. Oh, it's 3-3-4!
3-3-4, and because he has Ace up, it's Daredevil, so is it a pivot time? Because with
You just take it,
featherweights
yeah.
affecting 1 and 2 costs, there's not even a 2-cost hero augment that he can hit.
Yeah.
And then
so
what does everyone else have? What kind of loop does this throw the lobby?
Oh, the lobby just got completely turned on its head. People who thought their spots were good, you have to reevaluate. He actually is selling the Draven 2, even though he has featherweights. I'm not sure about that one. I think I would have just played Draven 2 there and just put Samira on my board and called it. I don't think we had to like. So I just feel like this Samira 1 isn't actually going to do more than Draven 2 with these items with featherweights in this stage.
Yeah, my first instinct is to disagree with what DQA is doing here, and basically code what we were saying. By the way, Clear talk about angling Viego. What a revelation it is to hit partners in crime at a time like this, especially because he's still lose streak, so Clear could theoretically pick up a second Viego, level at 3-5, and hit Viego 2 instantly. That's usually how Renegades can make that comeback. But for DQA, it's okay. You know, look, as long as he can keep winning, selling that Draven 2 is not wrong. So far, so good. I think that Draven 2 is quite stable. Yes, a lot of people hit the 4 cost, but it's not like 2-stars are any weaker.
Oh, and Prestivan also takes Daredevil, but he's got a duplicator on the bench. Man, this could be... And he's got full itemization on this Samira as well. If Prestivan is able to hit another copy of this, then look out. And this is big for him, because at 16 points, he really needs to go for another top 2 situation to play his way back. He was so strong yesterday, struggled to start the day, coming off a nice second place. So if he can just find his way into one more copy of Samira, he's got enough frontline that he should easily be able to get to level 8 and play for a top 2 type of game. It's the 2 Samira players going up against each other. I assume Prestivan is going to take care of business. He's got that Gunblade, but he does not have the Belveth, and that's a big Rammus ulti into the back line. That is absolute massive stall in this fight, and the Belveth is on top of the Samira. I spoke too soon. Prestivan is going to take the fight loss. That Rammus is just too smart, man.
Yeah, and it just also comes down to the fact that the small things like positioning makes all that difference. Rammus doesn't always go for backline, but if he's within range and it is the largest clump, that is how he makes his way through that back and dealing a little bit too much damage. And that's a crushing blow because Precedent was on a streak, hoping he can continue that, but no such luck as we take a look at the item situation here on the Stage 2 carousel.
No Samira, so no one's going to get any shenanigans there. Precedent's able to get a last pick 4 cost belt, though, quite strong. Itemization-wise, you've got a few people who've slammed a bunch of items, then you had a couple people who were stuck on 1 or 2 items, so definitely have your item have and have-nots as you're running clear. One of those players who only had a single item slammed, relatively low on components for this stage of the game, and just doesn't have stuff that he wanted to play for.
Finds a Samira, which is good because other people want that Samira, but probably going to sell it. Does end up only hitting LeBlanc 2. Let's see if this is good enough. I see an Ionic Spark.
Yeah, it's either it's Gunblade Chalice. I mean, Chalice is super, super strong in this line, so you could definitely think about that, but I assume he's going for the Spark. He just needs that anti-MR.
Yeah, and he also does have Battlemates, so he has a little bit more ability power than usual. It's not the most amount, but it just does make Viego already stronger in that sense. And now starting to work onto Robin's UB Neela board. Robin, unfortunately, very sad to see a 3-3-4 setup on 3-2, so because that just means everyone else is getting that much stronger while he's stuck on 3.
That's the tough thing when you're looking to play around 3-cost hero augment. You're excited to get it offered, but when there's a 4 in there, the spike that everyone else in the lobby is getting is just so much bigger than yours. There's so many unbelievably powerful 4-cost augments, not to mention just getting that copy of the 4-cost carry means everyone's a lot more likely to get their 2-star 4-costs online in stage 4. It completely throws off the tempo of the lobby. It's one of the really challenging things about hero augments is you build a plan, your plan makes sense, but you do have to adjust constantly based on what values of hero augments are offered to the whole lobby.
This fight has big implications, going up against what looks like to be Buzzy Boo, who started off hot and has since lost streak the majority of stage 3, and that's not a good sign for the recon players. In fact, this Kaisa is dashing away from the units that are aggressing upon it, but now straight into the face of LeBlanc, and LeBlanc gets the kill, a huge win for Clear, and another devastating loss here for Buzzy Boo, who started off so hot out the gates. And the thing about Recon is that you're supposed to be ahead in tempo on stage 3, and now he's behind, while Clear is trying to play catch-up. Now, the caveat is Chris is still at 36 HP, so he still has a lot of work to do. Anything could really happen here in this lobby. Things are just starting to heat up.
Start heat up is exactly how I describe it. You have one player win streaking in the lobby. That is Bosso Skills. He took the spread shot augment that he has basically been addicted to for this entire tournament. It feels like every time he gets offered that augment, he plays around it. He plays it in Anima, he plays it in Recon, and he plays it in Duelist line. But no other streakers. An Urgot in the shop as we're getting ready to roll. A Belveth Pierce, a Samira to this kid, man. He's just too good. He's too good.
Oh my god, how does he do it? I mean, at this point, he definitely does not need to roll anymore. But I feel like there's a Belveth 2 waiting on the other side if he decided to roll one more time.
Yeah, just trust the heart of the cards, man. you just gotta believe in yourself, DQA. But he's choosing to make 20 here. He does have the Samira 2 with full itemization. He's also got Daredevil, so the losing of HP is not the end of the world. Going up against Bosso Skills, who's actually went streaking with a Vayne 1 with spread shot. He also hit an Urgot on 7. He rolled it all the way to 0, though, and he does not have Vayne 2, so this is really, really bad for him. He's lost a lot of tempo in this lobby, and it's a fight diff for sure. Vayne 2 wins this fight with how close that it was.
I'm trying to take stock of how many people are playing Samira. We've been watching a lot of fights where people have taken Daredevil. Oh, funny enough, the Gadgeting Crest makes an appearance. It's kind of an awkward spot in general for a lot of these players, but not for DQA. Celestial Blessing's a generic good augment here, but can also reroll if he feels like he wants something else. I think like Celestial Blessing is more than warranted given that he has a lot of power, so he can convert that damage into that shield, which is really big for Samira. The more important thing for the rest of the lobby is, can they keep up with this kind of tempo as we're taking a look at another player rolling down here. Is that Dish Soap?
Yeah, Dish Soap. He's playing Contempt for the Weekend. It looks like he is actually playing in the Laser line. I don't think that he has Laser +1, so hoping to get it. Either that or he's going to play, Zed Flex. We've seen a bunch of different versions of Zed Flex find their way into success. Some people think Vertical Hacker Zed is quite playable, and we've talked about multiple times that Dish Soap knows all of the lines in the game, so he's got a lot of options kicking around his head. It's going to be interesting to check in with his board and see where he winds up going.
Going up against Clear. Clear still on Viego 1, but not rolling a single time. Wow, Clear kind of going for it all, saying, like, I don't need to roll, but this Samira 2 is going to be really difficult to deal with. Looks like it's going to be enough, and Clear has been able to start a win streak coming for that top. And now on fire. Wow, another Samira here for DQA. It just looks like Samira and DQA are a match made in heaven.
They are, and hopefully that match made in heaven can result in a good finish for him, because he's also on the outside looking in 10th place, 16 points. The bigger finish he can get, the more comfortable he is going to feel heading into this final game. And we set up the storyline before the game about how high stakes this was, that a spot in Champs is on the line, and are we going to send someone with a proven track record, someone like DQA who has been there before, or is it going to be one of the newer names in North American TFT? We only have a couple more games to figure out who are going to be the 8 players competing for that coveted spot.
Going against Precedent, who's just playing the weaker variation. I think Precedent's front line is better, though, with that Rammus 2. The back line for DQA is better. The Augment situation does favor DQA with the Celestial Blessing head-to-head. And there you have it. It feels like just a little bit too little damage from Precedent, who's still holding onto that duplicator, waiting to hit that Samira 2. Clear taking a loss.
There's an Aphelios with sword.
Aphelios with sword. Buzzy's immediately going for it, but Buzzy was playing Recon, so I'm not sure how much he actually wants that versus just taking the sword.
Yeah, really good denial to the lobby. Meanwhile, DQA getting an Urgot pair off of this carousel.
Yeah, and Buzzy, by the way, has that duplicator also onto his bench, meaning that he can potentially find a way to 2-star some of these really powerful units. I don't know if it's enough to warrant a full pivot if he's still playing the Recons last time we checked, but we shall see. Heading over to Clear TFT, who has leveled to 8.
Okay.
Looking for that Viego 2. Potentially find Leona for replacement as well. And there's Leona. Okay. So that's step 1. Can he find a stability point through Viego 2? He does! Needs to make that. And then what does he do with the rest of these items? Is he just making Death Cap? Is he going for a Gunblade?
I think if he was going to go for Gunblade, he would have just already slammed it, right? So he definitely feels like he wants that additional AP. He feels like the Hand of Justice is going to be enough healing. And it will depend a lot on the matchups, right? And also whether or not Viego is aggroed early. The Gunblade is more survivability, but the Death Cap is quite a bit more damage, more likelihood of resets. My God! Prestiven's board evaporates. Definitely not the turn you want to be playing Clear's board, as he all-ins here and gets so strong.
Yeah, I like it too, because he has partners in crime, so he has more sources of Omnivamp than you think he does. Not to mention that by keeping these components free, he still has a lot of itemization possibilities, because he has this 2 Urgots. He can farm 1 component. Could be huge. Buzzy Boo with the Kaiser 3. Buzzy is in the pool of Clear. Clear just needs to try to get 1 more decisive victory, and all of a sudden he gets put in a pretty decent spot for a top 4. But remember, Clear needs to do more than just top 4. He needs to go for a first. Go up against Bossa Skills, who has not 1 but 2 additional recons through the silver and the gold augments. Is it enough for him to get this win here? Recon Urgot skitters to the side. Spreadshot Vang gets immediately destroyed by the Heartbreaker. And some extra gold for Clear. And outside of 1 minor hiccup for 4-3, Clear looks like he's in a good spot to push for that top 4.
And this lobby is just so blown open at this point, because we've got Buzzy Boo, who's down at 17 HP, but just hit the Kaisa 3. We've got Setsuko, who we haven't got a chance to see his board, but he actually coming off fight as win as well. We know Clear is really strong. We know Prestivan has an enormous amount of potential power here, getting ready to all in. The same thing with DQA. He's been pushing levels. We haven't got a chance to look at Robin's board. We know Boss Skills is doing the Boss Skills thing, playing tempo with this Vayne, but his board is not going to be that strong in stage 5. And I think we can say the same thing about Dish Dish Soap. So do not be surprised to see the lobby HP get turned on its head as we head into stage 5. This feels like it's anybody's game, both in terms of who's going to win, but also in terms of how the top 4 is going to shape up.
Preston just needs to find Samira 2. His front line is actually quite solid. Ideally would love to find one more unit to go to 2-star on top of it. Oh, he's chasing for another Samira. Maybe he could move the Thieves Gloves. I don't really like Senna that much at this stage of the game. Definitely not as a 3-star unit.
This feels so bad. Precedent with the duplicator. Meanwhile, you have DQA on the lower left-hand part of your screen, who just finds Samira after Samira in his shop. DQA thought about going for Samira 3, while Precedent is stuck on Samira 1, and that's just the unfortunate nature of TFT. Despite the fact that he's got this duplicator, he just cannot find his 2-star 4-cost carry, and it's a big, big deal here. Speaking of not finding your 2-star 4-cost carry, Dish Soap as well stuck on a Zed pair, so it's two of the weaker players in terms of current board state on 5-1 going against each other.
Yeah, but Dish Soap's setup's really good. His augments are fantastic for the laser core setup, so he's at least preserving some HP. The lack of a Z2, the lack of positioning it into Precedent's backline does end up causing a loss. Satsuka takes another heavy hit.
Oh, God.
Satsuka's in a really good spot overall in the standings. This game, though, if he goes 8th place, all of a sudden puts Setsuko on the outside looking in. And that could be a devastating end to the tournament for what looked like to be an unstoppable Setsuko over the first day of this competition.
Just trying to play for this duelist tempo out, and I think that while he did get a Zed augment, and that's theoretically good, a lot of people just got a lot stronger than him around this 4-cost hero augment, and so he's just been in sort of free fall. Now he's going up against Bossoskos, who is one of the weaker boards, and he's on the correct side, though the recon on the Vayne could theoretically keep it safe. That DPS is coming out, and it's actually onto the Zed, potentially already. Actually, take that back, it's onto the Neela, but now the Zed is getting aggroed with it. And the Vayne is still free hitting back there. It's got that QSS, and it's firing away. I don't think Setsuko is going to be able to win this fight. I think Setsuko is going 8th place in this game.
Oh my God.
And a day that started so well for Setsuko is now going to be very dicey. He's going to be on that bubble as we head into Lobby 6.
Brutal, absolutely brutal for Setsuko, with a +3 point advantage. Might not make it to the final day of competition. You talk about this, the rank 1 seed going into the day. There's been a curse that's placed upon these players, and it feels like that could come back. But we'll see as we go into the rest of Game 5. Hopping on board with Team Liquid's Robin Songs, who's putting his eggs in the Yumi Neela basket. Still 3 away from Yumi 3, which is the final form of that composition. Going against Clear, which is perfectly clumped. This video is getting the resets. The Mordekaiser in the skylines, and all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, Robin is dead in less than 10 seconds.
And that functionally eliminates Robin as well. He's going to be at 16 points, which if he gets an 1st place in the next game, he's only going to get to 24. That's not going to be good enough. So Robin, one of North America's most consistent performers, really struggling today and gets eliminated in this tournament. Clear on the win streak. Buzzy Boo on the win streak, hitting that Kai'Sa 3 and snapping back. DQA desperately needs to score a bunch of points because he's on the outside looking in. So if he only goes 6th place in this game, he's going to basically need to go 1st in the final game. A lot of our big name players are struggling. We said, is it going to be an established player who gets that spot in champs, or is it going to be an up-and-comer? It's becoming more and more likely it's an up-and-comer, as we might have a lot of new names in the final lobby of the mid-set finale.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Hold off on your horses. I mean, Dish Soap is still also coming from the top, so their loss, Robin and Setsuko falling, is his gain and secures his spot. We'll see whether or not either of these win streakers, whether it's Clear or Buzzy Boo in the top bottom left, can continue that momentum. That is a Cho 3. Buzzy Boo all of a sudden coming alive despite having a very rocky mid game. He has a 1-star Ash and 3-star Kai'Sa and a 3-star Cho. Just kind of shows you the volatility of his reroll line. DQA going up against Dish Soap. DQA desperately needs to win this fight.
Dish Soap gave up on the Zed carry and swapped to Belveth. He hit the Belveth 2 before the Zed, so he's just sold his Zed pair and he's carrying this Belveth. It's not the strongest board, but it is doing its job in terms of preserving HP. Dish Soap up at 55. DQA is ramping up here, and it looks like he's probably getting a fight win. I don't think that the Edge of Night is proc yet. I take it back. It has. Here comes the Ace Execute. Big win for DQA. Precedent takes the loss down at 4 HP. Clear's win streak is snapped. He's down on 14 HP as well. Bosso Skills takes a loss, but Bosso Skills preserving HP like the beast that he is. Probably top 4s this lobby on HP alone, though I think his board state is pretty weak.
We'll see. We'll see. I think Bosso Skills could just top 4 based on the virtue of that HP lead, but at the same time, there's a couple of really strong boards as well. It might come down to who's matching into whom. Preston's 4 is not bad. He has 2 Sejuani 2s. His front line is fantastic. He has a Samira too. He's got 4 sure shots. Everything is in a good recipe for success. A nice Zephyr onto this show. That Cosmic Bell's gonna wait. Sejuani walks to the back, drops a cryo grenade, freezing the entire back line. And that's the kind of entry that you're looking for Precedent. Cho'Gath completely grieves and aims backwards. Where are you aiming, Cho'Gath? And BuzzyBoo cannot afford to take a loss this big. He's at just 17 HP. Does have to kill a couple more units. And that was the clutch he needed. If Buzzy was not able to pick off a couple final units, he was dead. Speaking of dead, DQA does end up taking a 6th place, and you're talking about those big names, 6, 7, 8, DQA, Robin, Setsuko. Those are 3 of the names that you expect to see in the final lobby, and almost none of them are possibly could make it.
Wow, this is going to get so wild as we head into game number 6. I'm not sure how the Kaisa re-aggroed onto the Samira there, but the fact that it did actually saved BuzzyBoo's life in this game. He could still, his board is quite strong. He's very capable of winning fights and staying alive. It's not a situation where we're just preserving to get extra points. And each of these extra points really does matter for Buzzy as well, because he was in such a good spot at 23 points coming into this game. Precedent hanging around with the no mix-up Zephyr. He just leaves that Zephyr in place, and BuzzyBoo gets his Cho'Gath 3 taken care of. Do you ever just go for another Zephyr here? I think I do.
Yeah, I think a second item on Aphelios is not really important right now because he has so much damage in the form of sure shots. So I feel like if he just improves the stall, like this Zephyr that stalls out fights or potentially can disarm your opponent's damage, is a way to scale your board. So I like it. And you can see Precedent's actually not choosing the Zephyr until the last second that he can while people are done scouting. The only person that you saw TP to his board was Clear. A question is, does he even use a Zephyr? Does he even use a Zephyr? He uses it, but it's on a Fiddlesticks, which is I'm not exactly sure what he would aim for. But hey, maybe that MR and the HP could come into play. Needs to survive. This Nunu 2 is finally making its way to the other corner. No, Nunu dodges and drives into the target dummy. That is important, but look at the DPS that comes out from this Viego. It is scary. Thankfully, no Heartbreaker reset. And I think Precedent, by just the skin of his teeth, able to survive after some very fortunate matchmaking and a couple of elements of fight RNG that fell his way.
Yeah, that really worked out well for Precedent, and he is still on that 1 life. Buzzy on wife. Bosso skills, by the way, we talked about potentially being able to top 4 on HP alone, but he has been falling because his board is just too weak. He can't beat anybody. Meanwhile, we see Dish Soap in the low left-hand corner. He's getting offered his Z2. He's going to make it, but he's going for that Bel'Veth 3. He's not able to find it. He does have 30 HP, though, so he's got at least 2 lives. That he still very much has Bel'Veth 3 win con potential in this game. And let's see what the matchmaking gods have in store for Precedent. Can he draw Bosso skills? He does not. It's Dish Soap who is quite strong.
I mean, he's positioned very well. Oh, there's the entire front line. And the top left Sejuani able to get a cryo grenade that freezes the entirety of the board. And that is the stall that he needs. Second grenade. What are these Sejuani smurfing into the back line? And Dish Soap is going to play without half his army for the majority of the fight. Precedent lives on to fight for another day. Top 3.
BuzzyBoo out in 5th place. Bosso skills does hang on for that top 4, and that was a Zephyr diff. Oh, the Bel'Veth 3!
Okay, Dish Soap is done sacking. Good loss after good loss. He's done a great job to preserve HP, but now it is time. Gets the Edge of Night onto the Bel'Veth, which is quite important for her survivability. And now we get to see, is Bel'Veth truly the queen of tier 4? Many people say that she is the strongest 4-cost 3-star in the game. Let's see if that's true.
So we see on the right, it's the real fight. It's Dish Soap going up against Precedent. Precedent is going to have a really tough time dealing with this Bel'Veth 3. Meanwhile, we have Clear going up against the Ghost of Precedent on the left, which is best case scenario for him. He's getting the weaker board, he's getting the Ghost. So there's a really high likelihood he's going to be able to win this fight and survive. Precedent, on the other hand, is getting some CC onto the Bel'Veth, but the Bel'Veth 3 has not edged a Night Proc yet, and it is just obliterating Precedent's board. Precedent is going to be exiting with a nice third place here, getting some desperately needed points to put himself into contention heading into game number 6.
And this Bel'Veth 3 is just gut-wrenching for Clear. He's at 12 points. He needs to basically go 1-1. Even a 2-1 might narrowly make him miss out. Is there any possibility of hope? We did see him play 2 Viegos. How far is Clear potentially away from a Viego 3? Can we find a way for the Clash of the Titans? No, it looks like it is not the case. It looks like he ends up selling his extra Viegos instead, prioritizing a Mordekaiser 2. The board from Clear is fantastic, but is it good enough to take out the Bel'Veth 3? I'm not so sure.
Some meaningful amount of this is going to come down to how the fight RNG plays out, because Leona stun does stay on, or Leona ulti, sorry, does stay on the unit through the Edge of Night. So if he's able to get that cast from this Leona with the blue buff, and it's Leona 2 as well, onto the Bel'Veth, then that's going to be really scary. Bel'Veth does swap sides over on the right side, so it's theoretically in the ballpark, but where does Bel'Veth wind up dashing? Here's a first ulti onto a different unit. Bel'Veth goes back into safety in the back line. Leona is now down, and I think Clear's chances of winning this fight very likely leaving along with it. The Viego goes, it's just Mordekaiser versus the world, but the BT plus the Edge of Night keeping it safe. Clear is out here in second place. Dish Soap, after back-to-back bottom 2 finishes, picks up where he started the day with the first on a Bel'Veth 3.
Not every day you see Dish Soap become a first or 8th gamer, but today he's doing his best impression of it. Hopping on board to the other lobby. It's another game, another top finish for Broccoli, going up against Garchomp, who looks to have assembled an Exodia admin with 4 admin and phony frontline. I think we can only guess what type of admin that he has, and I think that's it for the game as well. Looks like Garchomp gets a much needed first place, 15 points, 13th place, puts him 23. He is right there in contention. I think outside of Broccoli and Buzzy, it is going to be a photo finish for who gets in to day number 3 and has a spot to play for champs.
Oh my goodness. The fact that Broccoli has top 4'd all 5 games so far today is beyond impressive right now. I feel like a lot of these, I guess, returning players or maybe players we hadn't seen in a while are still doing very, very well. But let's talk about Lobby B, because Dan, I feel like the writing's on the wall for some of the players that we did see following Lobby B. So, you know, who do you feel like might be on the outs right now?
So the first thing is that we know Sox has been eliminated from competition, even if he's able to get the first. I think 27 with the bonus points is still not enough, but for someone like Robin needed to go big, and I think Robin with the bot 3 finish means that he's effectively eliminated. But look, Robin again making top 16 at mid-set is not a bad achievement whatsoever. That puts you in the top 16 of the entire set. That's still really consistent for a player of Robin's caliber. I think we've been spoiled by performances of Robin songs of making it to the final day so many tournaments in a row. Even if he gets here like 13th or 14th, that's still a fantastic achievement. Same thing with someone like DQA, right? DQA is on the outside and now has to have basically the game of his life in order, and he needs to have fortunate tiebreakers fall his way. But he's also still one of the most consistent performers. Despite the fact that these big names didn't make it, they had a great set 8 and they deserve applause.
No, for sure. I feel like we've been treated today with just all of the games so far, and we still have one more game to go. But Bryce, kind of breaking down some of the action that did end up happening in the lobby, you and Dan both pointed out that there was a 3-3-4 hero augment choice, and that really threw a wrench into a lot of players' game plans. Can you talk about why that might have been so surprising or so detrimental to some of those players?
4-cost hero augments are some of the most powerful augments in the game, and when you get offered them, if you wind up taking a 3-cost hero augment while everyone else is taking 4, it can be a much lower power level augment. Even if you're taking one of the best 3-cost augments, you saw like Bosso skills take Spread Shot, for example. We saw Buzzy Boo take Kaisa. They went 4th, 5th, and that's basically what you'd expect. Even though Buzzy Boo hit Kaisa 3 with the best augment and hit the Cho'Gath 3, it's just really hard to stack up against the power of some of the best 4-cost augments. It's kind of like taking taking a silver augment when other people are taking gold augments. So it's just really, really challenging. It's not that you can't make it work. It's just kind of the nature of the beast. It becomes much harder lobby for you. But this is part of the dynamic of hero augments, quite frankly, is that when you get the different tiers offered, it means some people are going to be in a spot to take the higher cost ones, which oftentimes winds up being stronger. So it's really challenging if you're playing in a spot where you want to take a 3-cost hero augment and then 4 or 5 gets offered.
Yeah, I noticed that for some of the players, they were in a position where it felt like they would have liked to take the 4 cost, but maybe the other augments that they had didn't quite complement that, or the board that they had made already just wasn't going to be able to pivot away. But let's briefly take a look at how our players did in that game number 5. We got a chance to see a little bit of the action in Lobby A, but in case you also missed it, you could see that unfortunately Malala and Lil Top did take a bottom 4, but we're still doing relatively well going into this game number 5. But even more importantly, you can look at the lobby breakdown as Garchomp Pro and Dish Soap both did end up getting first places in their lobbies. You talked a little bit about how Dish Soap was doing, but what about Garchomp Pro? Bryce, you got a chance to look at that final composition, so what was really strong about it?
We barely looked at it. We saw that it was admin, and we saw that it had dummies. So I'm going to go ahead and operate an assumption that it was ally death something. And you know what? I did poke a little bit of fun at Broccoli earlier for talking about, a trained monkey could pilot that to a top 4. I stand by that statement. If this was on Ally Death AP, then Garchomp Pro, congratulations for your free first. That line's just so good. I mean, we looked at Precedent in a spot where he was so clearly angling AD and he got offered it, and I was like, I don't know. I'm like very interested in potentially pivoting into this extremely overpowered admin line because it's just so good. So yeah, I mean, we didn't get to see, so we don't actually know what the admin was. We didn't get to see the game. It's fun to poke fun at it. Obviously, it's TFT. You're making hundreds of decisions. There's still a lot of ways the game can go wrong in terms of your play or your low roll. So you still have plenty of room to express skill, but it's definitely one of, if not the single strongest line in the game today.
Sometimes you just gotta high roll a little bit. Let's take a look at our overall standings, though, and we can get a bit of confirmation about where our players are at the moment. Whoa. Dan, this is how it's shaken out. Tell us about it.
Broccoli's having the day of his career so far. 7 points up means that even if he goes 8th, even if Broccoli literally loads the game in AFKs, he's tied for first.
Let's go.
I think he would just win. I think he wins the tiebreaker there too. If I'm not I don't know how it works, but I think he's won like 3 first today or something. Like he's won 1, 2, 3, 1 or something, or I don't know.
He gets to be the decider then in some ways. He can put his pedal to the metal, right? He can put his foot on the gas and be like, look, I'm going to try really hard. Or he could even just choose to play like whatever line he wants and kind of let them fend for themselves. So we'll see how Broccoli approaches the last lobby. But for everyone in that middle tier, you're looking at Precedent all the way to Garchomp. That's a 4-player spot swing with 1 point being the differential. And that is 2 players in, 2 players out. So close. You're looking at Precedent and Setsuko. These are popular names in the TFT community. And then you also have players like Garchomp that's really trying to make a name for themselves. And we want to learn more about. We've seen them in almost every tournament at this point. It's almost overdue that we had to see a breakout performance. Look, Setsuko and Precedent have had their tournament breakout performances before. It's almost like at this point, it's like a day of reckoning for a lot of the other players, right? Like they have been paying their dues. They've been grinding solo queue. They've been trying to qualify for these tournaments. Who will be the ones fighting for that championship spot tomorrow? I can't wait to see what happens in Game 6.
And Necro, I'm down to just put on the host hat for a second because I feel like you probably know more about Garchomp than anyone in TFT. So tell us, who are they? Why are they so good at all video games? And why should we be rooting for them?
Hey, listen, they're doing well on all avenues of the video game world right now. I've seen Garchomp find a lot of success, across the pond, I guess I'd say. No, but seriously, Garchomp Pro is one of those players that I put on my draft, not only for maybe some more obvious bias reasons, but actually because of their experience that they have playing TFT through so many different sets. And I think that there is something to be said about an X factor coming into this tournament where you have all of these players that are playing in these study groups together. Maybe Garchomp doesn't have one of those, and so maybe some of the strategies left to be a bit desired when it comes to actually playing in the tournament so far. But I'm going to take that host hat back because Bryce and Dan, unfortunately, have to say goodbye to you today. So I want to give you a chance to give some final thoughts. Bryce, let's start with you.
I'm just excited to watch Game 6 as a fan. Casting Game 6 is really fun, but it's also really stressful. Now I get to have multi-twitches of both lobbies. I'm just going to sit back and watch this wacky finish because Broccoli being so far ahead of everybody else, Boston Skull is essentially guaranteed as well, but you have an insane number of people in this midfield, all of whom are vying for a spot, and it's just survive in advance. Tomorrow's a new day, even with the bonus points, so it's going to be a really fun Game 6. I can't wait to strap in and see what happens.
Dan, what about you?
Yeah, pretty much the same. I mean, as much as I enjoy casting TFT, everyone knows by now I love watching TFT, so it'll be fun to sit back, recline, let these players freak out and stress out while I get to enjoy my Saturday night entertainment. So have fun. I know I will be.
See how your power rankings all fall together, huh? For both
Let's
of
not
you.
worry about that. Let's not worry about that. My fantasy team, don't worry about it. We're good.
All right,
Yeah,
okay.
Dan only worries about fantasy
sure.
when it's going well, so this is not a time where we worry about fantasy for sure.
I was gonna say, I feel like Bryce, maybe you're gonna have some words later. But anyway, both of you, thank you so much for casting today, and we'll see you tomorrow. So please enjoy the final game that we get ready for. Well, we'll have it right after this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Monsters Attack mid-set finale. We are on the final game of day number 2, where everything is on the line. Casanova and Crow are going to take you through that final game. And Casanova, we've got 4 spots at the NA Regional Finals and 1 spot at the Monsters Attack Championships on the line if these players can make it through to the final day.
This is why mid-set is always so fun. I mean, the stakes are so incredibly high, right? Making it to regionals, making it to worlds, a spot at worlds being on the line for this tournament. So everyone wants to make it to day 3, have a shot, because the top half of that lobby is at least getting to go to the regional final. And so here we have a lot of players on the bubble that are going to be fighting to get those coveted spots in the top 8. And when I say it's anyone's game, it's almost anyone's game, but it's most of the lobby that can still make it in. And in the lobby we're looking at, it is 7 of these players can be in. 2 of them are probably already in. So 5 players on the bubble fighting for those last few spots.
I mean, Crowan, tell us a little bit about the storylines of some of these players. I think it's Broccoli right now, if I'm not mistaken, and then also maybe... Yeah, it's
Pros.
at least just Broccoli and Pros, right? Those
Yeah.
2 players are definitely probably going to make it in. But tell us a little bit about the rest of the players that are right there on the cusp.
Yeah, Broccoli Pros are in. Broccoli is, I just want to take a quick moment to say he's just absolutely gapping the rest of the lobby. Did very well yesterday, carrying forward to today, super impressive. But in terms of the rest of the lobby, it's going to need to be a big finish from Liltop and Kyvix. Both of them are very much vying for a first place to get 28 points. Maybe a top 2 is going to be enough, coming down to like tiebreakers and where that point threshold actually, you know, where it ends up. But definitely need to be going for a first. Malala and Garchomp both need a top 4 at the very minimum to break into that 28. Wage and Iverson's in a bit of a more forgiving situation, really just needs to not 7th or 8th, which Wagen has been very consistent, not tapping out boards for a first place as he's done in previous cups, but still has done very, very well at getting 3rds and 2nds. So gonna be gunning for that one. There's a lot in the line for so many of these players here.
Oh yeah, a lot of the line, and there's only one way to find out, and that's to get through game number 6. Casanova and Crowan, take us home.
Thank you so much, Necra. Crowan, game number 6. We're going to see who we are sending to that final day. We jump on board with Malala, who is right on the edge of that bubble here in 8th place, 23 points. Just looking for a solid finish, looking for that top 4. Try and make it in to the final day.
Yeah, Malala's in a rough spot. I mean, they're on the bubble like you said, but last game was an 8th. Really means that this is do or die time, but their fate is in their own hands, just like so many players here. Started with the bow and the carousel, got the glove dropped. I know people have been like, oh yeah, once you get Last Whisper component plus a sword, you know, coming through, yeah, it's gonna be a really solid line for an AD tree. But Malala, seeing the progression of him throughout having a really solid set 7 overall, coming into being top 16, like I think it's a really great point that either Bryce or Frodan made right before the break. Is like even getting top 16 at
so
mid-set finale is so good. You're top 16 in the field, right? I know they were comparing it to Robin, where like, yeah, you expect Robin to always be like final day, whatever. Unfortunately, not the case here. But that same sentiment carries forward into every single player who is in the day 2 at mid-set finale.
Yeah, and I mean, right away looking at Malala, he's got the potential to just go for that Last Whisper. We have seen these 80 lines being so strong with the early Last Whisper slam. Look for the Belveth, look for the Samira, look for the Aphelios if you can get lucky enough to grab it as... Whoa, that is... That's not something you see every day, Crow.
Oh god, I wonder the math on that, like of getting dropped 3 tier
Underground
2
Heart.
champions. Underground Heart is going to be a
sector
consideration as well, but Laser Corpse is gonna be, I think, the direction Lala is going for here. Trade sector, we could be seeing some crazy reroll stuff coming through. I don't think that's actually likely, but there is a couple directions Lala could have considered with this. Underground would not have granted 3 Underground immediately because it gives a Vi, meaning there would be only a Vi +1. Well, I was thinking about this really hard. I mean, I don't blame him. Tournament life on the line. not playing Laser Core either. Going to instead play 2 Duelist and a Nasus 2.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see like a commitment to re-rolling the Duelists here. I mean, just it's starting with this Yasuo 2. It's going to set up for potential win streaking, but Malala didn't push levels either. And yeah, checking out that Gadgeteen emblem with a with the Bloodthirster. Kyvix needing a first place, and I think that's a fantastic start for that, especially if you can find a set very early on.
Yes, this is such a good setup. It has not always resulted in the kind of cap that we would see 5 Gadgeteen set all the course of today. Sometimes there's been some unfortunate placements. Definitely bodes well, however, having that as the opener. You have your direction already there. Little top having a lot of direction as well for Heart Online. Heart Emblem wanting to find a Zoe, find some Gadgeteens to slam that on. Because I believe just a couple of games ago, that composition did win the lobby.
Yeah,
with a
6 Heart.
6 Heart, 5 Gadgeteen kind of game. It was so strong too.
So Heart Emblem is a good early start. Having a tier as well set up, maybe find that blue buff Zoe with the Heart Emblem, always incredibly powerful, stacking up that AP for your whole board. Definitely a way for Little Top to look for that first place as well. Both Little Top and Kyvix needing to find a first to make this happen, to get this done, to make it to that final day, have that shot at regionals, have that shot at the world spot.
And I think between the two, just in the head-to-head matchup here between Little Top and Kyvix, Kyvix has proven that he is able to make top ones happen so well, especially coming from last set regional finals. I think he had one of the highest first place percentages of the whole field. Certainly knows how to cap boards out, and this Gadgeteen line can be just that. So in the head-to-head, I think Kyvix is a little bit of an advantage there. But Lil Top, I would really be interested to see if he can prove us wrong and prove that he can be the one to really clutch out when it mattered, find that first place finish, especially over Kyvix in that head-to-head.
Well, it's such a good point too, because Lil Top has yet to find a first place here at the mid-set finale. He has had some great performances throughout the entire tournament, but in order to secure this spot, he does need to find his first of the tournament.
Ooh, yeah.
Potentially this is the opportunity to do so with this Heart Emblem start. We have seen the power of it, and Little Top, I think he's got what it takes to do so. He just has not been able to find one just yet.
No first place so far does not bode well for Little Top, but hey, it's do or die time, so anything can happen. Could just high roll a lobby out of your mind. Have to see, as it's not looking like a fantastic early game, as going from win to loss. You hate to see it. Not a best start, however. Garchomp actually being the only one before Carousel, 100 HP.
Yeah, that's boding well for Garchomp, coming off that win in the previous round. Ramping up, trying to move through and pick up another top 4. Set themselves up to make it to that final day as well, sitting at 23 points.
Yeah.
So not fully needing a first, but needing a good finish.
These are very interesting. Look at the items. I feel like we see more and more emblems come through as the tournament goes on. Yes, we're expecting to see the Gadgeteen. Yes, we're expecting to see, Heart in some situations, admin as well. But there's recon. There's 4 players who have committed to a very, I would say, specific direction. And that's how a lot of players are just approaching this patch. So it's certainly coming from a place of being in the comfort zone. Pros is pretty much, locked in, but he has what looks like an uncontested recon Kaisa line. Already the recon emblem, already the Shiv Slam, looking very solid. So comes to the other players, again, the 5 on the bubble, Garchomp being one of them, having an early Anima squad angle. This board does cap out very highly if you have Anima on early. You're taking wins as well, which Garchomp is doing. Needs to find, however, some of the carries, like finding an MF, finding the items for her as well, to really have that secure top 4.
Yeah, but having Anima on early, you're getting that HP, you're setting up so you can sweep through the lobby later. Garchomp Pro really looking for this. And having the MR Shred already in the front line is going to be great for that misfortune later on.
Yeah, and it's great right now for the Jinx and the LeBlanc. This is a really good setup. We even could consider seeing something like a, Vayne spread shot coming through from a 3-2 hero element. And that end up being the direction going for like Riven 3. Vayne 3 that has been piloted to a lot of success throughout this tournament as well. So having a couple Nasus onto the bench Needs one more anima to get to that 5 threshold. Garchomp, however, looking to make this 5 win streak before Krug's work. The win rate, or at least the top 4 rate, if you're able to 5 streak into Krug's, just gets so much higher. This is really an important round for Garchomp.
I mean, it's huge because we've talked about top 4 might just be enough for Garchomp Pro here.
Oh,
with
good
23
matchup.
points. And yeah, he finds Socks. I mean, this is just a free win streak into Krug's for Garchomp Pro. Exactly what he wants to see for this top 4 potential.
Yep. Socks is just kind of, you know, playing spoiler here a little bit. And playing underground, seeing if he can cap out really highly and maybe send someone else home a bit along with him. But we'll see where that ends up a bit later on.
Yeah, I mean, for Kyvix and Lil Top, it's kind of scary to see someone playing Socks playing underground with nothing to lose.
It's like, hey, Socks, chill,
it's a little frightening if you need a first, because I mean, yeah, Socks could just go 8th and it's whatever, or he cashes out really big and your chances of getting a first place go completely out the window.
All right, Socks, let's see a 7 heist cash out. You know, go big or go home. Go home anyway, again, unfortunately, but
go big and go home.
Yes, go big and go home. Perfect. Kyvix, 40 gold, level 4. Has not found a Zoe yet for 5 Gadgeting. See what items come through here. Is 1 Chain Vest away from best in slot set, and has some extra AP items to work with as well. There's a sword coming through. Not exactly what needed, but not going to be the worst.
All right, Kyvix hitting some 2 stars. This can help kind of flip this into a bit of a win streak going into stage 3. We'll see the augment selection as well when we get there. But yeah, this is honestly a pretty strong board out of nowhere, right? Like we actually have a very beefy front line, and then LeBlanc with a Giant Slayer. Yeah, this round in particular, having the Shojin, actually gonna send that up to the Gangplank, but still a very powerful gadget item.
It's interesting to talk about the Giant Slayer Slam as well. It's going to be a long time for Kyvix to get a set online if that's the direction that he's going to end up going. And so saving that bow forever for kind of not no reason, right? But just saving it and greeting out does not need to be necessary. He can grab both those components a bit later on, as long as things don't go, you know, drastically horrible, and get a lot of power out of Giant Slayer LeBlanc.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard some people say on this patch that Biss is kind of fake, in the sense that you need to just kind of slam items for tempo earlier on, and there's a lot of good items that can work in different scenarios, so you don't necessarily have to find the 100% best item every single time. And plus, it's still very possible for Kyvix to find that Titan's Resolve later on. He's gonna go for the Annie augment here, as it's a 2-2-2 setup.
Yeah, 2-2-2. Burning Spirit was the one taken. It fits well into the composition. Kyvix, I wouldn't assume is going to be thinking about reroll, even though Kyvix loves to do that as a play style. But still going to keep the Annie in the orb regardless, till he sell it for Econ, or maybe happenstance get into an Annie 3 a bit later on. The most interesting thing is if he's going to be able to carry win streak forward, right? He goes level 6. The board is powerful because of that Annie 2 and Poppy 2 hit in the last round. Garchomp Pro, Wasion are win streaking at the top. I think Wasion is playing admin. Even has 4 admin at this point, actually, but fortunately that is a matchup that is dodged, as we see Malala with the Titans and Hand of Justice on that Yasuo that got rolled super early on from the first neutrals.
Yeah, still looking to find this win over Kyvix. Kyvix still this Gangplank quite strong, but probably not strong enough to win this one out. Go down to that Yasuo. Malala was on quite the win streak earlier on. Still hot streaking again for wins.
Also, something that's not irrelevant is because we saw gold to hero augment, there is a chance to see all of the potential augments for 4-2, silver, gold, or prismatic. Granted, prismatic is a lower chance, still can be something that defines the power levels in this game. Wasion Iverson, admin player, is when ally dies, admins gain attack speed and gain AP. Attack speed not going to be the most relevant, but the AP is still good, especially with a Soraka pair already on the board.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard, you know, Bryce say it over and over again, that the Dark Star version, right, getting that AP, being kind of the strongest mode with the allies dying. It's definitely a good spot to be for Wasion. Want to take stock, we just saw kind of some of these augments popping up on the left side of our screen. We did actually see Cleansing Safeguard for Lil Top with that Heart Crest early on. I feel like that's a really good place to be for Lil Top, especially looking to be playing for that first place. If he can get, you know, those 6 hard online, get the Zoes going, and maybe set up for the double Lee Sin in the front line, just creating so much ability power over the course of each fight.
Yeah, Lee Sin 3, especially if he's able to somehow get that online, is going to be huge for that matchup. Ivix not able to carry the streak forward. Gonna be losing out to Socks, even though he's running for Underground. As we get into the carousel, Samir with the glove, definitely something to note, especially the players leaning AD.
Yeah, I mean, Socks, Underground player, might want the Samira with the
too.
glove. Yeah, he might consider that a decent pickup.
Yeah, probably the best pickup, in fact, that he could have gotten there.
I'm kind of worried for Lil Top and Kybix,
I know,
to be honest. I'm a little concerned.
Chill, Socks, chill. No, obviously, you're gonna want to, you know, just go out with the best placement that you can.
Of
and
course.
Hey, might as well for Socks. Don't blame him at all. It's gonna be exciting to see where he actually ends up, though. Once again, Wasian going to 7, still 30 gold. Very, very good spot to be in. He's going to roll to try to hit some pairs. There's a lot of good upgrades to hit. LeBlanc being one of them. Rammus would be huge if he hits that as well, but there's still the Soraka. All right, speaking into existence. Here we go. Wasian, Soraka 2. Huge.
Yeah, I mean, hitting Soraka 2 on 7 here. It's the LeBlanc 2 as well. We talked about his admin already. Pretty strong, having the on-ally death, getting the AP. This Soraka is going to be an absolute menace. Soraka 2 on 3-5. Pretty insane to have.
Yep. Ramen Online going to be rocking with the Camille Hex Tech Retribution as well. Just buffing up the rest of the team a bit more with that damage. Wasian very healthy, 87 HP. Even if he loses to a player like Pros, which he's not, actually, because Soraka 2 at 3-5, pretty freaking good.
Yeah, my brain for a second was like, oh, maybe the board is just a little too weak, because I know, like, you get all the AP from them dying, but they did die really fast, like maybe too fast. And then Rocket hit the third cast, and it just killed the entire board on the other side. It's like, okay, yeah, no, it's working. We're good.
And that's actually touches upon a good point too. It's the power of rolling down, knowing how much you need to roll down, how many pairs you need to hit before thinking you are safe enough. There are a lot of times where players under roll or over roll, but I think that was the exact amount of rolling that Wasian needed to be okay in that situation. So great recognition, more demonstration of why Wasian has been so good in popping off this set.
Just checking on board with Lil Top. He's gonna run the double Lee Sin with the Cleansing Safeguard right now. Just have them, you know, healing each other back and forth, getting those shields up.
Yeah.
Still seems to oh, actually no, did find a Zoe. We've got a Zoe on the bench here. There will be potential for that later, but it looks like Lil Top just wanted to run admin for a little bit, keeping the Camille in.
It's almost 2 Lee Sin 2s as well. There's a pair of Lee Sins, 5 Lee Sins, one on the bench. Zoe, like you're talking about, going to be great a bit later on. Hopefully Wolves will get some good components. For now, not strong enough, however, as Sox, even playing all these undergrounds, is going to completely roll over that board. I'm increasingly growing scared for Lil Top and Kybix as this game goes on from Sox's position. Really curious to see what his cash out options are.
Right, you see Sox in the picture-in-picture, getting a couple upgrades, and he was already finding wins. But also picking up, he's got 6 Vi right now with the carry augment. We've seen how strong this augment can be for that unrelenting force. So Vi, I would say Sox is just in such a phenomenal position for this game, right?
Yeah.
6 Vi, winning rounds, doesn't need to cash out yet. Looking good.
Other side, it's also looked good for Kybix. Level 7, 50 golden wolves, already has a set, already has a pair of Zoes. Didn't get granted another tier, unfortunately, for the blue buff, but you can get that a bit later. It is a-okay. Mech online, 5 Gadgeting online. Kybix is looking good. A lot of HP to convert it as well. Can be thinking about going level 8 at probably 4-5. You don't need to rush at 4-2 because the set 1 stabilizes this board just so dang well. But oh, Broccoli hit Jax 3, Sox hit Vi 3. Wow, everyone's getting so strong at 4-1.
Yeah, the Jax 3 on 4-1. That's pretty crazy, right? Same time as we're getting some 2-cost 3 stars as well. Really got to watch out for Broccoli. We did see a Jax end up taking a first early on in the day by Buzzy Boo. mentioned that Jax might be back, but that was just one time, right? We have not seen it rear its ugly head once again, and now Broccoli is going to be piloting it in this game. Excited to kind of see what that board looks like, if it's kind of the same as what BuzzyBoo was playing, or if he ends up going the Soraka route instead.
Yeah, I was thinking Kyvix, oh yeah, you're probably pretty stable with that, but no, everyone else spiked so hard that Kyvix actually taking some losses, even with finding the Zoe too, as it is going to be a gold augment coming through to Lotus Sunfire, grab bag. Lotus, of course, very good kind of standard option. Does help the Zoe on out a lot as well, because she's gonna be spreading her ability to everybody. Looking at Sox once again in the bot left.
Yeah, there's an underground heart available.
Underground.
I was just waiting a second.
Well, he's going deeper. He did not cash out, it looked like.
I wonder if he took the underground as well.
Yeah, we'll see soon.
I wonder, like, how deep are we going, Sox? Apparently he did. All right.
He did.
We're so deep underground, Grunge.
Can't even see him anymore. He's so far. Oh,
he's gonna delve so deep he'll awaken the Titans at this point. I think that's the problem. We gotta be careful, Sox. You can't delve that deep.
Oh boy, Malala, one Yasuo away from Yasuo 3. This is such an interesting flex line, because not a lot of players would have even considered this to be a line unless it is that exact situation where you're gifted like 3 Yasuos from the first neutral, saying, oh, I can reroll Duelist. It is not something that's played very much at all, but this is, I can think, the exact spot where it can work out, and is so close to spiking. Is on only 10 gold, however, and still has a bit to go to kind of cap out this board, but it is going to be the good spot for it.
Yeah, I mean, this was interesting. We mentioned this may be a route he goes. I honestly wasn't fully convinced he was going to go for the full reroll on it, but finding a carry augment for Fiora, rerolling the 2 costs, seems pretty nice for Malala. We'll see how far it can actually go, or if it will get outscaled. I mean, if he can hit these 3 stars really soon and just kind of ramp up to grabbing the Zed, getting the up to 6 duelist or 8 duelist even, would be pretty insane. If he's got the bow, if he can find a spat.
Yeah, funny frontline isn't that great. Sure, I guess it gives a little bit extra defense, but these fights are going to be so fast that funny frontline is oftentimes not going to get that much value as another augment could have. But 2 Nila's away, Nila having no items. The items are actually all on the, Yasuo and Fiora. Needing a couple of Fioras as well. That's a frontline fencing from Lala as well, so it makes sense that those items are going on her, as opposed to, say, the Nila for frontline. It's not going to be strong enough quite right at the moment. This little top loses to Wage and Iverson, who has a duplicator on the bench now and hit so much earlier, has another Soraka on the bench, so we could be seeing something like a Soraka 3 a bit later on if all goes well.
Yeah, a little top dropping low. I actually really wanted to mention, we had just seen the augments pop up on the left, and you'll notice on the right side of your screen now, the items, Broccoli having that Mecha Prime emblem did pick up Mecha Prime Crest. And we saw Broccoli hit the 3-star Jax, so maybe having the ability to kind of flex in the Mecha Prime as well with just playing Brawler. I don't know what the board looks like for Broccoli. He's on level 6, so I am actually really interested in where that 3-star Jax kind of popped in.
No, that's a really good point. Being able to fit in the mech with Jax is something that you will typically do, is just with Brawlers. Oh, wow, Kyvix. Set 2, Jax 2. We're seeing Sox in the bot left as well. Still going on the underground train, but Kyvix is so strong at this point. Set 2, yes. Does not have a bow to complement the chain and make a chain vest. Who's going to pick up that A just to sell for econ finally is relevant.
Meanwhile, Malala did hit Yasuo 3.
Oh,
big
very nice.
There.
Vision, no mana generation on the Soraka.
Yeah, a lot of damage though. And that guard breaker is going to cause the Soraka to hit very, very hard onto the set. We see 700 damage crits on these casts, and that's going to keep ramping up over the course of this fight. Seems like she can chunk through this set, as strong as he may be.
Zoe's still alive. Never mind.
God, that Soraka hits hard.
And you miss it. Soraka, man, that is crazy. Full top, going towards the bottom. Lee sends her a great cleansing safeguard, but 2 away from hitting a tier 3. That backline is just not good enough. No heart. Zoe, Soraka only being 1 star because Wasian is holding at least 4 at this point, maybe more.
Yeah, and like denying the blue buff from the Soraka, but it's a 1-star Soraka anyway, just because this Syndra needed to be put in, get up to the 6th heart.
Not looking like Lil Top is going to be able to first from this position, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, that's big for Kyvix, seeing as how he is the one that needs to fight up there as well at 20 points.
Yeah.
You can see how strong Malala is with those hits. He was able to find the 3-star Yasuo and the 3-star Fiora. These were the big hits he needed to start to continue to scale up towards, you know, the rest of the duelists, find potentially a place for a Zed to come in, start pushing levels.
I would have thought this Yasuo would be able to, you know, tank that front line and get to the back line, but no, it might actually be a loss.
Wow.
It is the 6 heart scaling, and the Lee Sins were able to hold on for long enough.
Little surprised by that. It felt like the fight was getting run over, but as you said, yeah, the hard scale. What?
120 gold? It's not
He
good
said,
enough.
no, thank you.
We go one more. Socks, let's go. 6 underground. Woked. Has the Vi as well, so I think even if losses are coming through, they're not by that many units. 66 gold. He's gonna be leveling up to level 8. Rolling and hopefully hitting a Samira too. I love this. And Socks knows his spot. He knows he's doomed, but he's giving us a show.
He's delving so deep. The next one, he's gonna open the Balrog is what's gonna happen. That's what's in the next heist. Socks, we gotta go deeper.
Oh my God, we must go deeper. Oh, I'm coming through. Maybe a gunblade there. Yes, looks like that's what it's gonna be. No words for what we're about to see on Socks' next cash out potential. Malala bottom left, 1 Neela away from Neela 3, has about 14 more gold to do so. Socks' rolls, however, finding some good upgrades.
He just has a good board. Like,
Yeah.
it's crazy. He's got this Echo 2 potentially as well. Not really a good spot to fit it just yet. There we go.
Nope.
He's got.
Yep.
Besides, he
It's
can go in over this
Sejuani,
edge.
I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Samira pair. He's gonna be able to pick up Lil Top. Sure, we saw the scaling that this board can do last matchup, the hearts, but that board hasn't really improved, while Sox's has a lot. How long can this Vi hold on? These shields are
She's
massive,
so
the redemption's
tanky.
good. She's so tanky. And the Bel'Veth supplemental damage now as well.
I mean, it's kind of a standstill against the Lee Sins of Little Top, but the Vi staying alive for a very, very long time. The problem is his heart usually will win out on this, and it seems like we're going to start getting there in just a moment. Gonna have the next couple Soraka casts doing a lot, but because there isn't, you know, that Zoe, it actually took the ramp a lot longer than it may have another time. But now, Socks, I think you gotta cash out. We can't delve any deeper, Socks.
Wait,
3 Tome of Trades.
3 tomes, 5 components, 6 loot orbs. Would have loved to see just you know, items like radiant items come through to outfit like the Bel'Veth and the Samira. Maybe a little bit of gold to keep rolling with.
I think he hates 3 Tome of Trades. Actually, I think we.
Yo, one more.
One more, Socks. One more. We gotta go deeper. We're going deeper.
Yes. Socks going big and going home. Hits the Samira too. If he rolls into a good matchup, actually, we could be seeing one more.
Oh my God, Socks, go big and go home. Here we are. We love to see it. He's digging so deep, he's gonna emerge on the other side of Runeterra, the other side of the convergence.
Oh, he needs to survive. However, he might be going too deep. He's gonna be lost. Socks takes a loss.
No!
It is out. No.
It's gone. No, Socks. Oh, I wanted to see it. I wanted to see it.
The whole world wanted to see that one.
Everyone
No
was
longer.
collectively cheering for Socks to dig up the great treasures of the universe.
Oh, at the very least, Socks, you made it a fun journey, a fun run. Again, getting top 16 at mid-set. Nothing to slouch at, even if he was coming into this tournament, being very confident. Absolutely love you, Socks. Thank you for that.
He is a treat to watch. He always is. He always delivers. He delivers even when he's not popping off. I love him.
Oh,
Great guy.
know. Now we got the
All
rest
right.
of the action to turn towards as well. There's
Yes.
still a lot on the line. Lil Top needs to get a first place, but that Soraka hit was big. Is it enough to contest the other Soraka from Wage and Iverson?
Yeah, this is the more serious note now at this point, right? Now we're looking.
Reel it in.
We're reeling it back in. We're seeing who is going to make it to day 3. Have a chance at regionals, have a chance at worlds. And right now, Lil Top hanging on, but he's got to hang on to the top. If he wants a shot, he needs to get that first place. And from this spot, it still looks rough, but hearts are very powerful. It is the strongest muscle, and you do have the cleansing safeguard Lee Sin to try and get you there. The double heart emblem and help try and get you there as well.
Yep.
Contending with Kyvix, the other player who really needs to get the first, but seeing someone go out does bode really well for Garchomp, Weijin, and Malala.
100%. I like that heart strongest muscle, you know. I caught that. But also,
Yeah, Brahm's not in this set,
Broccoli,
though.
yeah, I was gonna say, if only he was. Broccoli being as low as he is right now, going maybe bottom 2, opens up the rest of the lobby even further, along with Sox going out, right? That first place is going to be up for grabs for a lot of players. Kyvix is one that is win streaking. Lil Top, maybe there's a miracle run that can happen, but Pros is hitting a lot of 3 stars as well. Pros is safe, however, so he's going to be kind of just playing a little bit of spoiler as well. Getting probably into that top, that top 8 spot.
Yeah.
I think Broccoli's a
Pros fighting
lock on
bonus
first in the
points.
day. Yeah, definitely. Bonus
Yeah.
points are still very much in the conversation for him.
All right, another fight here. Malala going up against, this is Lil Top's Ghost, it looks like. Might have a better chance here. We've got the cleansing safeguards. Very tough to get through, even with all the damage from Duelist, but that is some big damage from the Yasuo. So Malala gonna be able to hang on for another round.
Wow. This Fiora, even though the Yasuo's dealt with, there's still now the 3-star Fiora, 3-star Neela as well with the TG. That's going to be a lot of value considering you're outfitting all the other units with the items. This Zoe in the set.
Oh, Lil Top.
Taking Lil Top down at 3 HP. Broccoli does go out. Still a lock on the day, it looks like, but Lil Top now 1 more loss will spell the end of his tournament run.
Yeah, I believe by not going 8th, Broccoli has secured highest points on the day.
Yep.
Ended up making sure he locks in those 3 bonus points for the final day of competition with regionals and a world spot on the line. That is huge. Congratulations to Broccoli. Cannot understate that. He played phenomenal today. Like you said before we jumped in, absolutely gapping everyone today.
Yep. Continues to do so even with the 7th. That is A-okay. Malala, a player who needs a top 4. Garchomp as well. Both of them need at least a top 4, it looks like, and they're both right on the cusp of it. Garchomp
Yeah,
versus Malala. This is the matchup.
One of them may have their tournament run ended on this combat MF, needing to get another cast off, but there's Yasuo. He's made it into the back line, and he gets her down before she can get another cast. And it's just Yasuo versus the world, but he should be able to have plenty with the lifesteal. Is it enough to take out Garchomp? Little Top falls as well in
Not quite
6th.
enough.
Garchomp stays alive, so he's made it to top 5.
1 unit is the difference there. Lil Top's run comes to an end, but still a fantastic breakout performance here in set 8. Next up, Malala and Garchomp. 2 losses in a row, 3 Anima, double ZZ Rot Sejuani. These Fiddle items are fantastic as well, and Fiddle pair. If Garchomp hits Fiddle 2, that is exactly what he needs to make sure he secures that top 4, or at least has a much better shot at getting it.
I mean, yeah, he could start to win out, right? He could get even better than a top 4, really secure this spot.
One time.
Almost there. Duplicator would be so huge.
No.
It's finding
Not getting
gold.
it.
Not there.
Zephyr could be huge as well. When you think of what's gonna be the most impactful for just one fight, that might be all Garchomp needs. Yeah, and that's gonna be the
There it
take.
is.
Fiddlesticks. Echo 2 upgrade is not irrelevant. No Fiddle, however. Needs to position the MF on the right side, Fiddle on the right side. Make sure the Zephyr is good.
Did I see a Soraka 3 or did my eyes go crazy?
I don't know.
Weijin's board.
What
I
was it?
swear I just saw
he
a
was set up
3-star
for
pop
it.
up on top right.
Well, 3-star Zoe
There's
from
a Zoe 3
Kyvix.
for Kyvix.
That's huge, meaning he needs to get a first, and that's, that's big. I was busy staring at Garchomp's board.
I know.
didn't see
I
the vision.
corner of my eye, I saw it like something. We'll have to get confirmation in a sec. There's Spatulopolis going crazy right now. But Kyvix does have That's Zoe, and we do have confirmation that Weijin has hit that Soraka 3.
Ooh, boy. That is not good for Kyvix. Not good for Malala, who's actually going out, as Garchomp could lose as well, and will he lose by more? These are both players that needed the top 4. Garchomp's down in 5th. Malala takes the top 4. It does have to come down to the totals, the tiebreakers, all of that.
Yeah. Because we think it's going to be 28 or 27, right?
Yeah.
And that's a big question for Garchomp. Which one of those it is? With going out in 5th here. Needs it to be 27. He's not guaranteed out, but it's a rough place to be as we look at Weijin, who has secured his spot with this top 3. But this is not just going to be a top 3 for Weijin.
No.
With a 3-starred Soraka.
All 3 stars in this lobby. Every single player has very impactful ones. 3-star Raka for Weijin, 3-star Rammus, Cho'Gath, and Kaisa for pros. And Kyvix, of course, with that Zoe. These Soraka crits are disgusting. Illegal. Bryce, we need to figure something out here. Is this actually legal? I think not.
It's moored too as well, Weijin, on a victory march. And that's put Kyvix in the same spot that Garchomp may be in, hoping for this to be 27 points instead of 28. Because I don't know how Kyvix is going to beat this. He went for a 3-star reroll. He lost to the 4-star reroll.
Kyvix needs to pray that a second is going to be enough. 27 points.
He's still got to beat pros.
Needs to beat pros out. Like you said, Weijin's going up against pros in this matchup. And if Weijin beats pros by enough, hey, we'll see.
Yeah, it could be some big damage coming through here.
Good Shroud.
Soraka gonna do a lot. Hey, there's a rocket grab, and then Mana Reef. Reef from the Cho'Gath. Oh, wait, down.
Whoa.
Wait a minute.
Hold up.
Pros takes a win. That's not gonna happen over and over again, though. That's from the Raiders spoils coming from Ezreal, getting a pull in. And Weijin has too much HP for that to make too much of a difference, but pros might be the nail in the coffin for Kyvix with surviving that round against Weijin.
That one roll onto Rocket Grab Fist could have doomed Kyvix in this tournament. That's so crazy to think about, actually. With the matchups, I mean, it's going to be pros versus Kyvix, I think. Even if Kyvix wins, pros might not go out. And then it's down to just who loses harder versus Weijin. Weijin was not prepared for that to be the thing that happened last round.
And not only, may this be a nail in the coffin for Kyvix, but pros may lock in more bonus points off of this placement, off of surviving an additional placement, getting that extra point. This is huge for pros to find. We can't just focus on Kyvix trying to make it in, but also pros setting himself up to make it to regionals or even make it to worlds.
Yeah.
This would be their biggest breakout performance. It might already be pros' biggest breakout performance.
I think so. Even being top 8 at a mid-set finale with a lot on the line is so huge. We get Weijin Iverson versus Kyvix. Could be sending him home.
Yeah, what can the set do? How long can the Zoe live? Can she bring down enough things before here comes the big cast from Soraka? A lot's gonna go down, but there still is the set. Maybe Kyvix.
That's it.
No, he's down. Kyvix out in 3rd. Means that his chances are all but dashed. And making it to regionals, at least from the mid set.
Yeah. Pros versus Weijin Iverson. 1v1. That still has a lot on the line. We talk about bonus points, Cass. Like you said, pros making it forward into tomorrow. And Weijin is as well. But there is still something at stake here. Is pros going to be able to upset the god that is Weijin Iverson's board here? Surely this Raider spoils doesn't happen again, and no, Soraka is going to be protected from that.
There it is, but Weijin not going to fall for it twice. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, you're not going to fool me again. And there we go.
Oh man, the Cho'Gath Mana Reef still hits, but not for very long. Soraka deleting the board with so many 4,000 crits coming through.
It's satisfying.
That is disgusting. 60 gold, level 9. Urgot 2 is found as well. Sejuani 3, LeBlanc 3 on the cusp. This is just a victory march from Weijin at this point. But still, even to get to this spot, very, very impressive.
Well, Weijin was a player, an early candidate for player of the set for set 8.
Yeah, very true.
And he's trying to drive that home, making it to day 3. Congrats to him for making it to day 3. But even having that chance to try and make regionals or join the likes of AMD qualifying into the championship from mid-set in set 7. Weijin trying to do it here in set 8. If he can win the entire tournament. Right now, he has made it to day 3. He'll have a shot to do so.
AMD the first one to do it. Weijin Iverson could join those ranks, just like you said. And what better way to do it than chasing 3-star legendaries as well? Urgot 2 again. Oh,
Oof.
7 Urgots. Giving up on the Sejuani, it looks like. Really wants to go big
He wants
here.
the Urgot. He wants
Give
to
it
go out of the
him.
bag.
Or the LeBlanc. This might be the last round, Cass. Take it away.
Yeah, I mean, it should be, right?
Oh my
The
God,
Soraka is protected. We know that rocket grab is not going to get her again. It happened once. Do not let it happen again, Weijin, and he does not. So now it's just the Soraka. Here comes the big cast as soon as the CC ends. There goes the board. And Weijin going to grab first place in the final game here of day 2. Going to lock in that spot, and potentially Weijin even might contest for some bonus points with that placement.
Currently, maybe in consideration for player of the set, Weijin Iverson Necra. That was a treat to watch.
I was really hoping to see another 3-star legendary on the board. Like, I was really hoping for that. But honestly, what was there not to love about that 6th game? You could see how much this meant to every single player in that lobby. Even when we got a chance to see the underground roles that we were going through. Like, what a way to go and what a treat to watch. But this is the final game. We can only send 8 players through. Casanova, I feel like you and Crowan were doing such a good job of keeping track of just the players in this lobby, but there's also another set of players playing right now. So how do you feel like that factors into what we could see in the overall?
Well, it's so impossible for us to tell, right? Until we can actually see what happened in the other lobby. We just know that generally, historically speaking, where we were at, it looked like 27 or 28. So that's what we generally were basing off of going into that. There's always been outliers that can come about, but really it seems like it was clear who's made it from that lobby, and it is just going to be a matter of what happened in the other one. But I'm excited for Weijin. I feel like him making it to that final day is so big for him, and doing it with a first place that we said the first places were eluding him today, even though that's been his MO, is getting a lot of first places. Yeah, a lot of 8s, but mostly firsts. And he finally gets one to close out the day.
I mean, that's a story that we've talked about a little bit when it comes to Weijin Iverson as a player, that he might be a little slow to start. It was a little slow yesterday to really kick things off, but then, of course, picked it right back up. Maybe just needed 1 or 2 games to get the warm-up in. But let's see how the other lobby did as we take a look at how Game 6 went down. We saw Weijin Iverson, of course, get that first place in Lobby A. Crowan, walk me through your thoughts on what happened in Lobby B.
I mean, DQA getting the first. He was at, I believe, 19 points. That puts him at 27, right on the cusp. Oh, I'm really ready to see the overall. But yeah, Robin unfortunately was out. Dish Soap, I think, just securing that top 8, maybe now in conversation for bonus points. This is just insane. I'm just
Satsuko's on the cusp, right?
Oh, he is.
He's very close.
Satsuko, I think, is also now at 27. Oh no.
Oh god, math. Doing math on broadcast is not something
I'll
that generally goes to casters.
I'm not predicting anything. I'm waiting until it's on my screen and it tells me.
It's a double up I don't want to take right there. But yeah, Weijin Iverson, DQA, you could see that DQA actually getting it done there with the recon and the Kaisa with the threats. That's a composition that I feel like we hadn't really seen find a lot of success over the course of the tournament so far, but really happy to see that DQA was able to get that done, and of course in a prismatic lobby no less. But the moment that we've all been waiting for, let's just go to the screen. Overall standings. I want to get thoughts here. Casanova, you're first up.
I mean, immediately, Setsuko did not make it to day 3 after that insane performance on day 1. He's 1 point out. I mean, he's out on tiebreakers, actually. DQA getting that first in the final lobby earned his spot. He got it right there. That made the difference. Helped him win out on the tiebreakers. And DQA is going to be one who grabs that spot, which is well deserved. I mean, rank 1 on the ladder, DQA has been playing spectacularly. A lot of people had high hopes for him coming into this, but seeing Setsuko not make day 3 here is, I think, a surprise to a lot of people.
Yeah, Garchomp Pro versus Malala in that lobby, that was the matchup. That's what it came down to. Malala got the top 4, got 28 points. Garchomp didn't. And Garchomp's gonna be going home a very well-earned 9th place though, but it's so hard to be that close in a lobby like that, Cass. That is heartbreaking, but hey, you can only send 8 forward. It's not going to be the ones you expect or hope every single time. TFT is a game of variance. Gotta, you know, play well in the day, play well always, but sometimes just little bits get you forward.
Well, and big ups to Malala, right? Coming in, he was 17th. He gets his shot and he makes the most of it. He makes it to day 3 by having a fantastic day 2, being ready to play, being ready to come in and replace when someone couldn't make it to the day, and performs exceptionally well.
Yeah, and I think this just like, I appreciate you both talking about not only is it difficult to find consistency in a game like TFT, but also in a pool of players that is as strong as the players that we saw even come into the mid-set finale. It was already a tough road to be able to qualify, to even have the opportunity to play here at the Monsters Attack mid-set finale, but just to look at how close a lot of these games were on day 1 going into day 2, I feel like we're in for such a treat for day 3 as well. We're going to be taking a short break. When we come back, we've got an interview with our points winner for the day, Broccoli, right after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Monsters Attack mid-set finale. We are so excited to have Broccoli on the line with us. Congratulations on an explosive day number 2. How are you feeling after, like, such an amazing day for you?
I mean, honestly, like, I'm feeling pretty good, but I mean, the thing is the job's not done, right? You know, like, tomorrow's the big day because first place goes to Worlds, and, like, that's where all the money is, right? Not the money, like, the money in, like, the hypothetical money, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what everybody's aiming for, that's for sure. But, I mean, you were the player with, like, the most consistency today. You top 4'd 5 out of your 6 lobbies. So what was your approach going into today just to even have those types of results?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of just play for Exodia every game. Like, there's like a few builds in the game, like the way the meta is right now, where there's a few builds in the game that just like can never lose, right? So you just want to really angle yourself towards those builds and try to like pivot in between those builds. And that's what I did today, and things lined up. I got lucky in a few occasions. I think I played my first 2 games very poorly, but I got lucky in those games, and the other games I think I played well. So yeah, things worked out today.
Well, Broccoli, I saw you in chat on day 1 saying you were going 32nd, and then you've been playing really well on day 1, and then day 2 you go first on day 2. Looking forward to day 3, but I'm just curious, why was there a lack of confidence, or was it more just memes and you felt ready to go?
It was not memes. If you look at my like ladder results in the past 3 days before the tournament, I lost 500 LP. I went from like rank like 2 to like rank 60 in like 2 or 3 days, and then in my in-house scores the day before the tournament, I averaged like a 6th. I think I top 4'd like 1 or 2 games only. So I was not confident at all, but I think honestly that kind of helped me a little bit more. Last tournament, the Corrupted Cup, I went in as I was rank 1 when I went into the tournament, and definitely added some unnecessary nerves. So I think having low expectations kind of helped me out a bit.
Yeah. Need to sacrifice a bit of LP on the ladder to do well in tournament. It actually happens so much with a lot of players, so gonna be for the GM buff. Not quite the GM buff, but still, you know, the thought is there. Yeah, almost. I actually wanted to pick your brain not only from the approach into this tournament, but the approach from day 1 to day 2, because there's a lot of context that you have being able to, you know, research players' VODs. I don't know if you did that or just kind of approach it the same, but I want to ask you, what was your approach? Did anything change up for you day 1 to day 2? You're talking about those few kind of Exodia lines. Did you discover more tech, or was it just all the same?
Yeah, actually, I VOD reviewed with Socks yesterday after the tournament, and it definitely helped me out as well. Like, it kind of clicked as well for me there a little bit more after that VOD review. In general, this tournament, it's the first time I've actually prepped with people. Like, for the longest time, I've never prepped with people before, and I want to give a shout out to my boy Pitsy for prepping with me, because he's like, I had no clue how to play AP, and he basically taught me everything. So thanks, Pitsy.
Great.
That is awesome. I mean, okay, so you mentioned Worlds. That is the big thing that everyone's going for. Everyone's gunning for this top spot to get there. You've been competing in TFT for a very long time, Broccoli. There's somebody I've been watching in tournaments for eternity, and this would be the opportunity to make Worlds on this set. What would it mean to you to lock in that spot, to get first tomorrow and do it? Because it's very real. You have 3 bonus points going into the next day.
I mean, it would be everything, right? Like, Worlds is like, everybody's striving for Worlds, right? And like, to lock it in the mid sets would be insane. Like, that would be like it first of all, it's like a lot of stress off for the rest of the set. I can really just focus on like improving as a player rather than like all the cutoffs and stuff like that, right? But like, just making it there would be amazing.
Yeah, definitely. And then looking that team being it being a real possibility, how was it, your expectations coming into this set, right? You came off of a bit of a break in set 7. Did that slow you down at all? Did you have to like grind even more to feel like you needed to catch up? And where did you see yourself? Like did you see yourself realistically in this shot to, you know, have like a 1-8 or higher at Worlds?
Yeah, I think in the past sets, I haven't really put in much time like really studying, really like digging into like stats and really like watching people with intention. I came for a break, so I had to play a bit more this set to kind of catch up, like you said. And I think definitely I really want to put in more work this set, and I think it's like definitely paying off very well. So I'm really happy about that.
I'd say so.
Shows.
I think the hard work is definitely paying off here. But let's get to know you a little bit more as a player. You know, like Crone said, you did take a little bit of a break from Set 7, so there might be new folks watching you that haven't had the pleasure of getting to know you yet. So tell us a little bit about, like, your history. Like, what got you into TFT?
Yeah, I played since Set 1. I played, like, I take off, like, every, like, 1 or 2 sets. Like, I take a set off just for a break. I got into TFT just playing with friends, just, like, playing... I'm sure most of you have the same experience where in Set 1, the TFT on PvE, where everybody was just like playing that non-stop.
Yep.
Other than that, I mean, like, I'm friends with quite a lot of people in the community. I just play the game. I'm not really sure what to say, honestly, about my history. I play the game. I'm a student in university. I'm 22, you know? There we go.
I love it. Okay, you're giving us the lore, the broccoli lore here. The final thing from you, you mentioned that you play with friends. You also had help for this set, and you named a few people, but is there anyone else you'd like to thank going into day number 3?
I mean, Pitsy and Socks, like I said, are probably the 2 people I want to thank for my performance. But other than that, like my friends in the community, I would say, actually Dan and Bryce. I've actually talked with them in Discord a lot over the past few weeks. Not past few weeks, but since the last tournament. And I think that's been a little bit pretty productive as well. And IRL friends, my mom, I guess. Thanks, Mom. There we go.
Perfect.
Love it.
We stand. All right, well, Broccoli, once again, congratulations and best of luck moving forward to tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good luck, buddy.
That's awesome. I love that. I love getting a chance to know players a little bit more because I know that they all have their own streams and everything like that, but it's very rare because we can only talk to one at a time at the end of every day.
Yeah.
So it's cool to get to know them a little bit better, but that's it for today. Casanova, final thoughts on how day 2 went, looking forward to day 3. What you got?
I mean, it was very nice to get to talk to Broccoli here. I think Crone and I have actually cast games of Broccoli since Set 1. I'm pretty sure we did have a couple of fight nights where Broccoli came and played, and if not, there was some other tournament. I remember casting him. I've remembered his name for so long, and seeing him, you know, be here and have this big of a performance in this tournament, I'm really looking forward to how he does tomorrow. I hope for big things of the guy, and I think he played great, so been fun to watch. But in general, just today was amazing. That bubble was so close in the final game. Always love when we get a good game 6, and I'm just looking forward to what happens tomorrow. Getting to send 4 players to regionals and 1 to worlds is always just the crowning tournament for me. Mid-set's one of my favorites to do.
Yeah. And for me, I mean, I have a fun answer than a real answer. The fun answer is, you know, Broccoli thanked Socks. I want to thank Socks as well for some of the most fun I've had casting TFT in that final game. Absolutely it was hilarious. We had to rein it back in, you know, make sure that we just had everything going for the rest of the lobby.
Though.
Thank you. And then the real answer being, like Broccoli said at the start of his interview, the work is not done. There is still another day to go. He's still very focused. I love to see that, and he's very much just right. Everyone else who's made it into the top 8, their work is not done. It just all comes down to tomorrow.
Well, our players have overcome 3 hurdles so far, making it to the Monsters Attack mid-set finale, and of course, making it through days 1 and 2 to get to the final 8 players that will be competing tomorrow for NA regional final spots on the line, and of course, that coveted spot at the Monsters Attack Championship for the player that finishes in first. That's it for today. I know you're not going to want to miss out on the action tomorrow, so make sure you come back and tune in at 1 p.m. PT to see who's making it forward to the Monsters Attack Championship.